It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise
very, very warm welcome to the Dream League Season 23 close qualifiers here for the Western Europe side. My name is Perm Sneeze and I'm joined by Crasheroni, and this is the exciting start to what is widely considered to be the most competitive region, and we have mad teams facing off for just 2 slots, Crash.
Yeah, I think going into this series specifically, eyes are on Liquid, but I think a lot more eyes are on Rest Farmers in some sort of way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, this team kind of didn't come out of nowhere. Like, the team itself did. But a lot of these players, they've been around the block, maybe not as much as Liquid, but within their own region, they are quite a formidable team.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about them is that, of course, you talk about eyes being on Liquid, without a doubt, right? These guys, they've had a track record for, if one thing, being consistent. Maybe it's a curse, maybe some people see it as a blessing. Just these frequent second places at major tournaments seems to be some sort of demon that they have yet to overcome. And more recently, it's been a bit of a lull period for them, right? It started with the previous season of DreamLeague not really doing as well as they wanted to in the group stage. And, even Insania was quoted on saying, when asked, okay, what's going on here? What do you think is the problem? He didn't know, and it seems like at least some part of that has shored up, right? In the recent sort of one-win spring series, they managed to take 3rd place, so perhaps the start of an upwards climb back to their former sort of status for Liquid. But Rest Farmers, they are, I think, along with Navi Jr. in this particular region, going to be the big underdogs that could surprise everybody.
I think you're exactly right. Like, surprise is a big factor, and I think for these big teams as well, I don't really think that anyone's going to be underestimating a team, but if that's going to happen, it's going to be between Navi Jr. and Rest Farmers, right? Those are the teams that are going to get not disrespected, but less attention focus from these bigger teams.
Yeah, I think one of the big things coming into qualifiers is, of course, apart from preparing for the new patch that just dropped and all these adjustments you need to make. And to be fair, it's not exactly Crownfall, it's just D-patch, it's just letter patch. Some of the little tweak ups they've yet to really set into play yet. We're still largely seeing from some of these other regions. Similar picks coming through and similar heroes being contested. But I think the big thing about preparation is that you're always thinking about, okay, what are the big teams that I need to beat? Liquid has to be at the top of your list, right? So Rest Farmers, we did hear loosely some whispering here and there that they didn't really even practice or scrim that much, but they've been on a tear across some other qualifiers recently.
Yeah, they have a fire under their bum right now, and it is burning very, very bright. This team is quite like fire, looking hot.
Yeah, and I think the fire under the Liquid bum is a little different, where that feels like pressure, that feels like expectations of the fans, that feels like a pedigree to live up to that they haven't really been able to reach, or have been just shy, where the fire under Rest Farmers' bums feels more like propelling them like a rocket into space, right? It feels like they're just on the cusp of really proving themselves. They recently qualified for the Elite League Swiss stage. They are going to later on play for the PJL Malaysia Open qualifiers up against Enigma. So a lot of major matches for them and a lot of opportunities to prove themselves here. And what a better way to prove themselves than to come out the gate swinging in Liquid in this close qualifiers for DreamLeague. But of course, we have ourselves a draft. Tiny and Lesh being banned by Rest Farmers Team Liquid. They opted to go for 2nd pick to maybe secure that juicy last pick for either 33 or Nisha.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Liquid have been pretty much consistently saving that last pick for 33 or Nisha. I mean, I'm not too surprised by it. Offlaners are incredibly important in the patch right now. Well, I guess we don't know about the D patch, but I assume it's very similar to the C patch. These offlaners, and to be fair, the B patch before, are going to be the key factor in all of these team comps.
10
Yeah,
seconds.
I mean, I'm looking at some of these bans, and it's clear that nothing much has changed, like we already discussed. I think as soon as the patch came out, everyone is always scouring the patch notes for any sort of new little broken tune-up, or, okay, is this hero still relevant? People are still figuring that out in action. There hasn't really been much time, so it's all had to be in practice. Things are not really changing so much, starting through with a techies, which arguably, I don't know the exact statistics on this, but it feels to me at least like one of the most picked supports, if not the most pick support, along with CM and maybe Shadow Demon.
It's definitely up there. I would argue that between picks and bans, Batrider and Vend are probably up there too. I've been seeing a lot of Batrider bans, but when it comes to just strictly first pick, haven't really seen a lot of bans. It's got to be these techies even.
Yeah, I mean, techies just can bring so much to the lane and set up, follow up with the blast off as well.
Radiant's
Later
turn
down
to
the line,
bat.
that magic resist reduction
Emperor
from the
Assassin.
proxy mines can just do so much work. But Team Liquid going back for a favorite of theirs, this could be a Mickey TA that he's like to bring to the safe lane. Now, techies did take a little bit of a shot to the gut there, the early nerfs to the sticky bomb levels, right? Level 1
Yeah.
to 3, the cooldown is significantly higher, so
seconds.
reducing some of the trading potential that this hero is, which it has, which
5
really
seconds
makes him
remaining.
a annoying pest to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And TA got changed
the
as well.
Radiant
Not
fan.
by much, to be fair. The bonus damage from Meld was upped a little bit. It went from like 80 to 130 to 80 to 140, all the way up to 260 instead of 230. So a little bit more damage from the Meld. It's pretty cool. We'll see if that, changes anything for the hero.
10
She's been
seconds.
fallen off a little bit recently.
Yeah, it's been a
5
bit tricky,
seconds
that's for
remaining.
sure. I feel like TA has become this hero that really
Dyer's
requires a
ban
specialist to
now.
make work. I think it's one of those, and I mean, Mickey's a specialist, right? Nisha can bring it out as well, gives them some decent flex potential, and allows Liquid to play quite up-tempo. When you think about TA, it's always about this first and second Aegis timings. That could be what they're going for here, looking to end the game pretty early on and stomp rest farmers out by the 25, 30-minute mark.
Yeah, we're not going to have something like a Chen to be able to do that, or a Lesh either. Those heroes have been banned out. So if they're going to go for some sort of faster tempo, they're going to pick up a hero like Brewmaster instead.
Yeah, Brewmaster is quite I think coming into this series where we were looking at some of the heroes being picked, we knew that this was going to be highly contested. It's something that both
Yes.
Sibe as well as 33 have been playing a lot. I think this is 33's most recently most played hero.
Yeah, both of these players have been playing a lot of Brewmaster, but 33 is probably the king of Brewmaster, at least right now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels that way for sure, and it's something that Team Liquid have really crafted their strategy around. I find it particularly interesting because whenever everyone talks about 33 as a player, it's always about
5
these little
seconds
advantages
remaining.
that he ekes out on these fringe heroes that nobody else really considers. Traditionally, it's always these zoo heroes with the Lycans, the Visages, all these little sneaky brood mothers and whatnot. And more recently, he's been piloting this brew, which is a bit of a shift and a change of pace from what we're used to seeing. It definitely feels like Liquid, much like actual water in a jar, still trying to sort of weave their way around him and construct a strategy that works for them.
I mean, if you're going to do something like that, putting him on a comfort hero is a great way to start. Right? I assume that we are taking a look at the Dota 2 Pro tracker for Liquid. Haven't been playing too much pubs. I would assume that they've been scrimming quite a bit then.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing you need to do, right? Because the public resources available to a stack that's not as, I guess, linked in as rest farmers, all they can do is look at your pubs. All they can do is look at your pro tracker, right? And if there's nothing on there for them to see, Liquid, they're in a very good spot. And we already mentioned from the start, a lot of these teams coming in will probably have their eyes on Liquid, on what they're doing, on what they're bringing to the table to try and
5
suss them out, be
seconds
prepared to beat
remaining.
them.
Turn to
Rest
pick.
farmers for now, though, it seems like they're okay with giving the Brewmaster over. They choose to ban out the Enigma and the Spirit Breaker instead, two other offlaners that, 33 has been playing. And they choose to answer in lane with what I assume is going to be a Gyro and CM combination.
So, Sneeze, my
10
friend,
seconds.
saw this
Yeah.
Disruptor buff, and I said, hey, this is the start.
5
This is
seconds
where it
remaining.
starts. Right?
It's not yet.
Insania,
Come on.
he's going to try it, dude. No, it's definitely like, it's not enough. But I think Disruptor, and this is going back to the past as well, he was buffed 3, 4, 5 patches in a row. Little buffs, mind you. But it all started to accumulate into something really good. And I think, like I just kind of said, this is where it's going to start. If this hero is going to come back into the meta, I'm going to start with buffing Thunderstrike. Because that is the most underwhelming ability in his kit. I think everyone recognizes that Static Storm, Kinetic Field are very good abilities. Glimpse is one of my favorite abilities in the game. It is, well, like, what do you do other than force a BKB? It's so good. Thunderstrike is the only one that's lacking. So I'm super excited to see where this hero kind of sits now in Sania. I'm excited. He's in good hands.
Yeah, and I think Team Liquid, they're already shaping up. With that TA pick, it should have been pretty telegraphed, but with the Brew, the Dark Willow Disruptor, it's clear that they're going for a very early spiking strategy, right? They want to make full use of these Brewmaster splits, run at you with the Dark Willow control and damage, and while you're running, these TA traps are going to spot you, easy glimpses, continuous setup, hit that tempo, hit the ground running, and just crash through res farmers early on. The Gyro as a hero is not too bad in this scenario because it's a carry that doesn't mind being run at, but when you're up against such overwhelming forces, it can get tricky. Queen of Pain selected now for Exantic.
This is the hero that Exantic have been playing a lot of in his pubs. Not so much officials,
10 seconds.
but a lot of co-op in pubs recently. Second most played in his
5
pubs with a
seconds
decent
remaining.
amount of wins. So if this is a hero that Exantic is comfortable on, why not? It's not the worst co-op game. You can get a little awkward with
Really?
Glimpse. It's
I
it's
No,
weird.
okay,
'cause,
see,
like,
wait, no, Crash,
Okay,
Crash, you might be
okay.
coping a little bit too much. Like, I get
Maybe
comfort,
I am.
all that, but this quap, going into the TA, I get it, right? They're like, okay, Shadow Strike gonna ruin her refraction, Nisha's not gonna feel too comfortable playing it in the mid lane. But what's kind of stopping them from just putting it in the safe lane along with the Disruptor, and then they just last pick a Nisha hero in the mid lane, like they have been doing for what
Yes.
feels like most of their games, right? This Queen of Pain is gonna have a lot of trouble into the Dark Willow, the Disruptor, the Brew as well. Like,
I think
feels
the
like a
Disruptor
bit of
is
a
the
mess.
big one. Yeah. The Disruptor is the big one for co-op because if Insania is even half as good on Disruptor as I think he is, co-op shouldn't be able to really blink away. Between the TA trap, like deep TA traps giving vision for Glimpse, or legitimately just
10
casting
seconds.
Glimpse as she's blinking. Co-op has a little bit of
Yeah.
a wind up for the blink,
5
so you
seconds
should be able
remaining.
to know when it's coming out. And all of a sudden, your disengage tool is not what you'd like it to be.
I think later down the line, we've seen a lot of TAs after their first 2 or 3 items also go for something like the shard. And
Yeah.
boy, the shard is so neat this game. Into CM, Queen of Pain techies, you ain't casting spells, silences all around. Team Liquid, it does feel like they need some sort of final pick semi-carry, whether that's going to be in the mid lane, whether that's going to be in the safe lane, because if you put all your eggs in the TA basket, it could very quickly go down the drain after 1 or 2 bad fights. You want to have that late game insurance. For now, they're choosing to ban out the Mars as well as the Magnus, so 2 of perhaps Sibe's remaining picks that he could go for. And Sibe is the one I'm going to watch the most, right? Because I personally,
10
I like the guy. I
seconds.
think he's a great player, but I feel like if there's anyone to target
5
on this team,
seconds
it might just be
remaining.
him to expose that weakness on the off lane. And that seems to be what Liquid have been doing, right? A lot of focus towards them off lane bans.
Oh, it's kind of like what we said at the beginning of the draft, right? Offlane is incredibly important this patch, last patch, and a lot of the patches recently, a lot of focus has been on the offlane. Shut down the offlaner, and all of a sudden the team doesn't have anyone to play around, right? They're forced to play around their mid, which mid might not be in a fighting form for the first 15 minutes. So it's one of those shut down the offlaners, try to win the game. And we've been seeing offlaners kind of get cucked recently, right? It was the tri lanes into like it's the time of the offlaner. This is the best time to be playing offlane. Your impact is huge, your game presence is huge. You actually feel like you're doing something other than blink initiating.
10
Yeah, I think it's
seconds.
definitely evolved a lot over the years, and particularly now we're seeing a lot more sort of carry from the offlaners, and that's something that Brewmaster can do, right? Get an early Radiance, get an early Midas, make sure you're sort of securing your late game. Later down the line, Brewmasters have always been very pesky when you can pop that Primal Split just to push tier 3s. It's very low committal. Tidehunter is that last pick, and they're going to go straight into a Monkey King, so this is a Mickey favorite here. And looks like it's gonna be Nisha in that mid lane TA. Not too concerned about the fact that they're going up against the Queen of Pain and prioritizing making sure that Mickey gets off to a great start. But this draft coming out from Liquid, it's really well constructed in my opinion. It's the perfect disruptor draft. It's going to be up to rest farmers to see whether they can curb that aggression.
Look at all the circles that they have on Liquid, right? The AoE control, kind of huge, right? The Static Storm is awesome to set up for Wukongs. I think that Insania, as soon as he gets his Ags, this game's pretty much over.
Okay, well, as soon as he gets his axe, that might be a bit of a long time, but I
Yeah.
think if they can get out of the lane swinging, which it seems like they're set up for, right? The Monkey King versus melee matchup, always gonna be nice. And
Yeah.
that's kind of what you need on the Disruptor, because you already mentioned, sure, they buffed the Thunder Strike a little bit, but Kraken Shell, you can shrug that off, and it's not too big of a deal. But now with the Monkey King, that's exactly the lane partner Disruptor needs. Someone who can body for him, someone who can do all the damage by himself and set up for these glimpses later down the line as well. I mean, if all goes well, then Nisha still manages to hold his own despite that quote-unquote Queen of Pain counterpick. Liquid are going to get rolling, and I'm not sure whether rest farmers can do much other than Ravage.
This is going to be the proving game for rest farmers, right? If they get rolled by Liquid, maybe it was just a lucky streak for them. But if they even put up a semblance of a fight, who knows how this series could go, right? This is the best of 3. It's not just a one and done. It's not going to be or it could be some sort of Liquid. What the hell was that? Victory predicted 20 in a row? What the hell, dude?
This guy's a beast. He's a prophet.
Oh my god. That's insane.
Wait, you know what's crazy? There's definitely some sus shit happening on Southeast Asia servers sometimes, because when I'm playing like late night pub games, sometimes I get like players who have like 50, 60 predicted games in a row. I'm not really sure what's going on there.
Hell?
But I think if there's anyone with a legit predict streak, it might just be this guy.
Yeah, right? The thing about this Disruptor Tidehunter lane is, you said that he can brush off the Thunderstrike. What about the rest of Disruptor's abilities? Kinetic Field, Glimpse, there's no way Tidehunter's getting away from that. And all of a sudden, you're trying to run away from Monkey King, but you're more or less stunned because of Kinetic Field. Like, there's no escape. You have to man up against the Monkey King. So, I'm going to be curious to see if Insania goes for, like, a Thunderstrike, Glimpse, Kinetic Field, Max and Glimpse. Maybe not getting that point into Thunderstrike level 2, and instead focusing on Kinetic Field, because all of a sudden you have kill potential. Curious to see how it goes, right?
I mean, my clear read, or at least my expectation this game is that rest farmers, if they can buy the time to get to their BKBs, that's when they can fight. Because up until that point, bruh, Team Liquid, way too much control, way too much magic damage. All these, boxy spells coming in, the static storms are going to be game ruining. And it's not really something that Xantic can stand up into. Queen of Pain, very much a feast of famine mid laner. We'll also have to see whether Pablo and the, Handskin are going to come into the mid lane, make sure they get priority on those runes. If we understand this correctly, Xantic probably sees this Queen of Pain matchup as one that's advantageous, but it didn't really stop Liquid from still bringing Nisha here. So maybe something like the triangle stacks, small camp stacks just around the relevant jungle area. That could be what they're playing for here for this TA.
I mean, it's kind of like what you said to me earlier, Sneeze, when we were talking before the stream. If you're not confident playing against your counters, how good are you really on that hero?
No.
And I don't think there's any question that Nisha's a competent, very good Templar assassin.
Yeah, without doubt. We'll see whether they're able to capitalize on his skill set. In this particular game, for now, at Xantic, taking an absolute beating, but that's kind of to be expected. I went for the early level in the Scream, which, some people might be thinking, yo, why isn't he getting Shadow Strike level 1? You need to burn those refractions. Well, how often do you see TAs get refraction level 1, be real, right? What TA wants to do in these early levels is shove the wave, double wave up and pressure you at your own tower, and Xantic just has to do everything, use almost his entire mana pool just to try and clear that out and match up.
And that's one thing the TA doesn't necessarily care about is her mana pool, right? It is really not going to be a case where Nisha's going to run out of mana for refractions, run out of mana for meld. Very low cooldown mana cost, especially with that bottle. Xantic might be in some trouble here, eating a lot of Psy Blades. It's going to be a rough few waves for him, and it's not going to get much better, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the sponsor tag for him is how he's probably feeling right now. Just a little bit of despair, and not the type that he likes. I know he's a Queen of Pain, they're into that kind of thing, but you still want to come out the gate swinging on the side of Liquid, and the TA getting off to a good start is a great sort of entry into that part of the game. Like we mentioned, rest farmers, I'm interested to see how well this Gyro and CM are doing, because I just think, you need to put on pressure on this Brewmaster. You already knew it was going to come out, you already knew it was going to be contested. For now, 33 is still able to hold his own, not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going fine for 33. It's not the easiest lane, but he's 8-0. And he's got some last hits to his name, and it's only the first few waves. Why not? Hey, he's used up all of his tangos, unfortunately, but that is just gonna happen. That happens every now and then. Call out more and you're fine. Maybe the double bracers is enough. Maybe you don't even need another batch of tangos.
Yeah, and the scariest part about this lane is if 33 tags you with a Cinder Brew, like we're seeing here, Boxy, grab him with a Blood Grenade, just throw out Brambles, which he doesn't have yet because still level 1, but feeling strong enough to just run down this DM first blood. Lane counter cool, 33 just slaps you down the sides.
Yeah, CM is one of those heroes that you can't get out of position on, right? It is impossible to run away. You are so incredibly slow, especially now with Blood Grenades being introduced into the game. Well, saying like it's new. Yeah. It's impossible on these like 280 movement speed heroes to run away from any sort of early engagement.
Yeah. I mean, that's what made Brewmaster so sufficient, but Handskin on the TP back, jumps into the mid lane, catches Nisha off guard. So overall, not too bad, and at Xantic, this is what he desperately needed. The bottle refill as well.
Yeah. Very good movement from Handskin, which is to be expected of this player, I think, right? This is probably the most experienced player on the side of Rest Farmers, I dare say.
Yeah. And also a player who, I don't know whether this is cruel to say, but I feel like it's been a while since he tasted main stage success, right?
Sure.
After that Alliance run that they were basically dominating Western Europe DPC on, he hasn't really found his footing on any other stacks. Largely, you know, not participating on any international level tournament. And, you know, for these players, I mean, Shad as well, all these stories are kind of similar, right? Where you've made your mark, regionally at least, in Western Europe. There's no doubt that you're of a certain caliber, but clearly not enough to hit that next level. And that's what they're going to try and prove this qualifier.
Yeah, and they've kind of already, not necessarily proved it in the last qualifiers, but they've got people's attention now, for sure.
Yeah, not just some random stack, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And they might be Autlers now, but prior to this, they were playing on what? Like Lunar Galaxy? Yeah, sure, some of them are smaller stacks, but after hold that thought, as 33 going in for another barroom brawl. Beating up the Shad now, has a Lotus and Wands as well if he needs to sort of turn that around. One key thing about this particular patch is some of these early skirmishes, we have to keep an eye out on the Wand cooldowns and the stick cooldowns because those got increased by a ton.
Yeah, speaking of the patch, I want to get your opinion on this Crystal Maiden change with the Crystal Clone. I think it's pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not so much for the early laning stage, which is what you're largely picking CM for, or at least one of the big strengths for her. But yeah, later down the line, I think Crystal Clone was just giving you way too much value, right, for the low mana cost that it is. I think CM's whole spiel has always been, you have great spells, but they all come at a huge mana cost. Blast off slightly off the mark, Pablo goes wide on it, and the Monkey King can just jump back to safety. Realistically thinking, especially with Insania and Wings, it would have been fine there, just throw down a kinetic field, but yeah, dodging away from unnecessary damage.
There's that glimpse back like we talked about. Nothing that Zibe can do about that.
Yeah, but also nothing that Mickey can really do to close
Fair.
the distance, especially with Pablo being so annoying with the sticky bomb, right? And even though Mickey has the boots, it's just not enough. The slow percentage is way too high.
Does have that Orb of Corrosion too on Mickey, so speaking of slows, he's going to have a little bit more in the tank for dealing with this Tidehunter. Oh, Handskin. Nice TP out.
Fine.
Yeah, very heads-up play. Same wavelength.
I think that's kind of what you... Yeah, we're basically saying the same thing. Straight out of the gates, though, CS-wise, nobody's really suffering, right? There hasn't been anyone that's been shut out of the lane. And I kind of feel like that favors Liquid, because the only thing stopping you from going on your little tempo bullet train on the TA's back is if you do get smacked away too hard in these laning situations. I guess the one big situation that emerged from the laning stage so far is that Xantic's having a decent time after that Handskin rotation, right? So we want to see what he's going to do with it. Maybe a 8-minute power rune, or maybe an early use of the Sonic Wave to get a kill on Mickey or something like that. We'll have to wait and see.
First, it comes with securing runes. And that's going to be a big priority. But Shaddy's left alone down here.
Yeah, Insania comes through the Twin Gates and a quick pickup. And Xantic gonna come through with the Sonic Wave, though it's not enough damage to finish up 33. At least picks up Insania, tries with the Blood Grenade. But 33 just a bit too quick with that Drunken Brawler stance. Just gonna waddle his way out of there. So, you know, you use the Sonic Wave, you get a kill, but you lose your carry. It's not a great trade.
No, it doesn't feel too good if you're Rest Farmers. Xantic, he's probably okay with that himself, but Shad is very unhappy.
Yeah. Gonna get 2 bottle refills if he wants to min-max that hard enough, but no, they just gonna get moving and perhaps try and put on some more pressure. I think these next 5 to 10 minutes are gonna be very important for Xantic because like we said, it feels like each one of these movements are gonna be so integral. Realistically speaking, you're not going to be moving around that much on the Tidehunter. You want to just occupy the top side as long as possible. So it's just on this trio, right? The CM, Quap, as well as the techies. Now looking at Nisha in the mid lane, but a shield rune means that you ain't doing shit.
But here's that important rune secure we were talking about. Even Mickey joining the fray now.
Yeah, jumping in, and that's one of the things the Monkey King can offer. It's gonna give them a kill on the Handskin. They still want to keep going. They understand how strong they are, but looks like they'll just settle for the tower. At least some pressure onto it. Mickey probably that's his job done there. He's just gonna jump back to that top side.
Back to dealing with the Tidehunter, who is doing okay. That isn't quite on par with the Brewmaster, but I think that's to be expected considering you're laning against a freaking Monkey King as a Tidehunter. You're pretty happy with this, Azibe.
I think so. I mean, ideally, you want to sort of go back to a couple of stacks, but that might sort of fall in priority to your Gyro or your Quap. I wouldn't mind seeing them give him some of those resources just to propel him towards an early Blink or maybe a... seems to be like he's building up perhaps some flats for his team, which would, I mean, all these auras that you can get for your Gyro, any steroid you can pump him up with is gonna be huge.
I will say I do think that you're right on the money. I would like to see some stacks for Tide specifically. I know Gyro loved stacks as well. I know Quap is great dealing with them too, but you can always make more.
Have a split available in this bot side. Liquid, they're angling for a fight here, and there you have it. Immediately, the Primal Split Brew Link's coming out. It's a 4v3 situation, but they're not too bothered TPing in on the Tide as well. And maybe Liquid, they've reached in a bit too far. They'll try and salvage with 1 kill, even using the Sonic Wave just to focus down 33. This is a full 5-man rotation just to deal with the Brewmaster. They get it done.
Well, finally, Rest Farmers are happy with, like, full-on happy. Every single one of them are fine with that. Tidehunter didn't have to use Ravage, which is best case scenario for him. Sure, you rotate, but you can Twin Gate right back up to the top lane, continue farming up your Vlads, and you have Ravage for another movement.
Oh, this is cute as well, finding a stack or maybe stacking for himself there earlier on and going to double up in terms of efficiency. Liquid though, it feels like their timing still is very much intact. They haven't lost much ground. It's gonna be an AD rune for Xantic though. That's something to be concerned about, but no Sonic Wave. They're feeling confident to fire Nisha on the front lines with the backup of Mickey, trying to pump in the damage of the Queen of Pain, and they should be able to take her down. But now TPing in is Shad with the call down, knocks down Nisha, and now okay, Mickey, he needs to back out of here. Static Storm buying them the space. They should be able to kill off the CM as well. Now, looking towards the Gyrocopter, he has 4 levels in the Rocket Barrage, trying to turn things around with the Jingle Mastery, more than enough lifesteal. Tips come through because Mickey, he's the king of this river fight, and gets away with a double.
Some would call him the Monkey King, even.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a quick look at what subspecies of animal he is, some might, you know, he's somewhere down there, but opposable thumbs or not, he still wields that stick like a god and gets Liquid a huge advantage. And I think that's what's been impressive about him so far, right? He understands that he can get in the mix very early on, and he's like, you want to fight? I can give you a fight.
Yeah, it doesn't even have points into Wukong, right? It's maxed this Primal Spring, which is incredibly interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, he understands that the Wukong's is... I mean, isn't it just because he wants to get more active? Like, just that reduce cooldown and the damage you can do. You have so many bits of control, and just that AoE damage. Speaking of AoE damage, holy... Dude, what? One thing about Rest Farmers, they don't care about throwing ultimates just to get a kill. They commit, like, what, Blast Off and Freezing Field just for, I guess, Dark Willow. It's gonna open up this tier 1 tower for them, and I guess that was the main objective, especially with this Catapult Wave.
It should be a clean tier 1 tower, but the tier 1 has already fallen bottom, so Liquid, they are kind of okay giving this up. Monkey King isn't necessarily one of those heroes that's constantly going to be farming the strip, right? He's going to be jumping in and out of waves. He's going to be roaming around the map looking for setups. This isn't necessarily a hero that's just stagnant farming.
Yeah, And not stagnant at all, running to punish Handskin for trying for some thievery here. No free money for you, dominating now on Mickey. And I really like this Primal Spring focus because I don't think he's going to get much leverage out of the Wukong's command. And in any case, it's going to limit the amount of fighting he can do. Speaking of fighting, still keeping it going here now as the Wukong's level right in tandem with the Static Storm, paging that poor Watermelon and crushes him in his own triangle. Liquid, they're getting rolling now with a 4k gold lead. And could look for more stacks to steal with 33 joining the fray as well. They've just completely pushed rest farmers off this side of the map. Look at the positioning. They just have to cower behind their tier 2 area.
Tower has fallen.
That's not a good position to be in, especially when Liquid are taking your stacks. Your Tidehunter is not up, so you have no way of fighting if you're rest farmers. Right? You are hoping and praying that Tide gets up soon enough that these stacks are still alive, but they are long gone now.
Yeah, and this is one of the tricky things about picking the Tidehunter because you can kind of understand it, right? It brings the draft together, gives them that initiation and frontliner that they need, but we already talked about it. It's very awkward into Disruptor. In fact, Disruptor long considered to be a quote-unquote counter to the Tide in the game because he can't crack and shell that shit off. And you're playing around a Ravage cooldown up against a Monkey King who's just constantly at your neck. It's just feeling a little bit suffocating right now as despite some early advantages found by rest farmers in the lanes, they are all trailing behind in terms of the net worth on 3 of their cores.
Gyro does have the capability of flash farming, but his stacks are gone. So that potential is pretty much out the window. Now, like I said earlier, you can always make more. That's the good news. But Liquid, they could always take more too, right? They have full map control right now. All these tier 1 towers but the top one are gone. So this opens up a large portion of the map for them, especially with this Monkey King Disruptor. Nowhere is safe.
Yeah, I think Shad, speaking of nowhere safe, I think Shad understands that he kind of needs to get active this game also. We already saw in his skill build, but even his itemization, just stopping by for early Falcon Blade, you know, going in for 4 levels in the Rocket Barrage, he understands that his damage is going to be integral to stopping this aggression from Liquid. But in return, it's going to hamper how fast he can farm. He's still doing a good job keeping up for the most part, but no real huge injection of gold for any of these cores, right? Rest farmers, they're going to have to try and hope that fight goes well their way or try and out-team fight them for now. 33 aggressing onto this poor Gyro. Is going to call down, but in out of nowhere, Liquid disappear with 3-4 heroes and crush your carry.
All the while, Nisha is just farming up stacks. Very nice moves from
Yummy.
Liquid, right? They understand exactly how much they need to kill off any hero on the map. There is no point in which Liquid is over-rotating. I mean, maybe someone would dare say that that was an over-rotation, but I think that's exactly what you need, just in case more heroes show up. Because you are killing the carry after all, right? You'd expect some sort of reaction.
I mean, the difference in moves is quite clear, right? Like, for example, with Rest Farmers TP responding, they get a kill on 33, who was like, what, 2-3 men diving their carry or their supports. Now, Nisha, he's ready to fight them. Blink with the beautiful balance onto 3. It's gonna get turned around with a Ravage, though. Buying Rest Farmers some much-needed time. The Scream as well, pushing Boxy back, and that's gonna get them the kill on the Dark Willow. Somehow, some way, the rest of the Rest Farmers are able to just walk their way off. Sibe, they can't continue to chase. Nisha will try, landing that huge melt strike, but it's not gonna be enough. Sibe, the superhero in that situation, spares Rest Farmers a lot of casualties with their ultimate.
Beautiful Ravage, and things from Liquid just kind of came out too late. They stacked their stuns a little bit with the Terrorize, so the Quap could have potentially died there. That would have been a better start to the fight for Liquid. And at the end of the day, if you're trading Ravage and Quap for Boxy, cool. That is A-okay with you, especially because 33 still has Split, and now with the Radiance as well, Liquid can still fight.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the whole story of the Liquid lineup, right? They can still consistently fight, and they're not going to be deterred too much by that. At the end of the day, it's just a support kill. But like we mentioned, Rest Farmers, it feels like they just need to get their way towards those BKBs. Shad, he's still desperately working on that Aghanim Scepter, and at Xantic, all he has is Mage Slayer for now, and 1.7k, 1.700 gold banked up. Not sure what he's going to go for next, but I like this itemization because I feel like it's so important. Even though it's been changed a little bit, you need all the resistances you can get this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely, especially when Monkey King's going for this, not magic damage build, but the Gleipnir, right? So all of a sudden you're doing a mix of magical and physical. Cloak is gonna go a long way, like just a simple cloak is going a long way this game.
If you're able to just get a punch out onto some of these Brewlings or even Nisha, okay, maybe not Nisha, but Boxy or even the Monkey King, suddenly, you know, Wukong's boundless is doing a little bit less. Speaking of the Monkey though, somehow, even with how active he's being, he's managed to get his way towards Gleipnir. It's an item that did get a little bit of a change, but I think overall the value is still so good, especially when you can get it this early.
This, I remember I was playing against a Monkey King recently and he picked up Gleipnir and I was like, what is he cooking? And I took a look on like Pro Tracker and the hero. Everyone's doing it, and this is a super cool build. Mickey just got Grove Bow on the Monkey King. What?
Yeah, Magic Amp. You don't get that attack range, but maybe his options are just not too good. We never know. Of course, we don't get to see exactly what's going on there. But, you know, just Magic Amp. But meanwhile, looks like Boxy goes down a bit too far forward on his own and gets collapsed upon by 4 Rest Farmer heroes. But yeah, I don't think it's too bad. It's once again another item that sort of got a little bit of a nerf. The attack range bonus decrease, but that only matters for range heroes, right? Boxy's like, I can use this, no big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, Mickey's like, I can use this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Same person, right? Yeah. Checks out.
He's beating on them. Chain Lightning, go Burr.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? That kind of sums up Monkey King right now. There was a while where it was Battle Fury. I think some people were picking a Mage Slayer sometimes too. Nowadays, it's all about that Gleipnir. Like you said, Chain Lightning, go Burr.
Dude, I'm glad that we're past the Radiance Monkey King period. Do you remember that? That was rough. Straight in onto the Queen of Pain. Beautiful silence, but the Ravage again, Sibe. He's right on the money, buying his team the space, and for that, they should be able to back off, lose Boxy at the very least, but Wukong's command, baiting in those 2 supports, and they should be taken down. All down again, but Nisha, he just wants to keep it going. 33 in the mix, ready to just split right in the face of the Sonic Wave, and just when you thought Rest Farmers might have had a chance, Sibe being pulled back into the mix, and Liquid, they're gonna collapse and kill off 4. Good patience and leapfrogging their ultimates, just baiting them in a little bit. Boxy, he looked like he was a prime target, but it was all just a dangling little fish for the monkey to strike.
I don't know where Insania came from. It looked like I had to check because I thought he had a blink dagger for a second. He just kind of popped out of the trees out of nowhere. Maybe you hold the Static Storm a little bit longer. I think like Tidehunter is probably your main focus, but we saw in that fight, as soon as Rest Farmers used their ultimates, no Freezing Field, call down, Sonic Wave was kind of whiffed. You've got no more gas left in the tank. You don't really do right-click damage right now, so as soon as your slew of spells are out, you've got to retreat.
Yeah, and I think the best part about how Liquid took that fight is it's a little bit ping-pong, right? They started out, jump in with Nisha, but it's not full committal. He's just kind of poking, prodding, baiting out a reaction, gets Sibe to take the hook. Jumps in with a Ravage. It looks pretty decent, but they aren't able to finish off on any kills because at Xantic, he's busy trying to run away from the Static Storm. 33, getting blasted off, and Pablo helps his team grab that pretty high value kill. So 33 going down there, but meanwhile, Liquid is taking down your Tormentor for free.
Yeah, that's called space, my friend. Space created 33. That was exactly what you wanted to do, right? No way.
Value.
Draw the teams to the opposite side of the map. Liquid are going to control top, push it out, force some sort of response to this tier 2 tower, if it's going to happen. And potentially just go gate and look out for a smoke play.
Yeah, Liquid, they are on one right now. 9k gold lead, feeling very comfortable in this game. And still looking at their opponents with struggling items, right? It's the tight blink that has really helped them out here and alleviate some of the potential disasters, but the rest of the course, they still aren't there yet. Shad is finally going to pick up his Aghanims. You're looking at the BKB, just one component away. Meanwhile, Pablo with the setup, Sonic Wave and the bombs will be enough to finish off Boxy. It feels like the only person on Liquid who's dying this game, right? Apart from him, maybe Insania. You haven't really killed off the monkey. Speaking of the monkey now, beats back Pablo, doesn't allow for any Wisdom Rune thievery.
Cheeky play, you try, you know, I feel like when you're behind like this, making funny little plays like that is probably one of the best things you can do. Catch Liquid off guard, catch Insania off guard. They definitely got Boxy off guard. Was not ready for techies to come from his high ground.
Look at Nisha now, Deso and Shard complete for this TA, just so scary to face up into. And Nisha, he's playing without fear as well, right? Even though he doesn't have something like the BKB, he understands that his team's right there to back him up, and you just can't muscle through him right now, especially with those refraction charges. Liquid, I fully expect them to maybe wait for 1 or 2 more items. I'm not sure what 33 is going for next, but has picked up that Boots of Travels and the Shard. Maybe just walk into the Roche pit, grab that Aegis, and really start threatening these tier 2s because they are absolutely in control right now.
I think Liquid might want to wait until that Ravage gets used, so maybe bait out a fight, get the Ravage used, then go into Roshan. Because heaven forbid you lose a Rosh fight as a TA. That does not feel good, right? That is one of your big power spikes.
It's like you waited your entire game just for this moment, just to let it slip all away. It would be very awkward. The TA traps, glimpsing Pablo back. Nice preemptive taser though. Should be able to help him get out of here, and unfortunately the Brambles off the mark. Maybe expecting him to be in a different spot, but he found a nice little area to park his pushcart into and hightail his way out of there. So Rest Farmers once again able to avoid the aggression, but aggression is the name of the game, right? Liquid, they are all over your side of the map. Take a look at the amount of litter they've just left behind across the jungle. You got sentries, you got wards, you got traps, you got monkeys jumping at you everywhere. Now Shad being set up on. They want to try and bait out a bigger reaction. For now, they're only sending Boxy into the face of the cooldowns. He's still doing a lot of magic. Dude, Shad is gonna die! Okay, I mean, yeah, they're trying to bait out reaction, but if you're not gonna give them one, they'll just kill your carry, kill your Tide. And Rest Farmers, I don't know what the hell that was. Then look at 33. He's just jumping up to the high ground because he's expecting to find some support. Sonic Wave hits nobody. And now at Xantic, he might be in trouble as well. Oh my goodness, not the Astro pull to the high ground just to beat him down. Able to blink out of trouble for now. And dude, Liquid, they are diving your tier 3s. They haven't even taken the tier 2s. Mag from Pablo will keep him alive, and the glimpse away from Hanskin. So the aggressors on Liquid are able to get out of dodge. I mean, these guys play with absolutely no fear, and why should they? No Ravage.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably time to go Roshan. Ravage hasn't been used, so maybe Rest Farmers feel confident taking some sort of fight. But like we kind of talked about, without Sonic Wave, call down your ultimates, you do nothing. No damage coming out right now. Gyro has Ags Crystallis, but no BKB. There's no way he can stand his ground right now.
Yeah. It's just tough, right? We've seen some gyrocopters forgo some of these early items, but it goes back to what we were saying. Shad probably feeling very pressured to join these early engagements. Gets that Falcon Bait, gets the Crystallis as well. But it hasn't really panned out, right? It didn't really translate to any fight wins. Maybe one or two pick-offs on Boxy, and that was the main sort of thing they got done in this early game. Rest Farmers still trying to hang on until that crucial BKB timing, but they only have it on the Queen of Pain. Even then, they're trying to beat Liquid with the punch here, already in the pit. This could be a good move if Liquid weren't wise to it. Scan out, starting to head forward. Roche, it's not dropping fast enough. They're going to commit the freezing field as well. Liquid, this is an impending disaster. 33, he's going to come in and split right in their face, but not if the Ravage can put a stop to it. Liquid, they're just streaming in, and the Roche is not low enough. He turned around and killed off 33 though. That's a huge one. And he wasn't able to use his ult. I mean, it seems like he didn't even have it. Now, Wukong's command on the high ground. They're still desperately trying to kill off the Roche, but it's not low enough. They don't have the heroes. They just get wiped apart. And gotta admit, Rest Farmers, that was ambitious to say the least. Even with the Ravage, even with killing 33, the rest of Liquid just stream in and crush you.
Yeah, Liquid did this cool, like, walk in one by one, where 33 is the only hero to present himself for the Ravage. And Liquid just, like you said, kind of stream in slowly. And with that nice gate from Mickey, it just absolutely destroys them with the Wukongs. Look at that damage from the Monkey King. Insane.
Yeah, and I think Liquid, it's funny because most of the times when you're playing your own games or you watch teams play, you want to go together, you want to go as a unit, but that's exactly what Liquid have been capitalizing on this whole game, right? They're streaming in one by one from many different angles, and they understand that the only tool you have is a big team fight Ravage. If you only land it onto one, even if you killed that individual, the fight's over. Everyone else can just use their spells with complete impunity, and there's nothing for anyone on Liquid to be worried about. Or even toss a Shad up to the sky now as they start beating into this tower. Aegis onto Nisha, nothing to be scared about.
Look at Mickey, he's just
down for another
jumping in
60,
between
man.
these trees. So cool.
Yeah.
Right, poke the
Who
high
knows that
ground,
there's
jump
nothing
in the
for him
trees.
to be worried about.
Yeah. Nice little pike on the missile there. I forgot you could do that. Remember support Gyro playing with Force Staff? This was before like Veil got changed and support Gyro became super meta.
I do.
People were
It's
like
fun,
just buying
though.
Force
It's
Staff
lit.
on the support Gyro. It's very funny.
Oh, the silence on the 2. You always gotta be so careful. You don't know when Liquid are gonna decide to make that commitment in. They found out Shad. You'll set up as well with the Bounders starting to lay into him. Where is the backup? Where's the save? It's just not there, and your gyro's gonna fall. Res Farmers, they all just have to try and stream back to base, but running away? That's a Disruptor's field day. Zibe, he's gonna get caught in the kinetic. Has to just waddle his way out of here. They're still throwing disables. Nisha still on his heels. Now it's Xantic trying to turn things around, but just has to blink out. A bit too scary to stay in the midst of all these Liquid heroes. Still coming for more. Glimpsing onto Pablo now and killing off that techies. You're just losing one by one on Res Farmers, and you have no way of committing into the fight. Even with that Ravage back up now, Res Farmers, it feels like they need like 1 or 2 more items to even stand a chance.
They desperately need that BKB on Gyrocopter. It is not even funny. Now with the Ags on Nikkei as well. This is a monkey to be reckoned with. Gyro's back up. Ravage available. This might just be the go time for Res Farmers. Do what they can.
If they have a chance, but he just jumped into a boundless silent stop. I don't know whether Mickey intended that, but that was perfect. Sonic Wave onto fall though, but you just immediately have to blink away. What's the follow-up? Again, Res Farmers, they could try and look for an opportunity now. Blast off with the setup. Pablo managing to get Nisha low, but still haven't finished off the first life. To commit the split now, pull you back onto Pablo, and this Techies is just dead. 35 seconds, 4v5 situation. No more Sonic Wave on a Ravage, and there it is, Sibe, right onto all 5 members of Liquid, but it doesn't seem to be enough damage. Terrorize, run for the hills, Red Farmers. This close qualifiers is not yours to get. Liquid beat down the entire side of the Radiant. I don't think there's much else to give. They'll just finish off these. Yeah, GG's call.
GG.
Red Farmers,
Yeah.
they tap out of game number 1, and this is the Liquid that we've come to love.
This is the kind of game that I feel like we expected from Liquid. Maybe not so much from Res Farmers, but definitely Liquid, right? This is the Liquid that we've been seeing for the past few years.
Yeah, especially with how up-tempo they play. I mean, classic, right? Their TA, they love that. They bring their chants out. They like to sort of close the game bright and early if they can, just kind of outskill you and out-team fight you before you can put up a response. Later down the line, when things get hectic, that's kind of sometimes where they, fall apart. They need to rely on some of these clutch factors that the individual players have. But Liquid, bread and butter all the way through. And you gotta wonder, as soon as you first pick that TA, you gotta have an inkling that Brewmaster is coming. But the Disruptor strat, I think they just moved a bit too fast. Res Farmers, that last pick Tidehunter for me, it really wasn't it.
Yeah, I think what ended up happening for Res Farmers is what we saw throughout the entire game. No matter how cool and big these Zive Ravages were, no follow-up, no damage. Not yet, not 28 minutes in. Gyro, he needed a little bit more and just never came around.
It's so awkward as well because, like, when you're looking at the lineup of Res Farmers and you say no damage from a gyro co-op, what else are they doing? And I think that's the big problem, right? You didn't even get gapped in the lanes. You didn't even get gapped in the skirmishes. Things were pretty even, but it felt like Liquid, they were pulling you to everywhere they wanted on the map. You had to respond to them. You weren't making any moves of your own throughout their early to mid game. At Xantic, we barely saw rotations. It was just TPs in to stop you from being dived. And, when you're playing as a response more than having your own game plan or something you're working towards, it's natural that you're just going to keel over. And that's exactly what happens to, Res Farmers in this game number 1.
Yeah, it just was not close. Liquid, they kind of steamrolled them. I mean, lanes were fine. Like 15 minutes in, it was even, but it didn't feel that way net worth-wise. Or net worth-wise, it was even. It just didn't feel that way like game state.
Yeah, I think overall, you could kind of see it almost happening in slow motion there, Liquid. All the components, all the pieces of the puzzle coming together as it always has. We'll see whether they're able to just quickly defeat the side of Res Farmers, or whether, like we're expecting, maybe Res Farmers can put up a bit of a fight. We'll be back for Game 2 after a short break. A very warm welcome back, everybody, to the DreamLeague Season 23 Western European Qualifiers. My name is Purposely, and I'm joined by Crash. And we were really excited, you know, most stacked region. You look at the teams, you got OG, Secret, all these big guys. And of course, Liquid and Rest Farmers in that game number 1. I think we were hyping up Rest Farmers, right? We were saying, like, look, these guys, they've been on a tear, you know, they've been qualifying to all these major events in Western Europe, but Liquid kind of danced on him a little bit there, Crash.
Yeah, this was the showing from Liquid that I think the average viewer would have expected, right? Team Liquid, such a big name. But like we were kind of hyping and talking about, Rest Farmers, they're no pushover. Now, that game number 1 definitely seemed like they were. But it might just be one of those things where you're kind of getting outclassed, right? Where it seemed like every single rotation from Liquid, every single movement had a meaning to it, right? The beautiful Roche fight they took, every single engagement with Mickey getting glimpse vision, the TA traps. It was a beautiful draft. It was beautifully concocted. The gameplay was fantastic. And there just seemed to be some sort of disconnect between Rest Farmers, right? They weren't using their ultimates together. They weren't going in together. Or when they did, they were stacking abilities. They were too clumped. They're getting static stormed. It was a little bit too late. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
There was just a lot of different things that weren't connecting for Rest Farmers.
Yeah, and I think the big story for me is that we saw in the early game when they were starting to trail behind, they weren't very scared about using ultimates. And I think that's a trap that some teams can fall into. But that continued later and later into the game. And when you're throwing your ultimates out to respond for a dive and you're getting a support kill and you've rotated 4 people to the opposing end, you know, it just starts to not add up. And that's kind of what it felt like for Rest Farmers there. They had a few key ideas. They were trying to counter out the 33 Brew with a good gyro CM lane. Didn't work. They got crushed instead. They were trying to sort of get a Trump gotcha pick at the end with, oh, you know, Tide Hunter, it's going to give us a team fight. Never found a team fight. And even in the team fights that they found, Liquid were too far ahead that they just didn't do enough damage. So, I mean, Rest Farmers, they're going to have to sort of cook something else up here, and they're going to start off by banning out that Disruptor.
10 seconds.
I can't believe in 2024 Disruptor's getting banned. Respect banned, mind you. Right, that is we kind of got dogged on by the Disruptor. Ban the Disruptor. Respect to Insania.
Of course. And they're going to snatch up the Brewmaster for themselves as well. So even though this is 33's most played hero, it's something that Sibe is very comfortable on bringing out as well. And denying that from 33, trying to force him onto something a little bit different here now. In the previous game, Rest Farmers did ban out some of the others he's been really rocking with. Spiritbreaker, Beastmaster, Doom especially. All 3 of them are available, so definitely might be a priority pick for Team Liquid before it gets banned out later on.
Probably would be. I wouldn't be too surprised. I think that, like, pick-wise, Liquid could also just snatch up some of these high-priority heroes for them. They could go for this TA first pick again and flex it either mid or safe lane. I know that's something they've been doing a lot. And off the back of the TA, they had a really good game.
Yeah, I am a bit worried, though, because TA up against Brewmaster, that just feels
a little
like
awkward.
a tough matchup.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's
Go
just
for Lifestealer
awkward,
instead.
It's real rough. Lifestealer, another one of the targets of the nerfs. Of course, Rage no longer, not a lot of move speed. And I think a recent development has been the Lifestealer Aghanim's, right? When it first came out, it's like, what is this dumb ultimate sort of adjustment? But it's really worked out, especially Lifestealer is a hero largely characterized by his ability to man-fight. And now, when you can't man-fight, it always feels like Lifestealer didn't have options. With that Axe, you can just tuck into your opponents and be like, you know, you thought you were going to get a fair fight? Absolutely not. And someone that can basically bully the Brewmaster in the lane as well.
Yeah. It's not even one of those like, oh, I'm hiding inside of you like a Pudge ultimate, right? You are inside, taking the enemy is taking damage, and you've disarmed them, and you're safe and sound for like 5 seconds. It is such a good ability, and I still think it's very good.
And you're healing. Right? Like
Yes,
every
of
single
course,
auto attack
that's
that you're right, like you're literally life stealing from them.
Yeah.
So it's just all in one. It's been a great tool for this hero and really brought him to the forefront. I think the changes to SNY and the small buffs that item got also helped him out a lot.
For
It
sure,
feels like a lot of these
absolutely.
heroes that built SNY just back in the forefront, like the trolls, the life stealers, and yeah, starting to draft out here with the Lifestealer is pretty bold though, because I feel like it's something that can be abused. You know, not really a hero with a lot of armor, so high physical damage from rest farmers might be something that they're looking at. They also need to make sure that it's paired with a support that can help it tide through the early game. They just go straight for the Lash. This is a classic combo.
And this is a hero that is a beautiful flex pick right now. Right, you can run it in literally any position, and it's a great pick. Right, there are even cases where I could say you could run this 3. I highly doubt it that we're ever gonna see it, but there's definitely cases for it. Right, you just need raw damage from your off lane. You've got a melee for it. Just pick Lash, sure, why not? Anyways, Insane has been playing a lot of Lash in his pubs.
Yeah.
And Nisha also. So even if you take a look at like the pro tracker and that's your only source of information, you're like, shit, I don't know who's playing this Lash. You shouldn't have too much of an idea. Ooh.
Go for a Bane though and a Rubik, so just really good long range control that's going to be extremely effective against both the Lifestealer and the Lash, right? Being able to steal the Lash spells on Rubik is so important, especially Split Earth, that can really catch you off guard, because the cast point for Rubik is 0 and suddenly you're just stunned in an AoE. It's kind of scary. And Bane, they need someone to basically be able to reach into the backlines and cancel that Fiend's Grip, because that can do in the Lifestealer, do in the Lash, drain a lot of his mana as well. This is a great answer to this, what Liquid are currently showing.
I feel like you can still, I don't know, like, no, DK's banned. Never mind. I was gonna say you could still DK, but that's a dirty lie. He's banned. Puck is another one of those heroes that you could pick up on Liquid, right? You can still flex the Lash, pick up the Puck. The coil will instantly break, like that mini stun will break the Fiend's Grip. It is control for the Brewmaster until he splits. The only problem is you're dealing with a Rubik, which might be a little awkward.
The one thing that I can see is, Centaur's still in the pool, even though it's not really a 33 hero. It's sort of more often than not the hero that comes along with this strategy, but they snatch up the Enigma and the Tiny. So completely unbothered by the fact that there's a Rubik on the other team. They're like, I mean, you've left this in. 33, a very good Enigma player, and probably the Tiny for Boxy, which is one of his signatures.
To be fair, I think Insania is quite a good Enigma as well. I remember going into... I think it was Dacha. I think it was Dacha. He said, like, I've played 10 Enigma games in my pubs and I've won them all. And so it was like getting first banned against Liquid pretty much every game. And so finally, like, Insania's, or even 33, they're getting these heroes that they want. This Enigma who's been kind of out of focus for a while, right? Kind of out of the spotlight, but is slowly starting to come back into, the big hero that a lot of casters love to watch.
Yeah, I think the Vlads, especially the timing for him in that lane, being able to start pushing different areas of the map is a huge one. I do think that this is actually a bit of a curveball though, because Enigma, like you mentioned, Insania can play it, so they're still leaving the option for 33 open to see what he wants the last pick. I do like this Gyrocopter as a response though, because even though it didn't look too good on Shad in the previous game, I don't think that's any fault of his own, and it does answer the Eidolons regardless of whether it's 33 or Insania or whoever's laning into it, right? So overall, not too bad. I think Tiny is exactly what they needed though, because they need someone to be able to jump this backline duo of support and stop them from just freely casting their spells. That's going to be a big problem for Team Liquid to address, and maybe something that they sort of address in the final offlane pick as well.
Do you think there's any world where Liquid grab another big AoE teamfight ultimate? Because I'm thinking, like, one of the ways you can deal with Rubik is overload him, right? Just give him so many good spells to take that Rubik has to choose between one of them. All of a sudden, you've still got the bigger team fight.
Is there... Okay, now I'm starting to think that maybe rest farmers are onto something here, because they've banned out the TA. This could just be a complete red herring, and it's actually Enigma 33 and Lash on Insania. I guess that's kind of why the draft is so confusing now, because there's so many different ways they can flex it.
Yeah.
The problem with the Lifestealer is you always need a semi-carry to help you out. Lash and Lifestealer, that's why they work so well together, because Lash kind of shores up on the AoE damage and the objective taking potential. But Team Liquid, they could still very much last pick something for Nisha here, if they'd like.
Mm-hmm. The world is their oyster with this draft on Team Liquid. They could pick another flexible hero and just wait, right? Just be willing to say, hey, you know, we're going to chill, wait for, actually they have last pick, so it doesn't matter. I was going to say wait for Rest Farmer's last pick and then finally decide on where you're running what and in which lane. I assume
Probably
they
a
have an
puck.
idea going into the draft, though.
10 seconds.
I assume it's going to be something like a puck ban coming out because that's
Yeah.
one of the clear signs of like a
5
TA
seconds
ban, right?
remaining.
And not a lot of control on
Ban
Liquid. They choose to
now.
take out the Kanka instead. So that option is still available. Now, Puck isn't one of Xantic's big heroes, right? He's a lot more of an Ember, Lash, Primal player recently at
Yeah.
least. I'm sure he can bring it out though, and it would complement them pretty well. You got the lift into breaking the coil combo.
10 seconds.
I mean, apart from that, the silence or the lifestealer will be huge as
5
well.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I very much like Puck. I think Liquid could potentially run it as well. Either
True.
way, I think Puck will be a high priority pick here. One of these two teams will probably be picking it up.
To pick.
Huskar out of the picture and Primal Beast for Xantic. So going back to something he's comfortable on. And I like this a lot, right? Because Xantic, in the previous game, he was on his Queen of Pain. Comfort pick for him, but wasn't really able to get much done. Primal Beast is a do shit hero. He's going to run all over you and set up for his 2 supports to come and join the fray. So this is already looking a lot better. Rest Farmers, it does leave something like a puck open though. I
5
mean, it
seconds
still is
remaining.
available. The spirits as well, you know. Really, Nisha, he can just grab up whatever he feels comfortable on here. I like to see something like a Puck or Ember because I feel like they need someone to set that tempo and match the Primal Beast movement.
And it's the same thing with the Rubik that I talked about. Overload the Bane. Make him be like, oh, I need to grip this Lifestealer. I need to sleep the Lash. I need to grab this Puck. Please, like, I need to figure out who to cast my ult on. And all of a sudden, you know, Lifestealer's roaming free. Lash is roaming free. Lots of damage in these fights.
Okay, so it's gonna be
33
33
DP.
Death Prophet. I mean, that's gonna dog on Shad in the lane, right? You don't care about the gyro at all. You're just gonna constantly push him back into his own tower. You have a pretty decent amount of spells to steal now on Pablo, but like you mentioned, he's gonna be pretty overloaded, and it's a perfect pairing with the Tiny, right? Where you want some sort of range off laner who can take advantage of the Tiny body and the setup, toss you into the mix, or toss someone back into your Spirit Siphon range. I really like what Liquid have on the table.
Yeah, you've got some great infest targets as well, like mid-fight. Getting an infest on DP all of a sudden increases their health tenfold. Not quite tenfold, but you get the idea. Right, and all of a sudden this hero Spirit Siphoning up has 3,000 HP, and you're like, oh my god, how do we kill this Death Prophet?
I think the tricky thing about this is that there's no good target, right? You group out around Mickey, try to stop him from raging. He's gonna have an Enigma blink in black hole you, or a stun coming out from Tiny or Lash. This Death Prophet can just easily silence you in an AoE as well. It's just such an easy setup. Rest Farmers, it feels like Xantic again has to be the one to sort of shoulder the weight of the early game. Set up and allow his supports to have someone to play through. And yeah, I mean, a lot of weight, but Primal Beast, he's lifted these kind of situations out of trouble before, so maybe at Xantic he can be the one to bring Rest Farmers to a game number 3.
I'm still confused about this Bane pick for Hanskin. I'm not a Bane believer. He didn't get touched in the patch, and there wasn't anything big though, like Aether Lens didn't get touched, like Glimmer didn't get touched, these support items that Bane likes to build.
For
I
battle.
don't know, very weird for me, but we'll see what can be done on this hero. I do believe in this Rest Farmers lineup still. Whether or not Liquid is going to outclass them, I think this will be the game to decide it. I think there's a lot of really good stuff in the draft for Rest Farmers, like we kind of talked about. The gyro isn't too bad. It's going to kind of get dogged in the lane, and that might just be something you have to deal with and put pressure on all the other lanes. Like mid will be a good focal point for Rest Farmers. Dealing with Nisha has been pretty much the go-to for a lot of teams since Liquid has been, you know, in this roster form. It's pretty much been, how can we deal with Nisha?
Yeah, absolutely. And Nisha on a hero that absolutely needs to be dealt with this game. But I love the Liquid strategy coming into this because it feels like they've just provided Rest Farmers with 3 focal points that all have to be dealt with. There isn't a single hero you can ignore in these fights at risk of them either impacting you trying to pick off another hero. Like, let's say we already sort of pinked the situation out for Rest Farmers. You go in with Xantic, you grab any one of the 3 cores. There's Infest, there's Stuns, there's DP ripping you to shreds. You try and Fiend's Grip, the silence over your head, right? It just feels like it doesn't line up nicely. Just has to come down to this early game. 5 members of Rest Farmers are grouping up around this rune, so should just be a 2 for 2 though, nothing too crazy. And I look, I've been liking this Bane, I'll be honest. I know it's a bit out of fashion, color me old school, but I think a lot of these position 5 players who need a stable, reliable hero, not only in the lane, but be able to have sort of impact in the fights. This Fiend's Grip is going to be a big problem for Liquid early on.
I might have to disagree with you on that one. They've got the Death Prophet Silence, they've got the stun from Enigma, Tiny, the Lesh one, I'm not going to count that one because it takes a few seconds. But they do have instant ways of canceling this Fiend's Grip where it's not going to be as easy as a 1-2-3.
Yeah, but it's kind of a similar situation where the point I'm trying to make is that Res Farmers, they have quite a few things they need to cancel, right? If Pablo decides to steal something pretty significant, like either a stun or some Spirit Siphons coming out, they need to deal with him. He's suddenly trucking out a lot of damage. Hanskin, he's already ripping into 33 in the lane, and as much as we talk about this DP having a good time, she needs Spirit Siphon levels, and she's not there yet. I mean, the big story for me is that if they commit 1 or 2 stuns onto Hanskin just to stop that Fiend's Grip, suddenly that means the split's gonna come out. Suddenly, and Xantic's not too interrupted when he's pulverizing, right? So, in the same vein, it feels like Res Farmers, they have a couple of focal points that need to be dealt with, and it's all going to come down to this teamfight execution. Last game didn't really look the best for Res Farmers, felt like they were a bit disconnected from each other in terms of what they want to do. But Boxy already dragging the creeps over to 33, so he's able to farm safely.
Yeah, get that level 2 where it's super important for Death Prophet. I think the level 3, arguably more important, that second point in the Spirit Siphon, is phenomenal. But that's going to be... like, this is how you deal with Death Prophet in lane. Hanskin's doing a really good job. Focus her down on level 1, get her low, make things awkward for her, make her not happy in lane. So all of a sudden, level 3, level 4 starts rolling around when Death Prophet starts taking over.
Yeah. Boxy, unfortunately, has to sacrifice his courier just to complete that minute 2 block, but it's all worth it as long as 33 keeps on farming. Not the best in terms of the CS, but has a wave coming into her now. And should be able to pick up most of these. And it's those later levels where things will start to get a bit hairy. So Shad, he's going to try and milk this as much as possible early on. He absolutely is, right? 14-3 right now on the gyro. He is swimming.
I think he's flying, Sneeze. I wouldn't
He's
say
swimming in the air,
much of a swimmer.
if you...
Okay.
I mean, you can't
I'm
see
willing
it
to compromise
because he's very
on that.
tiny. But
Sure.
he's while he's piloting the aircraft, he's like waddling his arms in there as well. Hanskin, not a lot of mana to work with, gets tossed back onto 33, the Spirit Siphon coming out as well. Gonna try and chase down this Bane, who's pretty tanky level 1, but clearly not tanky enough. First blood again for this duo in the offlane. Liquid squaring up big time, not too scared about the bully potential from this Bane. And will punch him down.
And that's kind of the weird part about this Gyro Bane lane. I don't know how much it actually does. Harass-wise, it's cool. Sustain-wise, it's nice. I think Hanskin can make space for Shad. But the kill potential on Liquid is still incredibly high.
Yeah, I can just keep doing that over and over, right? As soon as... even if the gyro steps out of line, you get chased down. All you really have to break that up is a nightmare level that it doesn't seem like Hanskin had the mana for in that situation. So... I mean, you can't let that happen a few more times. If not, that's where 33 bosses up, hits that level 6, kills off your tower, things start going hairy. How about these other lanes? Let's have a little gander, a little look-see. Seems like Nisha doing just fine. 21-10. A whole ton of denies against Xantic. Oh, this Primal Beast. He's 10 CS.
Yikes. And weird because, like, damage-wise, Xantic has the higher right-click, as well as the Quelling Blade, so I guess it is Nisha on the Lash, right? It's very hard here to stand against. So I do understand the struggle. I understand not wanting to get up and last hitting, right? It's super annoying. The Chain Lightning is a lot of damage. But still, I didn't think Xantic would be suffering this much.
Yeah, I guess the story of Primal Beast is regardless of whether you're able to get a lot of CS in the lane, not that it's unimportant, but you get a lot of your value from these early rotations. So we'll have to keep an eye out for some level 6, TPs into lane, maybe surprise 33 or Boxy when they're caught off guard. Certainly a good duo to set that up between Shad and Hanskin. Nightmare as well as Homing Missile is going to buy them a lot of time. Bot side, looks like the Brewmasters doing just fine as well, not suffering just yet to Mickey. But I guess that's the problem with the Lifestealer, where he doesn't really present major kill threat on you. Speaking of kill threat, uh-oh, Nisha in this mid lane. Oh, narrowly able to bottle up through that last auto attack. Pablo doesn't continue the chase, and they're not going to be able to finish off that kill.
30 HP, man. Wow. By the hairs of his chinny chin chin, Nisha will have to do the walk back to base.
Yeah.
Yikes. I mean,
There's not a lot
great
of hairs
for
on his
Xanthi.
chin on Lash.
What do
If
you
you look
mean,
at the
dude?
beard, it's kind of... It's a very weak beard. You know what I'm saying? It's
Okay.
nothing like yours,
Yeah, yeah.
Crash.
Oh,
You're,
thank
you're,
you,
you're
dude. I
superior in that
appreciate it.
regard.
All right,
Yeah,
I'll
if
take
you
it.
had to
I'm
live by the
superior to
hairs on
Lash.
your chin, you would live for a very long time.
Be very old.
Yeah. Yeah, generally clean shaven in the photos that we've seen of him, and that's kind of how he survived that situation as well. Insania, unfortunately, a little bit of trouble now. He's gonna get slapped down the power of the Brewmaster, but instant trade back. The Eidolon's just absolutely taking revenge there. And it's a good kill onto Insania. Zibe getting some good EXP, but in a 1v1 situation, or 1v1 plus Eidolon army situation, Zibe doesn't win that, so he's just gonna have to resort to... Yeah, I might have. I wasn't gonna bother. We're gonna time out anyway.
Yeah, fair.
Coming in onto Atlantic now, 6-minute rune. That Malefice, it's not enough to stop him from onslaughting away, but it's enough damage. Insania. The random death into 6-minute rotation just works out perfectly. And this tower gets denied, but still, objective success for Nisha here.
With now a shield rune for Nisha, I don't think there's anything stopping this Lash from going top and taking your tower. Well, maybe with 33 and Boxy dead, you might have to wait a little bit.
Oh, Shad, again, with the emphasis on the Rocket Barrage levels, they paid off big time and nets him 2 kills. Great stuff from this Gyrocopter.
The only way you can deal with Death Prophet when she gets points into Spirit Siphon is making sure that you have more damage than her, right? More damage that you can heal up, and Rocket Barrage, well, that's a lot of damage, right? I think people have known that for quite a long time, but the priority of the Rocket Barrage would make this build really cool.
Whoa, Pablo coming in for some sneaky business. The toss away, and the Avalanche can't come through in time. But Mickey, on the flip side, able to get a little thievery done of his own. So ends up being an even trade. I mean, Boxy just spam ping like, hey, come on, let's get this Rubik, man. There's no way he gets out of this scot-free. On the flip side, Xanthic's around, runs into Insania. This is a very awkward attempted gank onto Mickey, especially with Nisha around. Not really sure what rest farmers were angling for there, especially with Zibe with like no mana. Pablo's just gonna go down after that extended chase in the top side.
Pablo was there for like 40 seconds even. That was
Yeah,
kind of crazy. I'm surprised he lived that long. 33 had no intention of coming back.
He was like, okay. Boxy's like, honey, I've set up a support kill for you. And he's like, yeah, man. Yes, dear. Okay.
Yeah,
Almost a reluctant to get that kill.
Yeah.
Feels like 4-3 on the board now. It's an 8-minute rune spawns. Unfortunately, it's going to be Nisha again who gets the lucky grab on that one. The 50-50 in his favor. That's not going to stop rest farmers from smoking on though, but I think it actually got spotted out. 33, there are TPs available and Boxy waiting in the wings. He might just refocus onto him or just continue invading this triangle instead. The scan connects perfectly, so Liquid are completely aware that this is coming and adjust the map state accordingly.
good stuff from Liquid, good read, and they were actually willing to fight that, right? Nisha was coming over, 33 and Boxy chilling in the triangle. They were ready. They were geared up for this fight.
It's an interesting ward as well placed in the river. Take a look at the one to the right of Nisha. It's not really a frequent location, but that's going to give them the advanced notice that Pablo is still hanging around. And my friend, you are not allowed to be there. Gets killed off.
Yeah, no right as a position 4 to be that deep. I mean, I guess you're making space?
Nah, he has no, to be fair, he has no clue that there's vision there, right? Because in his mind, oh, I've dewatered the cliff and we have a sentry in the mid lane. There's no way they put a random ward right next to the tree outside of the triangle. That's exactly what Liquid do though. Very interesting ward location. We might see this more and more into the sort of rest of the qualifiers.
Mike, I might steal that one in my pubs. It's a really cool ward placement.
Yeah. It's still spots out rotations, doesn't really lose much leverage on the runes, and in that particular case, helps him avoid the smoke gang. Sibe trying to get his way towards level 6 for that insurance policy, but Mickey laying into him big time. That's a big problem with the Lifestealer. The top of the net worth now is still shared. This Gyro's done a great job for himself post those double kills. Still able to continue maxing out his net worth.
I like this move from Zibe getting the Talisman of Evasion first. There's no point saving up for that Sacred Relic. It's way too much dead net worth on the hero. You're dealing with Lifestealer, right? So getting the Talisman, very valuable. Lets you stay
This
in
guy's
lane
not
against the
getting,
Lifestealer, which a lot of heroes can't claim.
Yeah. He's still sitting there. He's lost his tower, but he is still sitting there
Yeah.
and sapping as much as he can. And I mean, later down the line as well, I think this Gyro and Lifestealer matchup never really pans out too well for the Gyro. You're more or less hoping that the rest of your team can deal with the Lifestealer while you kill everyone on your opponent's side. But, you know, there is an angle if the Gyro goes for something like a Butterfly later down the line. Lifestealers really hate having to build MKB, but maybe this is the game that he's forced into it.
I think dealing with a Brewmaster and that potential Butterfly on Gyro, if any game is going to be it, it's going to be this one.
Set up onto Nisha now. Hanskin in the area as well, ready for a Fiend's Grip. Nisha trying to juke, but still gonna get pulverized. They will be able to finish him off, more than enough damage. And now with the Fiend's Grip onto the Lifestealer as well. The full side of Rest Farmers, they just converge and get 2 high value kills. Liquid let their guard down a little bit, weren't expecting that rotation. And it's Xantic, he might set up for another one. Don't you know Primal Beast loves throwing rocks? Just travels all over Boxy now. For the rest of the gang, it's only a matter of time before Boxy takes a tumble. 3 big kills. And looks like Rest Farmers, they'll be able to convert this into a tier 1 as well.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, Nisha's up in 5 seconds, Lifestealer's up in 5 seconds, so maybe there's a world where they defend this, but with the Catapult, these 3 heroes, they think there's 4. Shouldn't be too much of a defense. It should just be a fortification, chill out.
Yeah, I mean, no reason to continue running into here. It's not like the split was used, right? Sibe still has that in pocket, so very scary affair. And I think somewhere off the map, we didn't really see it on camera, but I assume that 33 just used the EXO to either try and pressure somebody or push down the tower or something like that. So that's not available, and that's kind of one of your major team fight tools that you want to chuck into the mix in this early stage. It's very much Rest Farmers who have that hand on the driving wheel right now. They can continue on the back of this Primal Beast and keep making space. He's queuing up that Blade Mail, which I think is pretty good this game, especially into all this uncontrollable damage.
Absolutely. I think the item has definitely fallen out of favor from, you know, the Blade Mill Heart era, but it's still really good this game.
Keeping it going here, a lot of magic damage. And now Boxy here to help his mid laner out. Stun. Just holding Nisha in place, so the chase can continue, and this is kind of one of the only issues that we see from the Team Liquid lineup, right? Their catch potential is very limited to Boxy and his blink, and if Insania decides it's good enough for him to jump in. Other than that, the course, they just have to rely on running at you, which means that Rest Farmers can do the thing where they walk their little legs and run away.
Ah, the old walk-away strategy. I've heard of that one, Sneeze. You know, very high level.
Right? That's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah.
You can't be a pro Dota player if you don't know the walk away from a situation strategy, which Rest Farmers employ to perfection. They're great stuff.
That's probably going to be the name of the game for this entire game, right? Is just how well and how fast Rest Farmers can kite and run away from not just this Life Stealer, but Death Prophet and Lash as well. Now, that's where the Tiny is going to come in handy, in my opinion, right? That's going to be where Boxy, once he gets that Blink Dagger, is going to be a force to be reckoned with around the map. Because all of a sudden, instead of just walking at you, you have the toss back.
Yeah. Another high-level strategy here using smoke to farm. You've never seen this before. But yeah, I mean, of course, Lash can just mop that up. He's gone for the Yules first, and we've largely seen a bit of a split up in terms of Lash itemizations, right? Either you go for a bit more greedy, focus on yourself, and you get that Bloodstone first, relying on your other allies for the catch and control. But this particular game, like we mentioned, it's just Boxy, so he tries to shore up that department by grabbing himself a Yules and perhaps being able to interrupt some of the Fiend's grips, or you know, maybe stop at Xantic in place, hold Shed up into the sky, you know, it's just handy all around.
I'm pretty sure Nisha has gotten every single action rune this game.
Yeah,
that is
Xantic hasn't gotten a single one.
Yeah, his bottle's been empty for a while now. He could really use a drink.
Yeah. Someone get him to Birmingham and set him up at the Weatherspoons. You know, he needs a little tap of beer or something like that. But for now, Rest Farmers, they've gotten quite a bit of leverage out of these early game rotations from the Primal Beast. My question is it enough, right? He just has that Blade Mail as well as the first component of his BKB. Feels like the next stage for them will be getting towards the BKBs again. The Gyrocopter a lot closer to that Aghanim Scepter than he was last game. Shed, he's done very, very well for himself.
I like this rotation from Liquid. I think they're hearing you, Sneeze. They recognize that, hey, you know, this Gyro is going to slowly start becoming a problem for us if we don't do something against him, so walk into the strip, but it does get scouted out by a ward. Hanskin's going to make his way up here now. And Liquid, they're going to maybe try to force something here, but look at Rest Farmers. They're drawing the lines, making the moves up.
Yeah, and I think the key thing for me is that Boxy, he hasn't really gotten involved in quite as much action as he would have wanted, right? 0, 2, and 3. That's not really his fault. He just doesn't really have the opportunities, but that slowed down the Blink Dagger big time. I mean, he's not even close to it. And they're not going to have that part of their parcel for what feels like another 5 to 7 minutes.
Unless things start ramping up very quickly for Liquid, it's going to be a very slow Blink Dagger. Boxy does not farm that fast. Sure, you can clear waves, but it uses like your entire mana pool. Then you got to call it a Clarity, and you're wasting Blink Dagger money. It's
yeah,
just
and also,
feels
honestly,
bad.
Which waves are you clearing when you have a Lash DP Lifestealer lineup?
Exactly.
Like these guys are mopping up everything. It's just too much gold on the map. And I mean, hell, even Insania's farming, so unfortunately Boxy has to take a bit of a back foot. I do have to wonder whether this is giving Rest Farmers too much valuable time though, right? They're able to scale up on the calls they need to. Xantic, despite not really having a farming focus early on, is now building his way towards those items after clearing creep wave after creep wave, stack after stack. And you still haven't really shaken Rest Farmers from their own game plan there. Maybe they're confident in the late game and the matchup that they have, especially with the Black Hole and the Lifestealer into Gyro Sitch, but seems like Rest Farmers are just fine too.
Yeah, both these teams are chilling. I think it does favor Liquid just a little bit. Right, I do think the Rest Farmers, they don't have a damage issue this game. They don't have a tankability issue, but just because of the way that, you know, they were fighting last game, I am still favoring the way the Liquid are playing as a team, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they are literally not sweating at all. They've just kind of turned on the back. They won one game, and they're like, okay, you know, onus is on you to push this to a 3. We're not too pressed. Hanskin, again, trying to set up some advanced vision, maybe for Xantic to work, but Misha TPing in. Nice rules to stop that onslaught from coming forward, and now 33 in the picture as well. All down. Shed wants to fight, but Xantic already no more HP to work with. My lord, he disappears. That EXO committed by 33. I don't think it's a fight that Rest Farmers can afford to take anymore, but actually got to commit split now onto Sibe, but they've already lost the Bane as well. He's not been able to use the grip, and now these Broodlings just have to turn tail and run. A bit of a strange run from Rest Farmers here, not really sure what they were trying to accomplish, and met with the full defense of Liquid, who are completely ready to fight them back.
Dyer's middle
I don't know what
tower
Rest
is
Farmers are doing there fighting under a tier 1 tower. I mean, I guess they have vision, so they think they have the advantage, but I don't know. You're running into high ground against Black Hole, Tiny, Lesh, Death Prophet. These small, isolated areas are Liquid's bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, and they're not even done yet. You already use split. Your Primal Beast is nowhere nearby. Sibe will just die. Maybe Shad's feeling comfortable with his Aghanim's, but he doesn't have anything else. You sleep up onto Nisha now to set up onto Lash, but another crazy Yules. You've managed to push on Mickey though. Hanskin able to get that kill on the Lifestealer, and now Liquids are the one who have to run.
And despite no ultimate, well, they do have a few ultimates on Rest Farmer still. Xantic will always pretty much have Pulverize up. Super low cooldown. Is going towards that BKB, which is going to be incredibly important, like we talked about. But the physical damage from Liquid are still there, right? Sure, you're not going to get kited, you're not going to get Yule stunned anymore, and that's going to be big for the Primal. But still, you have to be careful of the physical damage coming out.
Yeah. In that particular situation, Mickey getting caught out by that Fiend's grip. Hanskin, even though he saw that the Lifestealer was so low, he just decides to chuck that out to prevent him from getting away scot-free. And all these return kills are very important. It's just a less than 1k gold lead right now. The game's still very much dead even. And dude, the Gyro is just continuing to scale, right? And later down the line, Lash and Lifestealer, apart from maybe a Shiva's or Armlet, they aren't really heroes that get a lot of armor items. You're going to be relying on maybe Insania to buy some auras or greaves and stuff like that to really shore that department out. Gyro could become a really big problem, especially if he finishes that BKB Daedalus.
I think Gyro's already kind of become a problem, right? He's top of the net worth, and sure, he's not, you know, the force to be reckoned with 1v5 kind of hero right now, but he's certainly going to get there if things keep going the way of Rest Farmers like this.
Ah, Hanskin. This guy has no fear warding deep, and more often than not, he pays the price for it, but it doesn't seem to concern him in the slightest. Tries to come out here, put down a sentry, but gets spotted by a nice lane ward. Just so happened to be that Liquid were in the very same area. Unfortunately, he pays the price for it. Well, seems like it's Xantic angling for a bit of a catch, trying to contest for this room, but Nisha just being able to grab that one. Yeah, nothing to be found.
Another
So,
rune.
yeah.
As Xantic had filled up his bottle, like, I mean, he's died. So obviously the bottle has been filled, but literally every time I click on this hero, it's an empty bottle. And he's just
Bounty
staring at
runes?
Nisha's full bottle. Yeah.
Yeah. Just that, though. No action rune. None of those juicy action runes. He got on that tier 3 bounty rune shit. You know, like, he's like so sad. The water in that bottle is not even tasting quite as juicy. Just like, man,
It's like a
this sucks.
Dasani water, you know?
No flavor. Yeah, it's like soda water, but like they haven't even really carbonated it well, and you're just like, man,
Yeah.
you might as well just serve me drain water. This is awful.
I mean, nothing wrong with drain water,
They
right?
are scanning for
Right?
enemies.
Yeah.
I mean, for drinking, a lot of things wrong with drain water, but
Yes.
you know, for what it is, you know, no disrespect.
Yeah. Water is water, dude, right at the end of the
Okay.
day.
Yeah. And
Nisha, I don't...
speaking of,
Actually, no, it's
he's
fine.
fine. He has blood. Yeah, he's a
he's fine,
bloodstone. Eh?
Nice. The DD rune and the bloodstone. That was enough. Very cool. from
Yeah,
Liquid.
and also the vampire fangs. He's stealing that life, baby.
True. They're very, like, at a very good rate as well. I think the Lesh Vampire Fangs is not necessarily overlooked, but I think underutilized sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good tier 2 neutral items for them to get. Two
sure.
Philo Stones working overtime for the rest farmer support, so these guys are gonna get a crazy second item timing at the 30-minute mark. I don't know.
The Philosopher's Stone will finally pay off.
Yeah, Hens can still push it, but understandable, right? He's playing sort of
Yeah.
position 6 Bane mode.
Yeah,
I
I
do have to
mean,
wonder,
almost
I mean,
fine,
none of
right?
these teams are really that good at taking Roche, apart from Liquid, and they don't seem to be in a rush at all. I guess it really comes back down to them thinking they have the superior late game. I don't know whether I disagree, but I also feel like they're going to be met with rest farmers with a full-powered gyro a lot earlier than they expect.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Well, Sneeze, you kind of hit the nail on the head earlier. Boxy has just finished his Blink Dagger 22 minutes in. Maybe now Liquid want to go Roche. They did scan out Pablo in the area, I'm pretty sure.
Fair. Yeah, that's probably what they were waiting for. I think it's just such a natural timing that it felt like it already happened. Oh, Pablo. Dude, this Rubik, he's tucked behind the pit. I don't think they know he's there, yeah. He has a courier just flying out to him now. The Roche is already being taken out. I fear rest farmers might be a bit too late. This is taking not as much time as maybe they're expecting. Pablo's still tucked into this corner, but I think it's gonna be time for any sort of sneaky shenanigans. Yeah, Aegis already grabbed. Straight up Infest. They're ready for a fight. Xantic will reveal himself, but immediately Malefice up. They'll split up onto the high ground, but Xantic, he's already very low, has to commit the BKB, and it's chaos now. The Ghost still running from 33, not under any threat at all. They're trying to pulverize out into Insania. They should be able to finish up the Enigma, but it comes at the cost of their mid laner. All these primal split rulings are already going down, and everyone on Liquid is still looking healthy. You need to run away with the Shed, popping that BKB. Not the reveal that you want, not the problem that we thought he would be. Straight up onto the high ground, you throw him up into the sky, but that's not what you wanted. Henskin had just gripped him. Complete miscommunication. Rest farmers, they don't look like they're on the same page, and Liquid slammed the book shut on them in this Roche fight. They might have lost that first life on the Aegis, but it doesn't even matter. Full team wipe. And Liquid, they are in control now.
Man, those BKBs just didn't feel like they did anything. And those are the big timers that we were talking about. Insania has not used a single black hole. He was just fodder that fight. But the rest of Liquid, right, this is kind of what we talked about. The priorities. Enigma, big priority. Lesh, Death Prophet, Lifesaver, all of the priorities, rest farmers. They don't know who to prioritize during these fights. It was a very scattered engagement for them.
Yeah, it was so weird because we saw that split popped on the high ground. I'm like, oh, all these primal split rulers are gonna run it and cause chaos. Okay, you toss up a 33 that's already popped Exo and Spirit Siphon on like one or two of your Brewlings. Nisha's still doing massive AoE damage. Shed just can't get into the right position to do damage, and a lot of it just comes back down to Xantic coming from a different angle from the team, right? He was trying to get the jump on them, but Insania beats him to the punch, Malefices, and because of that pipe that he has, he just takes a bit too long to die. By the time he's dealt with, Xantic's gone as well, and that's so much of your teamfight pressure, like we mentioned, so much of your control. The rest of the side of Rest Farmers, they just can't find an opportunity.
Well, now all of a sudden, if you're Rest Farmers, you're like, oh man, we thought we were strong. We had these 2 BKBs, and maybe now you're kind of starting to doubt your capabilities taking fights until you get a few more items.
Yeah, we talked about the damage that Shaq could be doing, but he wasn't even in auto-attacking range, it felt like, that fight.
Dire's top tower.
Just gonna have to find a way to insert him and connect him on the targets that you need him, because we're talking about the damage. He's the only person who can supply that this game.
Dire's top tower is gone.
I mean, Primal Beast is fine as a damage dealer as well. He's going to go for this Ags as well, but it comes out a little differently when there's a pipe of insight on the enemy team. Doesn't feel as good.
Yeah. Also comes out a little differently when you're taking immense AoE damage on 3 different cores, right? You have Death Prophet, a Pulse Nova. Oh, Handskin just gets picked off for free there. How many times have we seen this happen? This Bane pick just hasn't really been working out for them. He can't get into the position to get these Fiend's Grips off. Even in that last fight, it was so weird because Sibe used the Storm Panda Cyclone to toss up the DP just as she was being Fiend's Grip. That was painful to watch, and now Liquid, no Aegis, no problem. They're still continuing to steam forward on these tier 2 towers.
You know, it could just be, you know, growing pains of a new team, like we've already kind of talked about when we started the series. Rest Farmers, they're a new-ish stack, right? These players have been around before, but they're still learning to play with each other. So miscommunications, they happen. It's part of Dota.
Oh, Black Hole on the top side. They've caught out the Primal Beast, and this is just an elimination. Rest Farmers, they need to get something done, but with all their Primal Beasts, what can they really do? They're just instant there. Liquid, they don't hesitate for a moment, and I mean, maybe you can say that his trigger finger got a little itchy. He's just like, man, I haven't used Black Hole in 20 minutes. I thought just pop it out, no problem. So pop now onto the high ground. Nice Crypt Swarm, good discipline there from 33 to prevent that from being stolen by Pablo, but still a good tool for the Rubik to use to help with the wave clear. Yeah, just one Fate Roll.
They're just gonna just clear it, yeah.
It's not gonna stop them from continuing to walk up forward, though. They know that without Primal Beast, this fight is borderline impossible. He's coming back up in 10 seconds, though, and that just basically means that he's not gonna buy back, so we're gonna try and milk the most out of the duration left as it can.
Nice discipline from Liquid, right? They understand Primal's up, they got what they came for, they got the tier 3 tower, they don't have Aegis, no reason to overextend. Play this area, wait for Rest Farmers to come back, come out, and then take another fight. Kill off Xantic again, ideally, and look to start closing out these racks in this game.
I mean, you're just waiting around because if Rest Farmers, they have any lapse of discipline at all, they show one hero, easy toss back from Boxy, no Black Hole, no problem, you go back straight to high ground, get that advantage, right? So, for now, still poking and prodding away though. SNY complete means that Mickey ain't scared of a thing. Solid pressure now on this tier 3 with full squad of Rest Farmers. What kind of fight can they surmise? Nice little 4-star bag, but it works against Pablo. The Lesh is in the middle doing so much damage, and the Gyro will try and stand his ground and turn it all around. Nisha is starting to drop a little low now, but still has the Bloodstone, keeping him pepped up. They kill off the Lifestealer. Good set of moves there. I believe that must have been Hanskin with the Fiend's Grip. Starting to be back the side of Liquid. Now might be the time to retreat. Sibe, nothing else to offer. Uh-oh. Nisha now in some trouble, but huge avalanche from Boxy just claws them all out. They lose the Lesh though, and now 33, he's all alone. He finally finishes off the support, and Shad able to escape as well. But Boxy, he's on his last legs, just has to try and run away. Insania doesn't have a Black Hole to contribute for a bit more, but all the rocks being thrown into his head. And Xantic has to try and onslaught and TP away. They have vision, but no way of stopping him. It's good defense, all things considered, from Rest Farmers. They beat back the side of Liquid and get some very valuable kills.
It still turns out, despite being 10k or 5k up now, 6k even, going high ground is very hard this patch. For quite a while, going high ground has been difficult. Still, Liquid are in the driver's seat, but a good bounce back from Rest Farmers, right? Yeah, the win probability, it's not looking good. But that's 6%, Rest Farmers, they're holding on to it.
Yeah, and I mean, they're gonna have to rely on more opportunities like that, right? Liquid, they were very well aware that, number one, they didn't have Aegis, they didn't have EXO in that situation, at least the early parts of that fight, and they didn't have Black Hole. They still decided to make that commitment. Even though we were praising them for the good discipline there, it felt like they imagined they were a lot stronger than they actually were, not really respecting the Bane Fiend's grip from the high ground, and that ends up clocking out Mickey for a second time. He's gonna be a lot more aware of that, that's for sure. Maybe calling for a Lotus Orb, or at least maybe Bossy to come play interference on that. All this while, Shad still ramping up. Enchanted Quiver, Daedalus, looking at the Satanic now. He felt very low that fight, was still able to survive. So a lot of good EXP going his way.
And Xantic just got an action rune. Let's go.
Let's go! He's done it. This is the tide of the game has turned, ladies and gents.
Yeah,
Everybody,
yeah.
this is
It starts
Res Farmers
here.
coming back. It's crazy. Shield rune is gonna make him so tanky that they will still be able to kill him. It's just gonna take a little while longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they can still kill off this Primal Beast for sure, especially with Black Hole up. So, you know, you're not as safe as you'd like to think with that shield rune at Xantic. I think he recognizes that, right? No more pushing that mid lane. Back to the triangle you go.
Daniel's actually gone for Aether Lens, so trying to increase his own sort of catch range with that Black Hole. Uh-oh, Sibe set up on here in this top side. We'll just have to try and Primal Split. But the stun, it's perfect. The connection. And no three of you, just one of you falling to the ground, I think. 60 seconds without your Brewmaster. And now, right back to it. Liquid, they didn't have to commit a single thing other than invest for it. And yeah, things are troublesome now. Res Farmers, I don't think you can defend without your Primal Split. But that means like minimum what? One more lane, two more lanes of Rax?
Yeah, it's definitely 2 lanes of Rax. They could try on Rest Farmers, and it looks like they might try to mount some sort of defense here, but I don't think they can do anything.
They already have a Lotus. They want to go on to Handskin, focus down this Bane, but the charge through connects on the 4. That's pretty huge from Atlantic. Pops the BKB and starting to become a problem. Shad, he's laying in with the damage, and Liquid, they have to retreat. Nobody's really dying though on the side of Liquid, as they're able to just fully extract, take down the Rax. No reason to keep it going, just back up now. And despite what seemed like a pretty decent initiation, Res Farmers hold, I guess, but they still lose the objective and they don't get any kills.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't call that a hold. You don't lose the game right then and there, but it is slowly being siphoned away from you.
Yeah. Any win probability checkers didn't go any further down. 2% now.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus.
Nah, it's rough. It
Yeah.
seems like Mr. Gaben also believes that later and later we go, this Black Hole is going to be a problem. And realistically, we've only seen it used on the Primal Beast, and it's still good enough for them at this point. So, can imagine if
Yeah.
Insania lands it on 1 or 2 more heroes, it's going to be curtains.
You know, it's funny, we said, you know, the Bane hasn't really been hitting for us, despite him getting 2 kills on the Lifestealer. Pretty much single-handedly with that Fiend's Grip. And then Enigma, he's only gotten 1 Black Hole, so a little funny.
Yeah. I mean, that's
think
exactly
it's
what they
just
picked the
state of
Bane
game.
for, right? With Handskin.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally, they saw the Lifestealer first pick, they're like, neat, we're gonna get Fiend's Grip, we can't deal with it, but it's clearly not enough. Fell apart in the lane, and once again, gonna try and get that blast on the Roche. This has happened before, we saw what happened, they tried to
getting
full
deja
commit, but
vu.
they just didn't have the damage, yeah. Starting to smell a little bit similar. The wave will crash in and they don't see any defending member of Res Farmers. They know this Roche is happening. The question is, do Liquid come in and contest? This could be the trap that Res Farmers are trying to set them up for. Already preemptively splitting. Trying to find the target, and they are actually able to get the Aegis, but they're starting to lose members. Handskin just easily goes down, can buy back into the fight if he chooses to, but Shad has to stand his ground and try and fight. Starting to lane with the damage. Insania still has that Black Hole waiting on the sidelines, and Xantic trying his best to break up the situation, but he's gonna get broken apart instead. And still, they find Shad. You might have 2 lives, but no more allies standing around you, Sibe. These little Brewlings are doing nothing for you, just kited around. And Shad, he's just gonna go down. Sibe, he can't contribute anything, and don't even Black Hole right on his head. Sure, you want me to use it that bad? I got you. Another 5-man team wipe at the Roche Pit. This time, Res Farmers are able to get the Aegis, but it doesn't even matter.
You know, that might be enough for them to get 1 more fight in, but
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I don't know if Rest Farmers have it in them. I'm assuming that win probability is back down to 1% now, because I really don't see a way back in for Rest Farmers unless they get some crazy Fiend Script. Mickey is going to end the game all by his lonesome. There it goes.
Yeah, I mean, he knows they're in a really, really bad spot, and even if you buy back on everybody, you don't have split. What you gotta do? Liquid look to be clocking Res Farmers down to the lower bracket very early on, and Res Farmers, they might not have called it just yet. Maybe one final fight is what they'll try and go for. They don't have a glyph though, and their Ancient is just dying. I mean, you have buyback on the Brew, but again, I mean, Rest Farmers, not sure what that was about, but I think that sums out the series very well, right? It feels like even though they have pretty okay drafts that could work, some decent ideas, they weren't really on the same page when it comes to some of these initiations, some of these team fights. They're trying to approach from different angles, but the plan, the image of how they were going to win the game, it feels like it wasn't really in their minds. And to be honest, looking at it, it's kind of hard to build up in my mind as well. I'm looking at it, I can't really put the pieces together.
Yeah, it was just a weird, like the draft, I get it. Like there was a little bit of lacking on the Bane. I liked the Rubik, but I understood it fundamentally. Like it made sense in my head, and I don't even want to say necessarily the execution was off. Shad farmed, they got the Fiend's Grip on the Lifestealer. It just seems like there's a little bit of growing pains for Rest Farmers right now.
Yeah, and it's so weird to say that because in the recent qualifiers, they've looked great. But I think Team Liquid, again, cementing that they are absolutely another beast. It doesn't matter that more recently, they've sort of looked a bit more shaky than we're used to. These guys are 100% the real deal. I don't think anyone ever doubted that. I think it's easy to sort of see a team be very successful for a good period of time. And as soon as they're not looking as hot, turn and point fingers and say, oh, you know, they've washed, haha, you know, it's gone, Liquid, they're not... Absolutely not. These guys are international level contenders, and they absolutely show the class difference between them and Rest Farmers here today. But it's not over for Rest Farmers just yet, right? They still have many other opponents they need to deal with if they want to stand a chance. But Liquid, they're going to maintain their upper bracket spot for now.
Yeah, and you know, that's not it. There is so much more Dota, not just here in Western Europe, but happening everywhere else in the world now too. Just a little bit of update from the other series in case you're not watching. The Tundra Entity game. First game went 72 minutes, and we've still got that second game running. So, you know, it's going to be a good one. We're going to go for like an extended-ish break. That's not going to be for a while, though. So you know, Tundra Entity, it's going to be a good series. There's so much more Dota worldwide. Just, you know, type in ESL. Very easy. Anyone can do it, even my grandma.
Yeah, and I'm sure your grandma is watching because Western Europe were not done by any stretch of the imagination. Just within today alone, we'll figure out which are the first two teams to be out of this close qualifiers. But for this particular stream, we're going to go on a bit more of an extended break, and we'll be back for Secret Mouse, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be the next stream up, and you want to watch that one because Heen is back, baby. I mean, that guy, legendary coach, brought them through so many tough times and major wins. And of course, they recently made that change. Eki, swapped out for Afu, so interested to see how that's going to pan out against a Mouse who's been dominating the tier 2, tier 3 side for Western Europe. But that's going to be for this stream. Of course, afterwards on the other stream, there's going to be OG Navi Jr. So like Crash mentioned, a whole ton of other streams. But for us and for this stream for now, we'll be saying goodbye. It'll be some other casters bringing you through the action. But for Crash and Sneeze, it's been a pleasure. So thank you everybody for watching. And yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. future with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not What's with this? A person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning, but my I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. future with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
Hello and welcome to the Dream League Season 23 Western EU Qualifiers, where we are around to our second round of opening matches, and this one is a very interesting one indeed. We've got Team Secret versus Mouse. I'm No Man. I'm joined by T Governor. We're going to be taking you through some of these Western EU games. Robson, how are you doing?
I'm doing pleasant. It's good to be back in Western Europe. There we go. And yeah, we're going to start with quite an interesting series. Of course, Secret playing in the shadows of other European teams for so long now, and then Mouse, re-entering the Dota scene, not had the best of starts. They've played some qualifiers. That's about it. They didn't really win some other online tournaments, but they're chugging along. They're doing their bit. So yeah, I'm excited to see the two rosters go head to head.
Yep, I believe this was the old Team Tickles roster, which was picked up
Which
by
one? So
Mouse.
many.
Yeah, I know, right? Obviously, minus Lorinov, because we just saw him go through the qualifiers for the SCA region. So obviously, he's not playing in both regions. That would be silly. Instead, they've got Supreme playing for them, or at least that's who's listed for the team sheet. So yeah, we'll see what they look like when they come up against Secret. And Secret, of course, making some changes recently as well to get rid of Eki and bringing in Arfu, I believe.
Yeah. So again, another change in which Secret is trying to find their rhythm in the scene. I'm still of the belief and hold this opinion that Secret will always be victim to how strong their offlane duo is. Because of their Chrysalis and Puppy pairing in the safe lane, they are always going to be a slightly more active team in nature. Their carry player doesn't always play these perfectly scaling heroes that can win you these ultra clutch late game scenarios. He likes to be a little bit more aggressive. He likes to play with that, creep wave mentality of the ATF, the Maurines, that kind of logic. They're all in the same group and they all have the same kind of ideology of the game. And I think at least for Crystalis, yeah, that's going to be the thing that Secret need to enable. And offlane duos is what makes or breaks it. They looked really good when they had Resolution and Zayats because those two players would dumpster off lanes and scale perfectly on both players. Ever since then, they've been trying to find the two players that can replicate that, and each roster swap, they just aren't as good as the previous. So maybe this time around, the Arfu Boom combo is better than the Boom Icky combo. We'll wait and see. But yeah, it's another change, and Secret will someday kind of refine their footing as they once had, I'm sure.
And as we've got a bit of time left before the draft actually starts in earnest, I kind of want to take a step back and get your opinion on these qualifiers overall. Who do you think we're going to see in those grand finals? Give me two teams you think are going to make it all the way.
I think I would have never said Entity, but they've recently just won a tournament and also are riding a wave of a bit of momentum. So potentially, if they are to beat Tundra in their upper bracket series right now, they could become a favorite. Crit on Twitter was a big fan of Na'Vi Jr., so maybe they've been scrimming each other and they're vibing that one. But I would always love to see it because also I feel like Na'Vi Jr., I'm not saying they're going to be top 2, by the way, but I would love to see it in a world because they've already got Na'Vi's doing in the grand finals right now of Eastern Europe. The Ukrainian team, they could qualify, exciting stuff. And then they have their junior team who for some reason, well, not for some reason, it's choice, right? They can choose between either one. They've come to play in Western Europe. So now, you don't have that awkward moment where it's like Na'Vi versus Na'Vi Junior. Imagine if a world where Na'Vi and Na'Vi Junior qualified from Eastern Europe and Western Europe. That'd be kind of cool. So very, very different timeline. We've not really spoke about Na'Vi at all for however many years, right? They have kind of fallen off quite heavily. But it would be cool for nostalgia, at least, just seeing that brand, that organization just return. But I apologize. I got all excited and I forgot to segue us to the draft. But yes, we do have a draft here for game 1. Secret versus Mouse.
You also, Entity, you only got one team
giddy.
in. You only managed to get Entity out. Who else is going to be in the grand finals?
OG. There we go.
OG. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see a universe where that happens. So yeah,
but it's Western Europe, and they're also the quality's so high where it's Liquid is expected, of course. Even though they underperformed, it's Liquid, so that's an easy answer. Tundra is currently doing pretty well. OG did relatively well in the previous tournament, so it's Liquid OG is the easy answer. But if you want the spice answer, it's then you start throwing in Entity to the mix and stuff like that. Or we could live in the time Na'Vi Junior's gonna do it, baby. Crit was right all along. There we go.
Yeah, the Crit scenario. Got to give respect to the man. Yeah, I don't know. I look at this Navi Junior roster and like, yeah, they've
Ooh,
got
it's not
potential.
available
Like, I've
any longer.
definitely found myself saying like, Days, PMA, got the juice. Like, these guys are great players.
Get a
But
ban.
winning these qualifiers, no, I don't
Just
think
have
so.
belief, man.
But
no, I won't do that. I won't do
I'm
that.
all
Like being
for an
realistic.
upset. Yeah. And rest farmers, you know, if we
5
hadn't seen their opening
seconds
game, I
remaining.
might have been like, oh, those guys have potential, of course. But unfortunately, they did kind of get smashed by Liquid in their opening game. So let's tune into the draft for this one. Let's get into it.
Sure.
We of course have Team Secret versus Mouse here.
Dyer's
Mouse
turn
versus Team
to
Tickles
pick.
minus
Radiant's
Lorinov,
turn to pick.
and we're gonna start things off with a Primal Beast pick.
Okay.
All right.
Solid foundation to draft upon. Again, I need to try and get my mindset out of SEA because we've been doing that for the last couple of days. So I'm kind of a little bit absorbed in the idea of what they go for. So I'm having to try to kind of backtrack a little bit. But in regards to Primal Beast, no real issues with it being a first picked hero. Like
5
it's
seconds remaining.
obviously you can play multiple roles if needed, but the same concept is there. It just jumps into the back line. It's incredibly tanky. And if you're with the correct hero, then you can just bully a lot of lanes. And Secret at least responding to it with a Kunkka. The Primal can never escape. So if he goes in, he's now stuck there because he's going to get X back, contained, torrented. Torrent Storm as well is quite a big nuisance to Primal. He doesn't want to pop BKB too early. He wants to decide when to use it, and a Kunkka will now force that every single time. So yeah, quite a nice response from Secret.
Remaining.
Yeah, Primal really is a hero where once you're in, you're in. You don't really have any reset potential, you know? Like, you onslaught into a fight and there's nothing more you can do. Obviously, if you do go Blink Dagger, then maybe you could look at it, but Kunkka's just going to force him to be really hard committed to any single fight he takes, and that is where punishment can happen. So, you know, if you take any of these bad fights, then you might just see the Primal Beast just getting absolutely destroyed. And no one's going to come to the rescue, or like BKB gets wasted or something like that, and all of a sudden you're very sad. So yeah, I do like this pick quite a lot. And of course, the pulverized counter as well. You know, if you are getting pulverized, then there's going to be a boat on top of your head as well. Even if the Primal Beast is BKB, then the hero you're pulverizing is going to have a little bit of extra health to work with. So yeah, I do like this a lot.
We'll see what they pair it with, because before they've played it 6 times so far as a team. They've played it in both offlane and mid. Sometimes they paired it with like a Shadow Demon. Sometimes they paired it with like a Support Prophet. So they're not going for the most heavy kill pairing where it's like, oh, we picked Primal, now we're going to pick a Dark Willow or Mirana or something to really just make sure the lane is won. They aren't just overreacting to going for the Primal Beast themselves. And that kind of openness to pairings does keep it quite good for them, where Secret aren't going to go down the line of, oh, okay, they will just go for this hero, right? It's just anything's available now for Mouse. Secret, at least.
Yeah.
What will be the puppy hero? Will he pick his hero now, or will he force, Afu, the new member on the team? I'll pick your hero now, bud. Sorry, you're brand new.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you draw a short straw. Surprised an opening pick his hero.
It's a pretty difficult pick, though, right? You only see a Primal Beast. They can go into 2 lanes, 2 core roles. You do need to pick a support that isn't too
Disruptor.
okay. As I say, like you don't pick a hero that's too weak in regards to what it does for the draft. And Disruptor, at least another primal counter, that kinetic field, and Mouse just don't really care, right? They go for Gyrocopter CM. It's going to be very aggressive. These heroes don't really care about Disruptor too much. I think for Mouse, at least, it's as long as they take fights based on their own belief they're strong, they don't care about having to retreat after, right? Like a primal Gyro CM, they do so much damage that if they're doing a clean engagement, they're going to get kills. It's only when they mess up and run away, then Kunkka and Disruptor are going to be insanely strong.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of like kind of mobility, but yeah, I feel like Secret Draft is made to be on the front lines. Like it's very aggressive, and if it gets ahead, it's going to feel awful to play into. Like, you can't run away from this team. You can't run away from any of these heroes, and together they just make a chasing kind of brutal lineup. So yeah, Mao's got to make sure they kind of hold a line and can go toe to toe with Secret, because once you start the fight, you are not getting out. So as you say, could be kind of overcommittal to this one idea, this one principle, but then the heroes do other things very well as well. It's not just Glimpse and X.
I would say the Secret's relatively squishy early on. Like, until Kunkka does get like the Aghanims BKB, Of course, both the entire game will be very important, but you know, some CM hits a frostbite onto a monkey with some gyrocopter rocket on top of him, or primal, like they're gonna die. Like there's a lot of containment for Secret where you can kinetic or cogs, or you have hookshot. Like there's plenty of stuns and ways to disengage. But when you look at like
really
early
want
game
Centaur here,
damage
actually.
and for Mouse,
Yeah, I know it sounds weird because obviously we're talking about
X
X, we're
and
talking about
kinetic.
Glimpse, we're talking about
Yeah.
Kinetic, right? But I feel like you're at the point now where if you get this, like, it just gives you that either go in or potentially, you know, you get X marks, you have like another option to get out of the fight. It just gives everybody like kind of like a second life in a way. I might be wrong in my thinking, but I kind of feel like that's what they might be considering at this point. And it does give you like good commitment to the fight, but maybe it's over the top. TP.
Oh, I don't mind this at all. Like what I was saying about Secret not having the strongest front line and like even the damage to some degree is very absent until their heroes have a lot of items. Mouse on the other side, it's just XP. Like each one of these heroes, they can play out a game all just by having levels. You know, some passive golden items and you're good to go. Like Mouse hits 6 on DP, off you go fight. CM just goes behind. Primal Beast will connect, and for Secret, they can defend themselves from one engagement. But if there's a second engagement minutes after and another one, then
5 seconds
that will hurt
remaining.
Secret just a little bit. So I think for Mouse at least, DP mid into the mid Kunker
Radiant's turn to ban.
feels pretty good. Of course, Boom can still take the Kunker off lane if there's some like drafting shenanigans, but I think some DP mid, some Primal off lane, leaving yourself the position 4 for last pick. Gyrocopter still, in theory, could be a support here, where it's like a Gyrocopter Primal off lane, a Death Prophet mid, and then Crystal Maiden plus
10 seconds.
future carry down the line. Secret is thinking more down the support route for the last
5
pick.
seconds
Some
remaining.
Tusk. Tusk would actually be a cool pick, like Tusk and Tiny. Of course, Tiny's banned first phase, but some strong melee fighting hero would be good because Primal in the offlane doesn't always need the most help. And a Death Prophet, if she gets forced into offlane because they have different drafting stuff, having a melee strong 4 enables it. So like this pick would enable the flex of DP and Primal. So I like the ban from Secret there for the Tusk.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I do love Mouse's drafting mentality though, like especially with the TP pick, right? Like Team Secret have this whole, if you're coming to a fight, then you're not escaping. So you know that you have to commit, and then Mouse kind of just go, yeah, okay, we'll commit. Like, sure, we'll pick Death Prophet. And now it's like, oh yeah, and then you look at Team Secret's draft and you go, oh yeah, how did they run away from a fight? Like they really don't. So it is hard engage on both teams. So whoever has the biggest spells may just end up winning these fights. And we're going to finish things up with the techies for Mouse. So it is that sort of go-in hero, but not in the same way as like a Tusk or a Tiny.
And Secret, without even thinking, just boom, dazzle.
Choose your hero.
So sustained as Secret's friend. They do go for the off-lane Kunker. They do make the pivot and go for the mid-lane Dazzle. So mid-Dazzle into mid-Death Prophet. Ranged hero from the Dazzle that can poke through the Death Prophet. I think that's... Secret's draft is one where if you're a Secret fan, you're like, maybe it can work. Yeah, I like it. But I think Mouse on paper, it just looks very clean, right? You've got the Primal to front line, the DP to front line, you've got the damage of the techies and CM, Gyrocopter flacking, and Secret, they just have immense amount of like control and pacing. Like Dazzle wants to try and win mid, Kunker can brew the tankiness, the Clock, the Monkey will be running around the map looking for pickoffs. Like Secret, they can play the entire map. They can be super aggressive, super high paced once they get some items. Mouse, on the other hand, they're a little bit more clunky where they need to like move together as a unit. Like DP and Gyro, it's going to be very scripted movement. And of course, that can still win games. It's just, if Secret can overcome that early deficit of damage that they have, then this game could get quite spicy. But for sure, Mouse, they're the ones that need to dictate this early game to try and just make a statement, control the Roshans, and kind of utilize their heroes.
It's it does seem like a big ask though. You know, you're playing against this Dazzle hero now, as well as a Disruptor. You know, I'm looking at his backlines. How do they get on the backlines on the side of Mouse? Because I'm not seeing that kind of strong mobility you want to really see against like a really strong backline team. You know, like I'm looking for a Puck, I'm looking for an Ember, I'm looking for something like this that can kind of get into the backlines with really high mobility. I don't think Primal or DP really fit that bill. I mean, Primal maybe, but again, it's just Onslaught. It's not the best ability. It's not got the shortest cooldown. You know, 16 seconds is a long time.
For battle.
No, I think so.
How do you
What you're
feel?
saying is Primal normally,
Just to be clear,
in your perspective, Primal normally wants to jump the main core in the fight, right? Rather than always looking
Yeah.
for the backline. Like if Monkey steps up, normally in a game, it's Primal jumps Monkey, go, go, go. Primal does have the capabilities of ripping through the formation of a team, and because he's got that BKB, maybe an Aghanims and he's standing between like Monkeys on one side, the rest of the teams on the other, he can just kind of push them back with his positioning to then also isolate heroes. And it is just slight item dependent because a kinetic field from Disruptor, he's now caged. A Cogs, he's now caged, right? Like there's a lot of ways to prevent a Primal Beast from popping off this game. It is just going to be on Force to decide when to take the fights. Does he have the correct heroes behind him? Because I think he does have the tools. It's just he can throw away his entire game if he does it too early.
So are you not worried that you know that you will get punished if you don't like kind of jump the you know like the mid dazzle and the
Yeah, sure. I think Mouse has that issue for sure. It's just early on, those problems aren't really a thing because there's no damage from Secret to lean on. As the game gets later and Secret have items, then 100% who they fight select will be very important. But early on, I don't really see those problems. Past 25 minutes, you're going to start needing to entertain the idea of like blink daggers, right? Some like DP blink or gyro blink with the primal, jump over the Monkey King, get onto that dazzle, and yeah. Hence why I think that Mouse should be able to dictate the best portion of this early mid game with the heroes that they have.
Well, I'm very excited to see some mid dazzle. It's been a while. Didn't know this hero could still be picked in the middle lane, but Corden's going to show us how it's done, I suppose. Very much looking forward to it.
I believe he played a qualifier, I think it was like DreamLeague or something the other month, that they just crushed the game because of Corden getting the dazzle. Like he was incredibly strong at this.
That's pretty bad.
I think the match was a little bit better for the dazzle, whereas like against some like melee hero, and in the interview after, it's like, oh, of course he won. Corden just got dazzle.
Yeah. All right. So if it's the right game for it, then he will destroy.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to talk about. Oh, big glimpse coming out onto Naaman here. He actually might be in some trouble on the techies. He's trying to get away. Force tries to come across as well and help him out, but Chrysalis still giving chase. Sticky bomb out though might be enough to slow him down. Naaman through to the tree line, trying to get himself away. Chrysalis not giving up here. Boundless Strike available, but just going to click him down, and that'll be a first blood going to your Monkey King.
Today, anyway.
Yeah, that's something that we didn't really mention. The lanes of Secret, right? Like I'm kind of talking about the perspective of after lanes, Mouse should be strong, but they need to get through the lanes first. And a disruptor Monkey King lane against a primal techies, there is outplay potential. I think it's quite a volatile lane where.
Oh, and they interrupt the onslaught. That is not ideal at all for Force. Force just trying to trample his way. Force Chrysalis back a little bit.
I think they need to be playing together just a little bit more here.
Yeah.
On the mouse side, as soon as you have both spells up, you need to go. But the early kill for Chrysalis, the level advantage, then it is going to offset that a lot. And if you start showing in a lane where Disruptor's building up a lead, Monkey's building up a lead, you are just going to get pressured out and just click down. And Mouse just need to be careful. Not the best start for them in the off lane.
Well, Corden was doing a bit of bullying in the middle lane, standing on the high ground and forcing back Supreme once he gets that poison touch upon him. Very, very aggressive. So yeah, we'll see if he starts to translate that into a bit of a lead or not.
Yeah, I think it's probably very hard for Death Prophet to play into. Like, even though she's ranged, she wants to play on Siphon, right? And I don't think a single Siphon on a Dazzle is going to really feel too good when he's getting more points in the poison touch. And that's probably maybe the reason why Corden went for this Dazzle pick. On top of the fact that with Monkey King, it's always a beautiful pairing. Monkey throws down Wukong. He doesn't have to think about his positioning. It's just get graved and A-click and maybe throw out a stun if you're lucky. It's going to be very, very potent in the late game.
So one thing I wanted to mention about builds, by the way, regarding the Primal Beast as well, is that I think sometimes Blade Mail can be a bit of a bait on this hero, but people tend to just kind of autopilot their builds and just go, oh yeah, you know, I'm probably playing Primal, of course I'll get the Blade Mail. But I mean, this game, I really don't think I want to see it. Like, you're playing against 3 cores, which absolutely do not care about Blade Mail. Would you agree?
No, I think this Blade Mail game's relatively average. You've got so much sustain through Dazzle. You got the Kunker as well with the Rumble. It's just not a very good game for it. I'd prefer to see like Phase Boots, BKB, Blink, Ags really go for the I'm the initiator. I'll open up the fight for my team. It does feel for sure a lot better. Of course, it is greedier. The reason why Blade Mail in most games feel good is because it's so cheap that you can just throw yourself into the middle of the fights and just
and a bit of farming
be
potential
noisy
as well.
Yeah. But for now, we're seeing a very even start. Ooh, Chrysalis having to jump out in the bot lane. Quite spicy.
Yeah, very aggressive, but very quick reactions as well from Chrysalis. But of course, Sticky Bomb does kind of give you a pretty good indication of what they're about to do. So, got to get himself up to the trees. Yeah, mid lane, Gordon definitely doing a good job so far on the Dazzle. Giving Death Prophet a little bit of difficulty in lane so far. As up in the top side, hold it. Got the trapped in the cogs with the clock. Actually, ain't going to do a whole lot of damage there with all the creeps inside there with him, so I'll feel absolutely fine.
It's going to be difficult for Mouse to pivot from their laning phase, because if Death Prophet isn't having a good time, like he's super starved, they're going to TP the techies mid, hoping to get Corden, but just too long of a TP. Like Supreme, he's not really, like a lot of his resources have been just to keep himself in the lane. His economy isn't looking good, and because of that, like early towers aren't going to fall. Like some of the pressure points that we said about Secret's draft, like issues that may face, all were stemming around a Death Prophet with Exorcism dictating the early game, and because of the Dazzle, that isn't going to occur. And I think Secret are going to feel quite comfortable that Monkey's free farming, Kunker's doing good, Dazzle's crashing mid. They aren't going to be too afraid of Mouse's grouping now. That could have been a scenario in an entirely different game. So look how low level the techies is, level 2. He's been making a lot of stacks for his team, really focusing on this Gyrocopter's game, but
yeah,
incredibly starved. Oh, and Supreme, he TP back to mid, and now Arthur's here.
Yeah, he certainly is, but the bomb is going to connect onto Corden here. Corden, no point in the shallow grave. Could be in some trouble here. Narman gets on top of him. The right click's coming through. Out of spells, but in comes Bengen from the sidelines. And they will finish off Corden. Narman is going to go down in response, though. Supreme popping that ultimate, but Arfu says, see you later. But no, he doesn't actually. Bengen's there with the damage. Crystal Nova plus the Exorcism is enough to bring him down. So it's going to be just a trade in the middle lane, but one that's slightly favoring Mouse, it has to be said.
Anything for the Death Prophet right now is going to feel really good. So you got shut out of lane, 27 CS to the 35 CS, 10 to 9 to Dazzle, and now it's all good. Also dying top Supreme, he gets the kill.
From the sidelines with the Crypt Swarm. I mean, it helped out. He was going for the TP and didn't make it, so yeah, great moves from Supreme. All of a sudden, well back in the game. In fact, significantly on top of the Dazzle on net worth, which is pretty insane considering the Dazzle was just kind of shutting him down before.
Yeah, this game looked like quite a shutout, at least in the laning phase, and the supports from Mouse really bringing it back to life, rotating on mid, getting the kills, and then boom, kind of getting a little bit too comfortable. He sees all this mid action, oversteps his mark in top lane, and Supreme, as we just saw, steps up and gets another kill. And yeah, Secret just need to be a little bit careful. If they had maybe another hero there, a little bit more damage, and I guess that's going to be the repercussion of like Disruptor Clockwork. They don't have the craziest amount of damage. Clockwork maybe on like level 5 with 2-point battery, yes, would be able to do it, but early on these are heroes that like to set up for other people to do the work for them, and just not to be the case right now.
So what timings will we see Secret really try to take advantage of? I mean, I suppose level 6 on the Conquer is going to be a big one with that boat coming on down. Maybe
I think seeing Chrysalis be active.
Oh,
yeah. I think Secret, if they activate this Monkey King, bring him into the game, then that'll really help them. Like, oh no, he just wants to farm.
Looking at it now, going straight onto the Gyrocopter. Cogs come down with the Wukong's command, and Olnet, you can't really fight into this, but the Monkey King's taking a lot of damage in response. Engin's here, as is Supreme, but a lot of Secret heroes arrive. But Narman in the backlines, they didn't see him coming in. Blast off lands. Arfu's taking damage. Boom. He does have level 6 now, so the boat can come down, and Narman's just going to tick away to Corden, but the deny comes in from Supreme. No kill for Corden. Nothing for this Dazzle. But still, great movement in from Chrysalis.
think that's going to be Secret's main game plan, right? Is go for that twin gate, poke yourself for a quick kill, and then reset back to farming. Respect the fact that if Mao's bring the numbers, you're probably going to fall. Like, if this Primal Beast had a TP and was able to wrap behind them, 2-3 Secret heroes were going to be dying. But because he'd used the TP bottom, they knew that they were able to go for that aggression. And Secret just playing the limits right now.
Supreme really wants to catch out Boom here, but knows that, you know, he's going to
What
need...
glimpse.
Yeah. Really hoping that Bengen could have gone forward and got off the frostbite there, but unfortunately wasn't the case. Just pop the Exo. Shield rune still bottled up this whole time, by the way. So you really don't want to engage on Supreme right now. You will have a bad time.
Okay, this time Exo was wasted just a little bit, right? He pops it for the tier 1, gets like a little mini Gimps back, thinks about it. Do I really want to overstay my welcome here? Potentially all of Secret returns the gank, and he just shows a little bit of discipline. Again, there are so many stacks for the Ancient camp. The Primal just farmed up the hard camp. The Ancients are available if Jai wants to go there, and you can see how they're trying to be a little bit more efficient. Nice little river test.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme, he's got that shield rune, so he is having absolutely no trouble just bringing down Arthur.
Primal's here.
Not taking any damage at all. Yeah, in comes Force from the sideline. Doesn't really have the reach, though. Chrysalis waiting on the tree lines. Let's see if there is an opportunity. And there will be. In comes the glimpse. Force, though, he's very tanky indeed and just going to walk himself away. A little awkward there. Wukong's committed,
Just a little bit.
Chrysalis back to farming.
This is now kind of like the fear I had for Secret sign-up is like this stage of the game, where the DP is recovered from being shut down. The Primal Beast is willing to join some fights. Like, sure, Secret didn't die there, but it's the idea that at any minute you could just have an overwhelming amount of just mass and damage just running into your side of the map. And we're not really seeing too much of a punishment yet, as Clockwork does die to Force. Force also is going for the Veil, so most likely the Shiva's build on the Primal Beast. There is a relatively good amount of healing in play for Secret, so mitigating that would be quite nice from the Primal Beast offlane. And it goes back to the point that we didn't really think Blade Mail was going to be good, and yeah, his pivot was going for a different type of tanky route, but still very, very good. And even Olnet's using the Twin Gate. They want to take this bottom tier 1 tower. They want to open up the map.
Turning up to bring down this tower. Olnet sees that the job is done and it's just like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll go farm it top lane. Defend the tower a little bit in the process as well. Quiet game from him. Just kind of moving in with his Monkey King a couple of times, but mostly just keeping himself to himself. And going for that Aghanim Scepter as well. So 2 Aghanim's rushes coming through for the Radiant side at the moment. The Secret. Corden looking for his. Kunkka also looking for the same. Monkey King, however, is going for the ult. Narman, yeah, probably doesn't want to be in this location right now. Chrysalis is going to throw down the Wukong's command to make sure they get this kill. Make it an easy one. No hesitation in just dropping a Wukong's command and it's going to get him a kill like that for sure. Like, you're a carry hero. You're happy to just sit in jungle most of the time. If you do come out, find yourself a little kill, it's absolutely fine. You're not looking to use your ultimate on the main big targets.
Oh, no man, I just realized they have the 4 Protect Wukong strategy. Kinetic inside Wukong, Grave for the Monkey inside Wukong, X to keep them inside Wukong, Cogs to keep them inside Wukong. It's a rare draft, but it really has come to play by Secret this time around. Of course, Heen has returned from his break to be the coach, so first
He's been cooking up all this time.
Yeah, he's cooked up the 4 Protect Wukong. Oh, nice.
This'll come in handy.
A little awkward from the DP, I would say. Like, she got bottom tower, sure, but like these exorcisms haven't really resulted in much. She's doing fine. I guess it's no big deal, but you know, I'm always expecting big things from early game exorcisms.
Yeah, I think it's the idea that a Depth player can drag her team into unnecessary engagements. that can make the game too high a pacing and ready to set. And this Gyrocopter doesn't want to fight. The Primal wants to secure his own game a little bit, right? Like get one component to BKB, get the Veil. And now that the Primal's confident and Gyro's also kind of somewhat in mid position, that's when she pops the ultimate, baiting them onto say, okay, if you want to come onto me, I have a Your Scepter. I can kite this out a little bit longer. I got the Fairy Fire, the Wand. And no, I think I do respect the way that Supreme has approached this game. He isn't overstepping the mark. He isn't barreling down the tier 1s unnecessarily. And because of that, at 14 minutes, yet to have a death to his name.
Yep. We want Corden, the other mid laner. Is he there to defend it? No, he's not. He is absolutely smashing stacks in the jungle. Like, he's just been doing this like for the last 4 minutes, I swear. Just taking the stacks, making new ones, taking them again.
And Own it's about to complete his agony.
Bottom side.
Farewell.
Yeah, Clock going to check out to see if there's a Wisdom Rune available, but Narman already there, and already ready to punish.
Pervis about to be complete on Narman, and they are using everything for the ancient stats. Freezing Field, Own it, going in with a flat cannon, clearing them up on the Dire side, ensuring that they are taken with ease. Yeah, Hexen already halfway to an Ogre X. See, it feels like Mouse are just very happy to farm up. I think they've made the read that as long as they get to a very comfortable BKB timing, they expect to be able to overwhelm Secret. Like Disruptor into BKBs doesn't feel good. Of course, there's no way Puppy's going to have an Aghanims in the next 10 minutes or so. And it's Dazzle, sure, he's got Ags himself. He can solo some Tormentor at 20 minutes, but he needs his team to be strong enough to stand up front. Otherwise, the idea of Dazzle does fall apart.
Yeah. It's all about the side. Yeah, Force being jumped here. Crystal's going to jump in, just pop down the ultimate, make sure they can clean up this kill. And again, it's the cogs into the Wukong's command. It's the kinetic field into the Wukong's command. Once you're in, you are not getting out. We said it a long time ago, and we'll continue to say it every time it happens. So what's the primal build? Excellent. Veil into BKB. Big improvement from us. Yes, I'm speaking for you now. We're a real couple. That's another death for Narman by the looks of it. Thinking of going for the escape. Oh, manages to get a bomb onto the Afu. Yeah, just throws it all in onto the clockwork.
Yeah. Fortunately for Afu, not having the strongest game is in his return to Secret, right? It's 6 deaths, of which Mouse has 8 kills.
For the monkey, but they actually guessed the wrong way, so Chrysalis is able to get himself away. He's already gone to the trees, but he just ran away like a normal dude.
I just keep clicking on the Primal and the Gyrocopter. Like, for me, these are the 2 heroes that will dictate the pace of this game. Like, as soon as they're telling their team, like, I'm ready to cross the river, I'm ready to make some big objective plays, that's when Secret should be scared. Until then, Secret are kind of scurrying around the map, trying to get whatever they can. Boom is about to complete his Aghanims on the Kunkka. 100 gold away. That'll be some very good control for him there. Will they be able to utilize that pre-BKB timings? I think there's some decent windows to go.
Specialist's Array Gyrocopter, my favorite. Do you like a little flat cannon on your flat cannon?
I do love my double flak. It's very good.
Mouse, yeah, we know what team you're playing.
We know, you know exactly. We know what team you're on. Come on, mate. Come on, someone on Secret, just say Secret.
Yeah, that'd be. I'd rate it. Puppy has seen Force. Has Force seen Puppy? Yes, he has. They see each other. They've locked eyes in the jungle. Force has teammates coming over. Puppy kind of doesn't. I mean, Chrysalis is nearby, but... well, they're actually going to TP straight into the outpost here, but will they be in time to save their captain? No, they will not, but will they get the return kill? Maybe. X-Marks comes out, Bo comes through as well, along with the Wukong's command. Force taking a lot of damage, and the CM might just die as an afterthought here. Force still trying to get away. Hookshot comes in, keep him in. That Wukong's command is and they're going to be able to bring him down. And yeah, Supreme just running straight on through here. Chrysalis, though, not able to fight through it. Great read from Supreme, just diving into the fray and being able to get at least one kill here. But now Corden trying to fight up into him. Do they have the damage? One more Shadow Wave should do the trick, and yes, it will. Supreme goes down. Corden gets a big kill. Perfect entry to the fight for him, picking up that Aghanim Scepter and immediately getting successful engagement with it.
Did they not have the grave up? Was he too far away? It's for Mouse, it was a very crazy initiation. Sure, the pound's been caught off guard, but Crystal Maiden losing half her HP just to cast a Frostbite, and then Narman jumping into the middle of a Wukong, DP going through the Twin Gate, joining the Wukong as well. It was crazy choices there from Mouse. I kind of feel like just accepting the Primal's death could have been a little bit more optimal, or at least approach the entries to the fight a little cleaner. But yeah, for Secret, they're gonna relish this opportunity. Desolator is now complete on the Monkey King. That is such a big pickup. These heroes, they have decent armor on Mouse, but you throw in some Monkey who can't die because of Grave, just slapping you the entire time with the bonus damage of a Desolator, it's gonna hurt.
It is deep, but they're going for the big target now, looking for the Gyrocopter. No BKB available. Core just dealing damage from the outside. Boom, throwing in the Ghost Ship, and they will be able to bring him down with me. Looking over towards the CM as well. Get the +1 in there. This is looking good for Secret. They've hit their timings. Mouse just have not. They don't quite have those BKBs online, and honestly, they're kind of getting a bit zesty before their BKB timings, which they cannot afford to do, not with this draft.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the normal situation, but there's a scan happening top. I'll get back to my point in a minute. The tree is entering, but that's now a Monkey King.
Oh, what a surprise. Supreme, surprise. Trying to get himself away, although also staying pretty close to the Monkey. He's not that scared, but maybe he should be. Narman comes running through everybody. Hey guys, what's going on? But guess what? It's a bait. The Monkey comes through on the back lines. Narman is gone. Force finds the Dazzle, though. It's a great target. They can finish the job here. Corden does not have a Grave available already. He's just going to drop. Poke shot through. Cogs onto 2 as well to follow up. Olnik coming across, though. Bien are going to be able to take down Arfu. Hogwork is dead. 2 heroes surviving. Just the carry and the off-laner. Chrysalis TPing out on the tree. Should be okay. Force doesn't quite find him. He's running south. So, big fight for the side of Mouse, and now they pop that exit and they get into that pit. They want to give their Gyrocopter an Aegis right now.
And now it's Secret's turn to make the chase play, right? And of course, Mouse, at this point, your BKBs are in play, or about to be in play. They're getting the first Roshan. This is really such a scary window of the game for Mouse. Double BKB, Aegis, and for Secret, Chrysalis on his Monkey King, he was rapidly just going through the map, finding whoever he can, gets onto the DP, but there's no real support for him, right? Where's the Taurus Stone? Where's the rest of Secret to actually enable Chrysalis to make this play? Sure, you eventually kill a Techies, but Death Prophet's already dragged you to the left-hand side. Wukong's been used, and now Mouse just take to the fight on the right-hand side of Wukong's. I cannot emphasize how important it is for Secret. They need to contain heroes inside this Wukong's. If the fight gets dragged away from it, a lot of the Secret damage in their lineup does disappear. Sure, in time and items come into play, that can change, but right now, and at this early stage, it is so pivotal that Chrysalis just hits every single Wukong's perfectly. Otherwise, these fights can just get incredibly hard. And they're smoking up, but the Secret know they're smoking up into double BKB.
And what shall they do? Arfu, don't mess with them right now. Jumping on over the top and counting out the onslaught as Benjamin just gets taken down on the sidelines. Glimpse catches him out. Yeah, another thing about the last fight as well is that Force did a fantastic job just barreling through into the backlines, finding the Dazzle. It's what I was doubting earlier on, is whether the Primal Beast was going to be able to do this. And he proves me wrong. Finds the Dazzle in the backlines, slams him into the ground. No free casting Dazzle. That is going to be the difference maker. All these heroes are getting in so close to each other. That's where the Shadow Wave finds its value with this Aghanim Scepter. It just does way too much to let him just cast them freely in the back with his Aghanim Scepter, so great job by Force, of course, with the BKB.
I hope someone tells Supreme that Shiva's already being bought. He's queued up Shiva's, and I'm sure he'll click on his Primal Beast soon, but
I hope so.
I hope so. A Mouse gonna smoke up. They're kind of grouping in the mid lane, and there it is, yeah. They smoke up. They want to make a big move, but already they're jumping onto the Gyrocopter. He has BKB, he has Aegis, and Chrysalis, does he win this?
I mean, he uses BKB on his first life gyro. It could be punishable, but with Chrysalis going down, it's absolutely worthwhile. And they'll find Puppey on the backlines as well as the +1. Yeah, big Secret. Kinda getting red on the map here.
I mean, it was Secret who were jumping the Aegis gyrocopter who had BKB.
Mal's kind of reading the map here. Is that better?
I don't even know. It's just, no. I don't think Secret had a map. Red. I don't think they've been given one.
Secret here. Mouse more here. Taking the bottom tier 2 tower.
Like, the Aegis will expire in a couple minutes. So I think this type of play, if Aegis was just taken, teams like had maybe shown in other lanes, and killing the gyrocopter Aegis feels good. And it prevents like 5 minutes of their big power spike. But for an Aegis that Mouse kind of used to continue farming, taking it away isn't like some incredibly valuable resource where Mouse were, you know, their lifeline was having this Aegis in play. And for Secret, I guess their cooldowns are a little bit less, so they are trying to poke at Mouse here, and now instantly smoked up, going towards mid. They are going to kill off Narman here. And
poor Narman. He's had a rough time. 8 deaths. Over half of his team's deaths. But every time Narman dies, you know, it's a core not dying, right?
Yeah, sure. We can use that logic if you like.
Great. Pretty good talent this game as well for Force. I mean, this one always finds value. Beast dispels himself when activating Uproar. Goodbye. Poison touch from the Dazzle. Pretty nice one. I don't think it gets rid of the Jingu charges. Still pretty good. That's Mal's head out. Again, playing a little defensively now. It does surprise me, this team. You know, they seem hyper aware of their timings and the enemy's timings. And that they'll play really reactive. The moment the Aegis is gone, they're like, okay, we chill, we farm, we wait for late game. And now it should really be on Secret to kind of make their own call. But with no BKB on Monkey King, I feel like it might be a while before we see it. Really looking for Chrysalis to go for BKB. So do you feel like Mouse should be playing up a little more?
I think Mouse have been somewhat hesitant a little bit, but there is an expectation, I think, where they could have been a little bit more aggressive, right? Like, they had the double BKB timing. They've not really threatened any of these additional tier 2s. I can see for Mouse, though, that for their game plan, it is the next Roshan is the Roshan to try and win the game on. So these fights right now, if they have the belief that in 10 minutes time they will still win fights on equal farm, then why would they overplay their hand right now? Like, just wait for your timings, wait for the Roshan to respawn, and then try and break the map then. We'll see if it pays off, but it's kind of what I'm expecting from them. It's the, do we need to force anything? Do we need to rush anything? And they are now slowly positioning in the jungle. And Chris, he has the BKB this time around.
Yeah, this is big timing. Boom. On the front lines. Gonna use the tidal wave to throw back Force. They're dragging him into their team, but fighting up onto this high ground just feels really awkward for Secret. I don't really think this is a fight they can make happen, and they feel the same way though. Chrysalis.
Oh no, and he went for it.
On the Boundless. Yeah, they're just trying to poke him down. Oh, nearly knocking Chrysalis. Actually, they do. They break up his ultimate, but still, they get the kill onto the techies, and now they'll go towards Force as well. Malzo, they engage. Exodus gets popped. Gyrocopter comes down on the sidelines as well, but the Grave comes out on Kunkka, keeping him alive. Force has to back himself away. Supreme, I'm not sure he can stand his ground versus Chrysalis, but now the BKB's over. He absolutely can, but he tries to come in and finish the job, but the Yours comes down, and the Monkey goes down. Now they'll go towards Corden. Corden keeping himself alive with the Grave, but he is a goner. The next kill for Ulnit does go through, and now Force looking for Puppey as well. Puppey getting stomped on down there, and the glimpse to get Force out to safety also. Thank you very much, Puppey. A final good night. 5 heroes dead on the side of Secret. Just such an awkward engagement, trying to force that one from the low ground. Not working out for them.
Yeah, it all starts with Narman. He goes for the blast off, trying to catch the Monkey King in the tree line, break that tree, have that additional stun on top of him, but he doesn't connect. And then it baits Secret to thinking they're going to get a free Narman kill, free Techies kill. He has Pavis, he has Glimmer, even the reactive Taser. They use Static Storm, Wukong, and Boat to kill off a single Techies. Of course, Mouse are going to be able to disengage, reset, and go and obliterate Secret. They used the majority of their team fight for a position 4. And yeah, Secret, they are to lose the fight there. Yeah, I said it before, I'll say it again. Secret to win this game, they need to try and contain heroes inside that Wukong. They need to go on
everything.
Actual cause. They can't just be throwing spells onto Narman. They've kind of thrown spells onto an Aegis Gyrocopter. They've thrown spells onto a Techies. It just isn't the cleanest game compared to Mouse, where they've shown a little bit more discipline. Right? Wait for their timings, know when they're strong, group up together.
Yeah, I really feel like this,
he has the Satanic and the Amp damage rune. That is... I don't think you want to go near this Gyrocopter in the next couple of minutes.
No, absolutely not. I think Jared does feel like a reasonably good pickup against the Monkey King. I mean, you've got a lot of magic damage to output once his BKB goes down, so it's just another way to kind of rip through his armor inside the Wukong's command, if Wukong's command is even a factor, which, you know, in that last fight it really wasn't.
And the thing with Gyro and Monkey is when Monkey Wukong's wants to stand his ground, if Gyro has Satanic and can flak from the Monkey to everyone who thinks Wukong's a safe place to be, it can create scenarios in which Gyrocopter just obliterates everyone. Like, Wukong attracts his own teammates, and Gyrocopter wants that type of grouping, right? And I think if Monkey has a lead, then Gyrocopter can suffer the entire time, but because we are seeing Own It have the Ags, the BKB, the Satanic, soon to be Butterfly, he's got every single item needed to be able to go toe for toe against this Monkey King. 10,000 gold lead now at the 29-minute mark. Roshan is respawning in a minute, and Crystallis just died.
What?
He went for the Wisdom rune, got found, and died.
Well, his BKB's on cooldown as well. Looks like he got pulverized. There's a DP involved as well. Tormentor even had a couple of swipes, so
bit awkward.
Yeah, we'll go with awkward. I mean, that's a terrible position now. Keeps him dead for 30 seconds. I'm wondering if Miles want to shove this high ground. I mean, with no exorcism, probably not.
Oh wait, he's perfectly.
way.
Wait, is he in sync with Roshan perfectly, or is it slightly out of sync?
The
respawn is 29, 18.
0.5 second off. Wait, I'll count Roshan, you count Monkey. Ready?
No.
12,
You look at Monkey King. I'll look at Roshan, and you just say now when they spawn. That's maybe easier for the viewer.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah.
So wait, which one are you? Which one are you?
Counting. I'm Roshan.
Okay, Monkey. Wait.
Now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Monkey
much.
was respawning first. Thanks.
A little bit, yeah. Roshan has that
fair,
delay.
nice.
He doesn't actually spawn on 0-0, which triggers me to know.
I'm sure there's
second and a half afterwards.
I'm sure there's a ping joke as well, Chrysalis' previous death, but something about delay, but it's fine.
Into the pit we shall go. Monkey King is back. Do they want to contest? Probably not. And yeah, Secret really want this Tormentor. They're like, right. You know what? Monkey King didn't get it. It will go get it this time around. And they do get caught in his shard, which is pretty nice. We can now go for the other one. Oh, with some couriers he can. Hello. Yeah, Roshan take the game. I want to watch Corden take the Tormentor with some couriers. That's what I want to see. Hell yeah, baby. All right. Yeah, after trying to trash it, that was unreal. But just ends up dying. Aegis on Ultimate, but shot up on Corden and on Chrysalis as well. That's what those the double tormentors gave them. I mean, it's something, right? Like you're in a bad position. There's not many objectives you can really get, so just go all in and get yourself some double tormentor action coming through.
Yeah, double core shard. So for Dazzle, at least it's relatively nice, right? Having that hex for 1.6 seconds, it could provide opportunities. Monkey King's adding the mobility to his Boundless Strike. It's a little bit more average, quite underwhelming. So it's not underwhelming at all. It's walking up to the high ground, Satanic, BKB, Daedalus. He doesn't really care if he can lifesteal, that is. He doesn't really care.
Now and then, hop, back we go. Suddenly full HP. But At the same time, Secret didn't really use any cooldowns and getting him low the first time, and we're going to try and do the same thing again. Holnet taking a bit of damage here. Tidal bringing him back through. Force tries to go catch on the sidelines, doesn't really manage it though. Now Wukong's command coming down on top of the dead Gyrocopter. This could be bad. Mouse, what is the counterplay? Holnet just trying to stand his ground with the BKB, just trying to run away. He's not standing his ground at all. He is backing out of there. Does escape from the Wukongs under the cover of BKB. Now, whose fight is it now that cause our BKB as his Force jumps in, manages to catch out the Kunker. Kunker does get off Water Park inside, but I don't see any water. Doesn't. Puppey getting away under the cover of the Shallow Grave. Oh my god, he survives. He actually gets out. Shallow Grave helping him out a lot. But the barracks are now completely exposed. Supreme still has his exits going. Secret, pretty hard for them to actually approach this engagement.
I think Arfu blundered that fight quite heavily there. Right? Cogsing around the Aegis, a respawn, rather than getting the Cog to get that pushback. If he pushed back on the respawn, preventing the BKB with another stun, that Gyrocopter would have died a second time. That would have allowed him to take the fight, but yeah, Clockwork missing the Cogs, giving Mouse so much more confidence as they just walk together to mid lane, all 5 alive, Kunker dead.
Force being dragged up to the high ground again, but he's a very, very tanky dinosaur. Spamming voice lines on the front lines. Big slack spam. They won't be getting any more barracks today, but still doing some pretty terrible damage. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
DP's like, maybe I shouldn't take this.
Puppey still hasn't moved his courier, by the way, since the Tormentor was taken. So we now know 100% he's not scaled at all since Mouse got the Aegis.
Yeah, that's a guarantee.
Oh, he just moved his courier.
But where to?
Where's it going?
Secret shop? Ooh. Into
into on it.
Yep. There you go.
Oh, okay.
All right. Yeah, he was looking to buy himself an Ags, but still a little bit of gold off. They have given him this bottom wave to try and...
This is a game, though, where if he can run to the other secret shop, get a point booster, he should start selling a couple choice items to complete the Aghanims if the fight demands it, right? Like, if they're coming at the high ground, sell that, like, Glimmer Cape, get the Aghanims, force in, hit that Static Storm. Like, Puppey can
really
be...
close already.
You know, the player of the game right now for Secret. They need someone to step up to make the big play in. Some Doom-level Static Storm, removing Gyrocopter as he walks up. Like, Gyrocopter needs Aegis now to go to high ground. We saw before how he easily died with 2 lives. Oh, Monkey's dead.
Okay, Monkey's dead again.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, Pamela's a very good hero at finding him, right? You got Shivas, you can trample over trees, you can onslaught, blink, BKB piercing. It's pretty rough, but yeah. Force has had Chrysalis's number a couple times now.
He really has, yeah. He really has. Pesky Pulverize. Just really giving them a lot of issues. Did Monkey not... I am a little bit confused. Like, 2,000... Oh, never mind. Up onto the high ground we go. No time to be confused. Time for death for Boom. I think that's trampled on by Force and by DP. They are not waiting for this Monkey King to respawn. They are forcing that buyback out of him, but so far, they're not looking to use it. LA Barracks starting to fall. Fortification does come through, not making much of a difference though. The double damage Gyrocopter. He's had the red carpet rolled out for him. A dead monkey. Double damage rune. Welcome to the enemy high ground. Holnet. Oh my god.
Puppey just wishes he had the Aghanims and Monkey obviously still being alive. Their comeback squandered by their deaths and positioning.
And Puppey had to buy back as well, so he's even further away from the Aghanim Scepter now. Their dreams might remain.
He's gonna have to sell
exactly
all his
that.
items. Get rid of them. Get the Aghanims.
Sell your items. Sell your worldly belongings. Sell a player. I feel like he would to get an Aghanim this game. One more barrack remaining for Team Secret. Can they pull it off?
Oh, Monkey King, he's going...
This Aghanims will be everything.
It'll be everything, but so Disruptor needs Aghanims, and Monkey King is about to complete the MKB. So they are getting some big items. Like, they're forgoing buyback for this, and Secret... sorry, Puppey, is he sending his courier? No, he's not. Oh, I really want to see the... I really need to see this Aghanims, I think. Like, that will give me a little bit of hope that this will be like a competitive fight towards the end. If not, it does feel like the inevitable victory for Mouse, and Mouse, they are smoked up.
Yeah, maybe go to the gyro, just seeing if they can force a response from him, but Olnit, he's a patient cookie. Not just going to throw out a BKB for nothing. I'm so scared watching Chrysalis just bounce around the map at the moment. Oh, Wukong's command is being threatened, it's being used, and the Hex comes out onto the gyrocopter as well, but he gets off the BKB, gets off the Titanic, and he gets a stand his ground against Chrysalis right now. The two of them just taking chunks out of each other. With the BKB running out on Chrysalis, he knows he needs to be careful with the stun, catching him on the side. Oh no, Chrysalis, this could be awful for him. He needs to find a target to heal up on, he's just not finding anything right now. DP is going to be able to take him down, no worries at all. Yields out onto herself, more jumping into the front line as well. He's still got a BKB available, finds himself the backline, gets on top of the Dazzle, pulverizes him into the ground, and pulverizes Secret out of game number 1. Mouse convincingly take the first game here in this best of 3 opening series.
A very disciplined game. Sure, there are a couple moments where maybe Mouse tried going a little bit too aggressive, but in reality, they knew exactly what they wanted, right? The timers that they needed to hit, the items they needed to buy, and I think this Primal Beast first pick was just devastating for Secret. The pick-off potential had in Chrysalis, ripping apart the positioning of Secret, and when you look at these two drafts, Secret, it's super high skill positional play where you're enabling the Monkey King to hit spells. The Kunkka soaking up damage whilst Clock and Disruptor are playing around with the positioning, but it just wasn't to be the case. Mouse just kind of laughed at them a little bit, bought some BKBs and just A-click down lanes. It was quite a one-sided game in reality, and I think Secret, they are going to have to make a couple adaptations going into that second one.
Yeah, I mean, basically Mouse were just able to do what they wanted, like Death Prophet, she had a pretty rough lane to start out with, and then all of a sudden just found like 2 or 3 kills around the map, and it was just one of the richest areas in the game, and ended up 13-1 and 12 on the DP, so really Supreme having an excellent time with this Death Prophet hero, absolutely turning up for them when it was supposed to kind of be crushed in lane a little bit by the Dazzle. Corden not really doing what he wanted. The first big fight he turns up to with the Aghanim Scepter, big success. Second fight, absolutely awful. Just got found on the backlines by the Primal Beast, and that was kind of the story for the rest of the game. Every time Corden tried to turn up to a fight, get off some of his damage, make some saves happen, it wasn't working. Primal Beast could just plow through this arena, come out the other side, find the Dazzle, and ruin his game. And yeah, kind of felt like every problem which Secret was supposed to bring was just preemptively answered by Mouse. A very, very impressive outperformance in game number 1 for Mouse. So yeah, a little worried for Secret in game number 2 if they can pull it off. I mean, obviously we'll find out, but what are your thoughts? What's the main thing they need to change from game 1?
I think they might need to go for a draft that isn't so specific. It was such a this must go well, this must go well type draft, and that isn't always going to be the case that they're going to execute on it, because I think individually as well, they just weren't executing as good as they have done in the past. So maybe first game jitters, maybe the draft was a little bit too experimental. In hindsight, they might have gone one pick too deep down a certain line they were going, but I think just retract it a step, make sure they're focused up for the second game, because it just felt like a bit of a mismatch in this first game. When you look at these two lineups, the way that they played, it never felt like I was afraid for Mouse in this game. It just was like an inevitable victory, unless Mouse really just overplayed their hand and blundered, but they clearly didn't.
Well, that's going to do it for game number 1. Let's see if Secret can turn it around in game number 2, or if it's going to be the clean Mouse 2-0. We'll see you in a bit.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back
Hello and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 23 qualifiers for the Western EU region, where we are into one of our opening matchups, and it is Mouse versus Team Secret. And oh my goodness, Mouse coming out on top despite being the lowest seeded team. They take game number 1 off Team Secret, which means we're into game number 2 with Secret at a 1-game disadvantage. For those of you that missed, could you give us a very short and concise summary of what happened last game, Tiga?
Strong, high damage draw from Mouse with the inevitable BKBs that overwhelm a very fragile and high skill Secret draft that just didn't have the skill matched to it. It was rough. I think Secret
That was tough.
often can look shaky nowadays, and I do expect the bounce back from them. They often do, showcase quite a lot across the best of 3. But yeah, that game 1, we didn't really see much from them.
It was underwhelming. Yeah, it really was. Nobody really managed to quite land in their roles. It wasn't anybody's fault in particular. I don't even think it was like a massive drafting issue. I just think it was a case of things not fitting together. Sometimes the puzzle piece doesn't fit. It looks like it should, but then the little knob doesn't go into the slot. You try to push it in, and then you break the cardboard, and you ruin the puzzle, and your mum shouts at you, and then you don't get any pudding. But we are now into game number 2. Team Secret are going to come with some fresh ideas. And we'll see what that brings us. But of course, Mouse is going to start things off with a Chen ban. You're playing against Puppy. You don't want to let Chen through when Chen is this strong. So, makes sense.
So yeah, this time around, Team Secret will be first pick. Mouse had first pick last time. They, of course, first pick the Primal Beast. Secret aren't banning out anything reactionary, at least, other than the Crystal Maiden from for Bengen. They're still banning out the Undying as well. Last time they banned Timber and Batrider on the different pick order. Of course, Mouse have banned both of those for them. So it'll be interesting to see where Secret goes with this final ban. Are they going to potentially pick the Primal Beast themselves? Are they going to ban it here? Do they not care about the Primal and they think about other things? And yep, there it is. Ban SD, pick up the Primal. Instant response of the Tiny. A well-known counter to when Primal Beast first ever entered the game all the time back was because of Avalanche. When the Primal wants to run in, if you use Avalanche in, that contains him. If you want to toss him back away, Primal Beast is all about positioning, getting on top of you, and Tiny does a really good job at preventing that from the forward position. Even the mid, but I would like to see this just be a forward position.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think, there's an opportunity sometimes to do it, but if you've picked it to do a certain role, such as just controlling it with Primal, then, it's just easier to devote that as a forward position rather than as mid. We've got another checklist of things to be doing. So,
yeah, exactly.
Big agree. I do find it interesting that the Shadow Demon ban into the Primal picks does seem to be the kind of play in the early game in this position. I suppose it's not so that the Shadow Demon would give you a save as the Primal Beast. It also gives you the purge on him as well, right? Which he really, really hates. That slow is pretty devastating for him. So it's a double whammy.
Yeah, pre-BKB, any slow, any stun is somewhat devastating for his fight contribution. Because once he onslaughts in, he wants to trample quite freely. Went for Mouse, they go for the gyrocopter. It's if it is, again, I'm expecting there to be a soft amount of flex here, like some position 5 gyro with a 4 position Tiny. It's a very aggressive support Joe. But if it is just a carry, sure, it's just another all-net carry. No problems at all. But for Secret, they already have the BKB piercing stun of the Primal Beast. So this isn't going to be the gyrocopter that freely gets to cast every single fight. There are going to be points of pressure throughout the game for Secret to utilize, if it is a core gyro, and still 4 more picks. It is just one of those drafting things where if they overreact to gyro, expect this hero to suddenly get relegated down to 5 and a different hero rises up to be the carry. So support duo potentially could be a good double pick here for Secret, just to keep the Primal Beast a little bit open and to kind of match the flexibility of Mouse. Force him to pick 2 more heroes and get a little bit more information.
So I'd like to see probably a more defensive support coming out from Secret. Maybe the Puppy hero now. Yeah, I don't see a particular reason why you wouldn't go for the Disruptor again, but maybe there's better stuff. I mean, grabbing some sort of issue for the Gyrocopter might be tempting.
You could go Venge +1. You could go okay, whatever. was too slow. I tried, man.
Attempt was made.
I
Muerta?
was about
Hello?
to. Whatever.
You hear
I
her?
tried. I'm sorry. I'm too slow.
All right.
But that could be a cool option to go down, because it's like, I was gonna say like Venge or IO were the two concepts for me, where Venge would be the swap break from Gyro's positioning to his teammate. You have the Wave of Terror as well, which is pretty good. And then the alternate was going to be IO, where when Gyro wants to stand still and Satanic, if you can match that level of regen and fight and sustain, then you can overwhelm a Gyrocopter. And IO can do that. And of course, if you put Muerta as the carry in this position with the IO, you brush off Gyro's flak. The Muerta does insane damage. You force the Gyrocopter to go BKB early, of course. Primal can then deal with the BKB. So yeah, I like the idea here, but they are showing their hand relatively early. And Mouse now get most likely the Supreme Leshrac with an Oracle. It's been so long since I've seen an Oracle Leshrac combination, and now we have like Oracle on one team, Eye on the other. The battle of the backline supports trying to amp up their front line. This is quite a fun draft between the two teams.
10 seconds.
Yeah, the one flip
5
side is
seconds
like the reason
remaining.
we're just not seeing Muerta recently. You know, she did obviously get turned down quite a lot because just a very, very strong hero previously to this patch. Now she's a lot weaker, and it's kind of awkward now that Revenant's Brooch is so good for everybody. Now, maybe the nerfs are going to bring this hero back a little bit. You know, you can no longer crit, therefore it makes it not as appealing, but I can still see a world where the Gyrocopter just picks it up anyway, maybe even doesn't build Chrysalis and goes straight in for just some raw damage, and then picks up the Revenant's Brooch and then just goes face to face with Muerta. And I don't know, he might do all right there with an Oracle behind him. Both of them now have the steroid, and Oracle, of course, going to give that save as the Primal Beast as well. So, yeah, pretty big fan of this Oracle pick. It's got so much value behind the Gyrocopter and the Leshrac. Two heroes which want to be on the front lines, love being kept alive, usually build forms of healings for themselves. One the Bloodstone, one the Satanic.
Also, the Shard and Oracle is pretty useful here as well. It's mitigating some of that IO capabilities. Going towards Secret, though, with the Pangolier pick, they do need to find moves to make on the map. And now you have Primal that can go hunting, a Pangolier that can go hunting, that is Oracle. He's going to have it. He might even need to go like first or second item Blink Dagger in this game, just because when the fight breaks out, he needs to be able to like jump back away from the Pang or Primal and then reposition to save one of his cores. And I think for Mouse, you were talking about like the Muerta and like the concepts to deal with her. I feel like the way that they deal with it is just by jumping her, ideally at the start of the fight, be the ones that dictate the game, and she's now BKBing to retreat, or she's popping her ultimate to turn around on some Leshrac that's on top of him, and then at that point Gyrocopter can then enter the engagement. I feel if Gyro and Muerta just clash heads, of course Muerta will just be the one who comes out ahead most likely, depending on BKB timings and stuff. But I like Secrets. I feel like both teams are responding well to each other right now. Like the creativity of the Oracle, the Pangolier to complement the need to find relocates in the game, and their final picks are most likely the position 4 of Secret, and then the offlaner for Mouse.
Dyer's ban now.
Yeah, seems like it. Still a universe where this Muerta goes support, but I do really want to see it carry. Like I think I'm just so happy. I'm happy that Muerta is back to being the only magic critting carry in the game again. Because they can kind of completely ruin her when they introduce this new Revenant's Brooch, which was all of a sudden not an in item, and anybody can just become Muerta. But now,
very true.
Not the case. Muerta gets to be Muerta, the only Muerta again.
Off-lane heroes.
Fading into Oracle's pretty brave, isn't it?
I like Beastmaster. Ooh, okay, Enigma. I wanted a hero that punishes Bane. So Beast, maybe a little bit more old school. Was a hero that does that. They go for an Enigma, and it's going to bring summons to the lane, threaten the fact that technically it's Io and Muerta in that lane. Actually, I just realized because Io is the position 5 in this scenario. But in the game, nevertheless, it's going to be sure you have Pango and Primal to deal with these summons, but when you get to the teamfight aspect of Enigma, you pretty much rely on the Basher of the Pangolier and maybe the Grip of the Bane to be your savior. So yeah, I don't mind it. I think Mouse is looking very scary. I think Secret also, if they get some early start play behind Primal, they also could be pretty devastating in the game. It's yeah, I'm excited to come out to see who come out ahead in the laning phase.
Me too. I think this Enigma pick is very interesting indeed. And yeah, I mean, these last two picks are pretty insane, honestly. The Bane into the Oracle is kind of just like a big middle finger to Bengen, like, you're not going to be able to cancel any of my stuff. And yeah, the Enigma into the Bane is a middle finger right back saying, like, yeah, you're not going to cancel my black holes either. So yeah, big chatting on each other right now in this late stage of the draft. But also, these heroes just looking to play a very different game. BKB penetrating lockdown going to be very, very important. A nice response to the reload. So who comes out ahead? Well, we are going to find out. Is it looking like a super good Leshrac game to you? Like, is this one of these games where Lesh can just be like the kind of take over the game before the Jycot even needs to get involved here?
I think it depends on how active Boom and Corden want to be together. If it's only one joining the fights, then there is a world where Oracle keeps the Leshrac alive in those engagements, and the lack of, like, there is 0 damage from a Bane IO. Early game Wurter, it's a pretty intense carry where you need to farm quite a lot. So if you don't see Corden and Boom want to make moves together, or at least overwhelm a certain area of the map together, then yes, you are going to probably have a Leshrac that just runs freely, invades the jungle, steals away some stacks, buffed up by an aggro Oracle and Tiny combo that want to play on the other side of the map if they have the correct heroes. And yeah, I think that's mainly Secret's biggest concern, most likely, with this draft is don't just get crushed in laning phase. Make sure that you can at least dictate a little bit with some smoked moves and stabilize your game until Chrysalis tells you that he's the carry that's ready to take all the fights.
30 seconds to battle.
Get too old for this games.
Also, IO plus Muerta is a pretty fun matchup as well. Obviously, Overcharge going to give you spell amplification, which does apply to Pierce the Veil, so you just get straight up extra damage inside Pierce the Veil, which is pretty cool. With Aghanim Shard, then guess what? You amplify Spell Lifesteal and share Spell Lifesteal to Muerta. With Muerta's Shard, she gets Spell Lifesteal during Pierce the Veil. Wow. So a lot of synergy going on there. And you can basically just give her like a Satanic Plus inside her Pierce the Veil with the 2 shards coming out for both of them. So that should be a consideration for sure.
Which lane is going to be the kill lane?
I think
I'd argue top. I think Mouse with the Enigma and Tiny have that ability to hit level 2, hit some potential tossback. I know that normally you position very defensively on an IO, but if Muerta doesn't have a body in the lane, then they will just be throwing everything onto her. So I'm expecting maybe one misstep into potential death occurring here.
mid lane's going to be the Leshrac versus the Pangolier as well. This one, I'm feeling Leshrac might get a little bit of advantage. Also, they did make some pretty big changes to Pangolier, didn't they? Should probably touch on that. Probably the most, I would say the most significant change in the patch is probably to Pangolier.
Yeah, so they reduced the strike count on his swash, but increased the damage. So I believe that means it does like less diffusal burning, but in turn still does like the wave clearing aspect.
Yep.
If he was to
less
diffusal,
and
yeah,
Basher
a chance of
later on
Master
as well.
and stuff. Yeah,
That's going to be a big one in this matchup because we did talk about that BKB black hole. You know, one of your potential
true, yeah.
cancels will be that Basher, but less chance to get it now. So you're going to need to see the Ags as well on the Pangolier at the very least to try to not guarantee it, but give yourself the best possible chance of being able to cancel a black hole. But yeah, it's kind of tough as Arfu being chased around by Bengen here. Oracle, one of the highest damage supports, level 2 and level 3 in the game. Arfu finding out the hard way. Being chased around. But lane's in a good spot for Boom, so he doesn't mind having his support not here for a little while. And Boom actually going for the uproar. early on, getting a lot of harassment, so decides it's worthwhile just to grab it. And against a gyrocopter with flat cannon, that makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, already supports rotating probably like the Tiny and the IO. They're poking the head around the river. Trying to contest some runes, and I guess this is normally going to be the product, right? Enigma, relatively self-sufficient. Of course, you don't deny any creeps anymore, but if you block the small camp and Enigma can control the wave, you can even drag creep waves with your idols if you want to. It does free up Narman to go follow Puppy, and Puppy, he probably wants to be making some stacks at this point. Go grab some quick hard camp stack, but he's not allowed to do it.
So funny, Narman just falling around with his big old tree, just like, hey buddy.
Oh, he's trying to get the stack. Will he get it? Will he get it?
Yeah.
Oh,
nope. And Narman gets the bounty rune as well, so Puppy being kind of owned by the Tiny at this point. See if he can recover a little bit later on. Of course, his job is not to harass with the enemy support. That's not what IO ever does. Apparent weakness in lane will be made up for later in the game. And Grizzler's nice with a dead shot, just using it on the range creep and reflecting off onto a hero as well with the fear. I missed the days when Deadshot first came out and it was like a ridiculously long. I think it was like a 3.5 or 4 second fear at level 4 back in the day. Maybe not quite that long. It was a really long time though. And the hero is all about just trying to get people to fear people into tower range.
That's why people, I don't get why people are so excited for new heroes, right? Like, they're all excited for Ringmaster, but this thing's going to be broken when it comes out. Puppy, though, is getting broken in the top lane.
He certainly is, yeah.
Thanks and
the toss back, more than enough to bring him down. Got to be so careful, though, otherwise. Yes, this killer lane is going to be able to take you down. I know, I love the chaos of a new hero coming out and everybody just trying to ban it first phase every time, and then you finally get the chance to kind of like people whipping out the auto clickers to be able to be the first one to pick it.
There's console commands for it too. Actually, it's pretty good memes. No, I would love Val. I know obviously it's in their best interest when they introduce a new hero to make it too good, so that people enjoy playing it.
Whoa, conspiracy theories! What the?
No, I mean like. Surely, if you were to add a new hero, you'd want the hero to be good. Everyone then gets like angry about any, reactions, good reactions. Reddit's like, this thing's overpowered, this thing, and then like you got all the spammers going, free MMR, and then you nerf it and it becomes a hero. Like if it was bad, like, are you gonna actively want to play a bad hero? Probably not. You're begging Valve for buffs after like 3 days. Probably not. So. I'm pretty sure there's someone in there, IceFrog's, intern who secretly at night goes in and just cranks up everything by 25%. Just it's day one release, boys. Make it real good.
Yeah, I do remember. I think it was Primal Beast actually. There was certainly one hero where they released it and everyone was like, "This is so broken. What are you doing?" And then Valve was like, "No, it's not. They didn't change it." And everyone was just like, "Oh yeah, no, it's not. We kind of learned how to counter it." It's my favorite.
It's incredible. Yeah.
It's just like, oh yeah, right. It's not broken. We're just silly. Sorry.
I cannot wait to see the level of OP-ness of any new hero in the future. What should be a support? I wish.
I mean, I really would like to see like a high skill support hero be released. Like, that'd be fun. Something which, and not a jack of all trades would be nice. I know we're not releasing many heroes, like one a year kind of deal. So, getting something which is like doesn't do everything feels kind of bad, but
like a real traditional support as well. Like I think nowadays the line in which we see supports and cores is quite fine. If you have good wave clear, suddenly a core can be support. If you have good talents and damage, and suddenly supports can be cores. It's like vice versa, but. It would be nice just to see like a new age version of like I'm not saying heroes to be similar in terms of playstyle, but just like for nostalgia value, like the disruptors, the dazzles. Like these heroes are so iconically support that it would be cool to have a new one that is to the same level.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Muerta has been my favorite hero release for a really long time, so it's cool to see in this game. But I feel like she was definitely broken and. Maybe like a little too versatile in some ways, but also just a cool kit, a very interesting kit, introduce some new mechanics, and can just be that Giga carry hero, a bit more kind of traditional than a lot of the other hero releases in the past few years. So it's a fun one to watch, and I'm excited to see it back in the game potentially with the changes to reference vote. Not something I really thought about, but yeah, it could be a big turning point for the hero as a carry. So looks like we're seeing a movement up to the top lane from Supreme. Just kidding, he goes back to mid.
The game has slowed down quite a lot. Both teams are fine farming. Also, why we, commandeered the game to create a little new hero podcast for about 2 minutes. And my expectation is this flow for the game won't really change too much. They are looking to maybe go and own it bottom, but they're spelling up that nightmare.
Yeah, it's awkward.
No issues at all here.
Throw a line to Radiant's
Lush was about to go top, and then kind of just ended up farming a camp on the way up anyway, and yeah, he would have been
Supreme needs to make moves.
I don't think
his entire job is just exist, right? Like if Pangolier wants to go TP to top, Supreme takes mid tower. If Supreme goes top, Pangolier will then mirror that rotation and then kill Supreme. So I think it's in Supreme's best interest to just continue existing middle, force this Pangolier to have to stay mid as well, and then you aren't getting that overlap with the Pango and the Primal that I was mentioning earlier. Io Bane can't make any moves, and you really hurt Secret through just farming. Like Mouse's entire game plan is efficiency. Look at Gyrocopter right now. He's farming up double stacks underneath his safe lane tower. He is happily just grading it up. Supreme, he's farming stacks as well. Like Mouse are just creating so much gold from the map compared to Secret, where they are farming stacks of their own, but it's just not to the same speed of multiple cores hitting multiple stacks at the same time. Also, big difference.
Yeah, like
to note
Chrysalis
that
is trying, but it's just not quite as efficient. I mean, maybe now with the stacks being made, Chrysalis
he's struggling with a small camp. Well, not struggling, but it's just awkwardly slow. And now get to the hard
he's lost his
camp.
tower during this as well, so yeah. They feel like they just can't lane into this Enigma with Black Hole. Like, what are you going to do if he gets Black Hole? Like, Puppy obviously doesn't have any heals as of yet. I think he's got a wand trying to rush the mech, so that's a little awkward, but let's see. Chrysalis and Puppy are going to go for the double stack. Pretty nicely done. And again, just trying to be as efficient as possible, but if you want this Murta to pull ahead, you're going to have to create pressure elsewhere on the map. She's not going to do it just by herself with an IO.
I'm just a little bit worried that this pressure won't be coming. Gordon.
Supreme initiating onto Bane. Bane, Nightmare, not much use against the Leshrac, unfortunately, so it's going to end up going down. Gordon able to lock down Nam, and with Boom coming in from the side, they'll be able to grab this kill. Chrysalis just slides in from across, and they're going to be able to take down Gordon as well. So
nice
the turn does come on through. 2 dead on Secret, 1 dead on Mouse. Mouse forced back Boom and claim the fight.
You can see Secret there. They needed to bring a couple more heroes if they were to try and take that engagement. Primal, arguably just a little bit too late, not to overlap with the Pangolier and just really get any killing blows. But kind of further cements the point where Secret, they can't really smoke and be happy, right? Like, you don't want to drag a Muerto into a pre-10-minute fight. Maybe if she had like the Mage Slayer or the Maelstrom and had like one active item, it could turn the kind of the engagement around, but it's just not to be the case at the moment.
I love that. Boom's like, I'm going to charge in and grab the shield rune. I'm a big tanky boy. They won't be able to kill me. And then he just like spots the Oracle standing there menacingly. He's like, oh, yeah, Fortune Dead was the thing. Never mind. really
already a 3k net worth lead.
0 unit. Cool. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Like, Boom's not really able to play the game for now. You saw in the last fight, he jumps into the middle of everybody, starts smashing around, and then he can't use his ultimate because there's an Oracle just sitting behind everybody completely uncontested. So Boom has to find a way onto the backlines. Or the Pango does.
Blink Dagger now complete on this Enigma. You've got... Okay, this was the difference actually, I was going to say earlier. So SEA, Leshrac, Lorinov, when they qualified earlier today, he always would go Kaya BKB, right? Sure that the games were maybe a little bit more stun dependent, or stun heavy, but in this game, he's going for the Urs Rush, which I think is a more of a Western approach to Leshrac. And he's going to be very active. Like the fights, he will be able to stop the Primal Beast from getting on top of him. He'll be able to cancel or relocate if the Iron zips in a little bit too late, or cancel a grip if the Bane's out of position, right? I can see why Urs is very good in this game. And already Mouse utilizing their advantage that they have. Supreme taking down the towers. Enigma has not left top at all. And both the supports are hugging the strongest hero on the map. This Oracle Tiny, if they play near this Leshrac, Secret should in theory struggle. Unless they bring all 5 heroes and just overwhelm Mouse, then I am really expecting them to be able to just win any fight they want. And they've scanned up. They know Chrysalis is farming back here. Most likely going to be bumping into Puppey though.
If they really want to fight Chrysalis, so deep to the side, drops the calling, booms in as well. And surely Secret can punish this one. They jump in, they manage to get the catch onto the Leshrac. Pierce being used as well, but Black Hole comes in round the back onto the both of them. Bane, Muerta, and Pangolier all caught inside the Black Hole. But Boomslabs come out on the other side, looking at Force 3 dead on Secret though. Can they really fight up into this? Corden getting blasted down here as well. Supreme still super tanky, super healthy, gets a triple kill, 4 dead on Secret. They only managed to get the Oracle Force with the perfect Black Hole to cancel out the damage. Leshrac plenty healthy thanks to the Oracle. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, incredibly optimistic go there from Secret. Like Mouse, they brought in the correct heroes. They had Leshrac underneath the tower. It looked like they may have gone a little bit too deep, but when the Oracle gets to throw all his spells into Leshrac pre-death, and then you hit the big black hole, there's no cancel for it at this stage of the game. The Bane isn't there. The Eye has already used Relocate, so you can't save anyone inside it. And the Pangolier, of course, you can't cancel it. You're just going to get clipped by the edge of it. So a beautiful black hole from Enigma. Great spell casting from Bengen before he dies, and Supreme crushing the fight with the amount of damage he has. Secret, they don't have damage, they don't have smoke potential, they can't hit buildings, they can't go Roshan. All they can do right now is look at wet lanes, push them out and hit the jungle. They are really victim to whatever Mouse wants to do. This is going to be a really difficult mid-game for them to try and approach the map.
Stun comes out, the fear is there to push back Supreme for the time being, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. There's Veil being used along with this Mage Slayer. Is it going to be enough to control up Supreme? I think it might just be, but the problem here is as well that Bengen's just going to throw down the Fate's Edict onto Supreme anyway and stop him taking any damage from the Muerta. So any kill potential, any turnaround potential which Secret thought they might have had, they do not. Mid, they're going on to Narman. It's something. Arfu, he has got the grip. Oh, yep, there we go. Relo in, grip comes out. Down goes the Tiny. A lot of damage going to be dead to the tower as well. They should probably get this. So.
At this point, a kill is a kill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Restless wants to kill the Eidolons, but should feel pretty safe knowing Black Hole's still not up. If they have that one time.
Yeah, for Secret though, the saving grace of this is the biggest fight comes when Black Hole's up. And it is early on. Having a minute and a half to farm, it's going to feel so nice because you aren't really buying the biggest items. You're buying cheap items to kind of get yourself into the game, and you know, a minute and a half of farm, that's Pango swashing 2-3 camps, pushing out a wave, getting a component towards Lags, that's Primal, also stumbling his way towards the Shroud. It's only a 4k net worth lead. Mouse, they want to utilize this Blink Dagger. He didn't really show it though in mid lane, so he died before he had it, and now he's looking.
In they go. 2 heroes caught. Toss back, Puppey and Muerta. Chrysalis tied together. There comes the Pierce the Veil. Bengen is behind though. Once again, Edict out on Supreme. Chrysalis can't shoot him anymore. Chrysalis trying to get away. Wolves out, but it's not going to be any follow-up coming out from Mouse. Mouse kind of not really converting on their kills, but at the same time, top lane being pushed very, very heavily by Force and by Supreme now as well. They've got the Edict, so I will drop.
Yeah, it's just that constant poke on the map. They might not be getting the kills, but they force Secret to have to react to try and defend themselves, and in doing so, Olnet continue to farm it behind. Tier 2s are falling. Olnet TP's back to the bot lane finally. Rather pushing out this wave. Secret needs to be a little bit careful here.
I did want to ask you about this Mage Slayer pickup from Chrysalis. Like, how do you feel about it? Because obviously it's an answer to the Leshrac, but at the same time, do you think they'd be a lot further ahead if they'd gone for like that Maelstrom first rather than Mage Slayer?
I think they may have bought the Mage Slayer with the expectation of being able to fight with Pango and Primal, but then these fights unfolded and they can't do anything, so I think in hindsight, he probably wanted the Maelstrom to farm quicker to become a core and earlier timing.
Dire's
But
middle tower is under attack.
yeah, this measure doesn't feel as optimal, at least in regards to the way they're playing right now. Like right now, Maelstrom should be better.
Dire's
If they played differently, then I think there could have been scenarios in which he complemented the Mage Slayer. But right now, with this game state, it is hindering him a lot.
Couldn't withstand the tide.
It's awkward when you buy this fighting item and then kind of just farm with it. You're just left wondering, like, why not just get the farming item? And look at the net worths as well. Ulnit, who we just haven't spoken about at all because we haven't needed to, sitting comfortably on top of net worth. Supreme closely following him. Force closely following him. Oh, they managed to find a Pangolier as well. A free mid lane Pango up towards the top side of the map. Supreme finds Afu. Stun. Follow. Well, the damage coming out from Pulse Nova and the Edicts, and they will be able to take him down. Bane gone.
It also hurts Secret that they, and I don't mean this in any negative way, they just have 2 position 5s. Like when you draft a Bane, you're not drafting him for his intense farming capabilities and damage potential, right? He's another control type hero that enables cores. So when you are, we've seen it like Gaming Gladiators have drafted Bane before. You go for this double 5 lineup, and it just pushes the core so far forward into the fights that it's hard to deal with. We're just not seeing that right now, and this type of game plan from behind, it does feel devastating. Because there's not that simple, Pango +1, go deep onto the Radiant side of the map. If you find someone, get the kill, run back to us. Like, there isn't that potential at all. Like, they need to drag cores to every single move. And you can see Mouse just, they don't really care. They're pushing mid-tier 2s from the tree line. They are grouped up. They're hoping to maybe get a bit of a jump here.
Doom just running into the Leshrac right now. Reeler coming to the backlines as well. Ulnit pings it out. Leshrac plenty healthy in the middle of everything. Bengen right behind, kind of healing him up. But look at the Gyrocopter being rolled down by the birds. The Black Hole comes in from 4th just to hold the back. But Supreme's here to get the real damage in. And Chris is going to get brought down as well. Ulnit survives through it all. Bengen's there to heal him up, and he will live. Oh no. They almost had the Gyrocopter. They almost caught him off guard. But Force was there, ready to save the day. Black Hole comes through, and all of a sudden, it all turns to shit for Secret.
Yeah, they also weren't able to keep Bengen controlled long enough because Bengen leaving his ultimate to the last second and eventually then throws it onto the Gyrocopter because he was able to brush off that Pangolier's aggression. Yeah, and there's not much to talk about for Secret. They don't have the items, they don't have really anything to take a fight into a full force Mouse. Maybe with Black Hole cooldown they can muster the confidence to give it a go, to go find something out on the map. Black Hole is in cooldown for nearly 2 minutes compared to the big ultimates of Secret, pretty much off cooldown. And I'd love to see a Fiend's Grip this game as well. It is so hard though. Like, I don't even unless they find a hero by themselves with Fiend's Grip, I just don't know don't think they do the damage. Like, there's no like Shivas, there's no Blade Mail on the Primal to soak anything, there's no Aghanims on the Pangolier yet. This game must feel so difficult to play if you're Secret. You really just have to hope for Mouse to blunder some move or to overstay their welcome. And that's only gonna get harder when they move to Roshan. Well, they're smoked. No, they were smoked. They smoked Bane and Pango. Obviously, they still have Relocate, but I don't think they're contesting Roshan anytime soon.
Yeah, it's gonna take
they
a
are
while.
pinging though.
Well, Primal gonna charge the wave, so Onslaught's gonna be on cooldown for the time being. Of course, no Blink Dagger, no initiation, no Roshan contest. This will be an Aegis going to probably Supreme. Ulnit's moving close, he wants it. Alright, I'll give it to the Gyrocopter instead.
Let him walk up the high ground. Okay, but look at Secret. Their smoke just expired. They know there's no any high ground vision. Maybe they can go for a pick off here. If they see someone TP top or mid. Yeah, they need someone to show middle and then go. So Enigma's showing middle. What's their reaction for Secret? Go for the Enigma? No, okay,
Surely.
they're doing nothing.
Oh, they're moving towards Force. They want to try and get this naked
Is
kill.
about to fly.
I mean, it's not a bad one. They might be able to find a fight off the back of it if they do bring it down. Force getting low. BKB comes out, but Pulverize is there on top of him, and that'll be a dead Force. Meanwhile, on the top side, now they're going to be able to take a Tormentor.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, shard on the Tiny though. Probably not what you're after.
Copies with cannon fire.
Glide now complete for Chrysalis. A little bit more control.
Radiant's middle tower
Of course, it really help him when he gets Black Hole, but if the fight lasts longer than the Black Hole, then we are going to see some water control in play.
Radiant's middle tower is
The
under
Mouse
attack.
themselves, they're smoked up. Enigma is dead for 12 seconds. No BKB for a minute, but they don't care. They don't think they need him there. Trying to pick off Puppy and Chrysalis or retreating back to their jungle. No relocate for 40 seconds, so if they make the jump, they should in theory just be dead. And they're going to find him.
Jump in from Narman, double avalanche, double split earth. The damage is there. Chrysalis gonna pop the pierce the veil, try to just blow up somebody here, but no one's really dying. Chrysalis going down. It's just an awkward 2 kills up on the top side of the map.
Just the sheer damage. How does Moita stand her ground into a Leshrac, the AoE damage, and then to try and kill someone when Oracle's in position with the max 4-point Fate's Edict? 5 seconds
Yeah,
of just
it's a huge
nice
problem.
damage, Moita.
This
Moita needs an item to turn her
completely
ultimate to physical damage.
I guess you don't ulti, then
Yes, that's true.
could be the answer. Then why have you picked Moita? I mean, this jar up.
I mean, she walks the attack range from the ultimate, so it's yeah, god, memes.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Oh, now they gotta stop a Aegis Starcopter walking up that high ground.
Ask him nicely.
How much? PayPal, go ahead.
What's your number? Everybody has one.
Oh god.
I feel like Chrysalis' build is surprisingly like utility focused to me. Like even
that's
once
the
he
type of
goes for the
player he
mastery, he then
is.
turns into a Gleipnir as well. So really just not a lot of damage coming out.
No, it goes back to my previous analysis of Secret. Like, as much as they do roster swaps and stuff, I really think Secret thrive when you look at their offlane duo and you just see, wow, these players are like carries independently from the offlane, and I'm still yet to find that duo that has met the scalability and strength of Resolution and Zayas. Like, that combination could have won TI. You know, like that's how good that combination is.
Close. Yeah.
But ever since then, just whoever's just filled that slot, just putting it bluntly, just not been anywhere near the same level. They have upset potential. They have like the charisma to really just punch up, but not the same level as this been.
now as well.
That is top.
Narman just been such a force this game as well on the Tiny, able to basically turn it. Oh, Black Hole down the bottom side. They've caught them together again. Puppy and Chrysalis always together, always next to each other in force. He's just
the top back.
Getting him for free. Yeah, top back into Boom. Boom does have a BKB, so trying just yet. Pulverize coming through onto Narman once again. There's a Fate's Edict, just keeping him nice and magic immune. And I'm going to be absolutely fine. Nightmare.
Have we seen a grip this game?
Two of them. We saw
Have you seen a grip?
Yeah.
Middle barracks have
Okay.
fallen.
Where's Arthur? Oh, okay. He's just
Yeah, that's why I asked.
He's split the face.
Fortified.
He's having an adventure. He found himself an invisibility room. Wow.
Attack.
Yeah. Freest to been all game. If he can wrap around the back, find a grip onto the Oracle, then and not die is kind of critical aspect. Look at him. He's like, oh, I'm good.
Do you really want to find him? And Enigma has shown bottom. The flak, they found him. Ooh.
Right, they're out. Relo in. They're going for him. They need to take down this Oracle. If the Oracle doesn't die, you're going to have some issues. They turn around, deal with the Tiny instead. Now Benjamin, well, Fate's Edict doesn't last forever. Power the damage. Damage. Okay, they're going to come to TP, so Bengen will fall.
Double kill.
All right. Griffles gets a double kill and buys a Crystallize. Cool.
Two supports going down again. Secret. They're just happy killing anything in this game so far. And you know, people might be thinking about this Bane pick and asking why. And you know, historically in Dota, IO Bane used to be a very, very good combination because Bane would always be out by himself on the map. He'd go find a couple heroes. He had Nightmare one, Grip the other. He'd be able to isolate 40% of the enemy to then relocate and you kill both. Like it was always a treat to watch. A great Bane IO combination. There was no safe place on the map, but we're not really seeing it nowadays.
Trying to get away from this one. Might have to just pop the BKB here to not die, though. He has got a Blink Dagger, actually. That helps him get away. But yeah, they did see him smoke on the wave. He walked into the Bane who was smoked, so he just disappeared in the middle of a creep wave. It was pinged by Supreme, so yeah, I was ready to respond to it very easily. The Oracle isn't back with them yet, and they're still just parked outside the enemy base, killing off creep waves right in front of them. That's how confident they are. Like, Bengen's making the long walk over, but they know that Secret aren't going to come out and mess with them. Ultimate and Supreme up on the high ground. Edict under the cover of an arcane rune nonetheless. That's going to help a lot. Stun's out. No shard though, so follow-up stun's not here just yet. Arfu on the back trying to look for a way into this, but it's a very awkward position. Feeble, purged off by the Fortune's End. Supreme taking down the barracks. Chrysalis. Calling comes out. Rolling Thunder. Come on through from Corden as well. You know who he's looking for. Bengen. Oh, multi-ulti coming out pretty early. Fate Feeders as well also being used. Chrysalis has not used this there yet, so he might get a chance to use it. Does go for it right now, but the Black Hole comes in on top of him. Werter, it does get cancelled actually. Oh, the grip from the sidelines. Arfu, he manages to get it off, but Ulnit is making them pay. Chrysalis, he gets reload out, but not very far. Still in range for the gyrocopter. Maybe prepare for the fire back as well.
Oh, he came back.
Oh, okay. Well,
yep.
That's one way to end it. GG.
Rampage? Rampage for Supreme? Rampage?
Supreme!
Rampage!
Supreme! Bring him down! Can he kill him before the third explodes?
Oh, the agony, no!
Right, Ulnit, get him out. Get him kicked.
Get him gone.
Supreme was robbed. He comes out.
There it is.
Woo! I don't know what to say about that one, T. That was a rough series for Secret.
Yeah, no, I think there's no sugarcoating this. They, in no way, look like they're going to be qualifying for DreamLeague Season 23 if they have this level of performance in the lower bracket. I think they have a lot of work to do before tomorrow. They have a lot of work to just kind of bring themselves to the level of competition required to be in Western Europe and competing for, I believe, is it only a single slot for, is it a 2 slot? It's 2 slots for Western Europe, right? So there's 2 chances. They can go through the low bracket, of course, and not have to fight up against the 2 top teams. But I think right now, Secret are struggling a lot. But it's not the time to talk about them. Let's talk about Mouse, of course. They are the team that did just demolish Secret. They are going to be progressing. The newly formed roster, they have had a couple stints on other qualifiers to no major success yet. But this is going to be potentially, the qualifier that they could maybe make some big moves in. If they draft and play like this, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they are to be contenders.
Yeah, like I don't want to be too mean on Secret, but like it's really difficult to break down a team's performance and say what went wrong when nothing really went right. Like how do you then say, oh, they need to improve on this, they need to improve on this? Like the draft didn't work. Nobody really had a stand-up performance. Like nobody was letting the team down because no one was really getting much done. Like there were some moments where Chrysalis was able to get off some damage. Boom, didn't really die until later on in the game. He was having a game after you got a nice black hole cancel, but at the same time, it's not happening together. There was no kind of substance to what Secret were doing in this series, and Mouse, they were just doing everything right. They're just playing some very clean Dota, some very hard to beat Dota, and just 2 smackdowns in a row. Very satisfying KDAs on Leshrac and Gyrocopter to end this one as well. 606 on the Gyro, 10-0-10 on the Leshrac as well. So nice bit of symmetry there to end things off, and that's going to do it for the first series. So yep. Mouse. They'll be heading on forward in the upper bracket. Secret dropping down to the lower bracket and having to fight through many, many teams. They want to make it to Dream League Season 23. We're going to throw it over to a break. More Western EU action to come shortly. We'll see you in a bit.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Set you free, but I don't have the will to run from you. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning.
Before you is a barren pathway. On the right, a startling drop, a stomach-turning drop down into oblivion. And on your left, success. Everything you've ever wanted. A major, or at least something, a major league, a very prestigious league. But you got to walk the path first, T-Gov, without falling, losing your balance. One wrong step, and you are eliminated. And that is exactly the situation these teams are in right now. It is Entity versus Arrest Farmers here in the lower bracket for the Western EU qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 23. T-Gov, are you ready to walk this path with me?
Oh, I do love a good lower bracket. You know, seeing 5 players lose all chance to qualify and earn their paycheck, it really just makes me no. Of course, it's very scary. Wish best of luck to all the teams competing in the lower bracket and whoever will be knocked down the line. But
why can't we all win?
True. I mean, that was kind of like the DPC, right? You just don't qualify, you get some money. That was like everyone was winning to some degree.
True. Everyone was eating good.
Everyone was eating pretty good, but yeah, nowadays, no more buffets, just a couple courses, and of course, you got to qualify. But no, I think for this series, at least Rest Farmers, name, you will just not know who they are because it's a brand new name, but the players you will. You know, Shad used to play on Team Tickles and Vikings back in the day. Of course, that team has now become Gaming Gladiators. Atlantic, he always is the tier 2 European player that sometimes punches up to tier 1 teams, but often sits down in tier 2. And then Jibe, Pablo, and Hanskin.
Just in case people are wondering where
Atlantic
I'm freaking out
is
over here. Yep, continue.
No, it's all good. but the other three Swedish players. And it kind of feels like Rest Farmers are the type of team where if they were to qualify, I wouldn't be surprised if Alliance just randomly picked them up due to their majority Swedish influence in the team. But they're not qualifying for anything at the moment, so they don't have that Alliance contract to potentially been written up. But no, yeah, it's a team that has a lot of caliber.
The stakes have just risen even further.
There it is. But I believe they just qualified through the open qualifiers to get to the Western European closed qualifiers for the PGL tournament that's about to happen in 2 or 3 days. So I believe they just beat Nigma there. So they have another closed qualifiers to play if they are to lose this closed qualifiers. Again, every other month it's just closed qualifier madness. And then it goes down for a little bit. And then you play some actual tournaments. And then everyone rushes back to their regions or whatever, their boot camps to play more qualifiers. And yeah, I think if we ignore all that for a second, Entity, they're on a little bit of a hot streak. Even though they're in the lower bracket, they did lose 2-1 to Tundra in the upper bracket.
Tundra, yeah.
They had a 72-minute win, 63-minute loss, then a 40-minute loss. So it was a very close competitive series. So them being here in the lower bracket, it's not like other teams where they very quickly, putting it bluntly, kind of belong in the lower bracket. Entity potentially in a different universe, different scenarios in their games, they could have easily still been in the upper bracket, and we could have seen Tundra here. But Rest Farmers, their journey here, not so close.
No, they didn't stand much of a chance against Liquid. Sadly, they did get beaten on down pretty convincingly in both of their games. So we'll see what they can pull out the bag here. But also worth mentioning, that Entity are also coming off the back of a pretty decent tournament win as well. Only an online tournament, but had the likes of Spirit and Liquid in there. 2 little teams you might know. And they ended up being the winners. So congratulations to them. And they're going to be feeling pretty good about that. And of course, then immediately losing the opening series for close qualifiers, you're a bit like, whoa, okay. Let's just refocus here a minute, get back in the driving seat, and we'll see if they are able to pull themselves together. But of course, that is also the flip side of closed qualifiers as well. It's not DPC. It's not like a week in between games. It is a few hours between games, so Entity got to make that mental reset happen pretty quickly. Go do some soul searching, walk along a river, stare at your reflection in the water, and think, "Who am I?" And then come and sit in a room and play Dota for a bit. So that's what they got to do, and they're going to try and do that with a Brewmaster. So this is something which I believe Rest Farmers quite like playing as well. So also a bit of an block pick perhaps from Entity here.
Yeah, DM is quite the Brewmaster specialist, so it wouldn't be surprised if there's obviously reason for him wanting to play it. Let me double check. They did play it in the Game 1 victory over Tundra earlier today. I will quickly double check to see if Tundra respected it in the ban phase in the subsequent games, and no, yeah, they didn't. It was just a little pickup to it that occurred, and I will triple check to make sure it was offlane. Yes, it was, as expected. So yeah, offlane Brewmaster, for Rest Farmers at least, going for the Phoenix. It's nice to have a support that doesn't really care about the Brew split. Like if Brew does split, he pops egg. Now Brew needs just to disengage, and not too much of an issue in that regard. And yeah, we'll see how these drafts do develop, but I feel like for Rest Farmers, some level of containment is needed for this egg to just keep the fight localized, and for Entity, just additional skirmish to play behind the Brew split as I sneezed and quickly muted so you didn't have to hear it. I was very impressed with the speed.
What a consummate professional you are.
Thank you.
So yeah, you got some bans coming out. Of course, you mentioned brawling. You mentioned people who can kind of defend the egg. Tiny going to be taken out of the pool by Rest Farmers, so not wanting Entity to get their hands on that one potentially, and see they're going to get rid of the DK and a Primal Beast. So that'll be what they're choosing to throw out of the window. Interesting that the DK wasn't that first phase pick. I mean, I wouldn't have guessed that Phoenix and Brew would be the preference over DK, but there you go. That's going to be the how these guys are running it. I'm interested to see the power of these nerfs,
right? Need to double check the exact nerfs he got. I'm checking game.
Oh, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I know I don't need to, but I feel like I should. Wait. Manta illusions of the guy when they turn back into humans no longer use the on-hit effects.
Correct.
And is it a talent one?
No, and there's another one with his
Tell me the
his
spell.
ultimate.
His ultimate. Oh, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Actually, pretty big deal, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a pretty big deal.
10 seconds.
So no, I think DK got some very subtle nerfs. Of course, Mage Slayer is still
5
good on
seconds
him.
remaining.
The toolkit of him is still good. Aghanims didn't get any nerfs, so I think the sieging aspect, that 5 to 3 second, like that kind of a nuisance, will maybe shine through a little bit, but there will be games where it's still picked up, and of course, Entity are still banning it out, so yeah, not a problem at all. It feels like one of those nerfs where today it's like, okay, and then in like a month's time he'll get another nerf, and then it's like, oh yeah, this hero doesn't feel good anymore. Like he's on the path to not feeling good, but he's only just started that journey. Like he's had several months of good buffs, and one little nerf isn't really going to fully get rid of him.
When a hero gets nerfed initially, everyone's like, for the first few days, people are just like, not playing it, not touching it. And it's like, they don't know how badly the hero got nerfed. Like, maybe the hero is good, maybe the hero is bad, but like, they're not going to try and find out in a pro game. That's what people need to remember. Like, people are like, oh, why are they picking it? It's still really good. It's like, they don't know that. They haven't had a chance to try it for themselves in scrims or whatever yet. So obviously, they're not just going to go and try it out immediately in a pro game, being like, oh, it doesn't sound too bad. I'm sure it's fine. But the reality is, like, 5 to 3 seconds with no damage change on the corrosive breath, on the corrosive attack on the poison dragon is a pretty big deal. So yeah, well, I think worthwhile to not maybe have it be a first phase, but a good DK game is still a good DK game. We got some more heroes. You wanted some protection for the fiery egg. Well, how about some watery splashes and some ships? That sounds like good protection, doesn't it?
Yeah, to some degree. Of course, you were talking about elemental effects in Dota, stupidly for some reason, in a cast 2 days ago. And thank God that doesn't exist. Imagine Rum and fire on the same team.
Oh, yeah.
Friendly
like
fire.
Extinguish the egg so the egg doesn't do damage anymore? Wow.
Yep.
That would be bad.
Yeah, it'd be very bad. But that aside, yeah, it's a nice way to contain it. And it's a nice opening pick for the second phase as well, because the Kunkka, of course, can go off lane, can go mid. Xantic is a Kunkka specialist. He, back in the day when he was at least kind of on the rise for like Div 2 to Div 1 DPC times, his Kunkka builds would always be slightly different to other people. Like he sometimes liked to go for armlet. He, of course, could do ags stuff. Like he had variation to his Kunkka compared to other players where it was just, I just buy the items of Kunkka, right? He showed a little bit of flair in that regard. And Entity, at least, they go for the Bane, they go for the Leshrac. We are going to see Rest Farmers. Ooh, it's just big team fight for Rest Farmers. There's just
all
massive
protection
team
for
fight.
the egg. That's all they care about. That's all they're drafting for.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, right? Like Entity, they want to put their Leshrac forward, but they don't really have damage behind him, right? Like it's a Bane doesn't do damage, just control. Brewmaster in the right setting and momentum can do damage. If your game isn't snowballing, you do just become like another like utility hero, right? You put your split, you lift a guy up, you stun a guy, like that's it. So I do like the fact that Rest Farmers are greening up a little bit. They do have a lot of cooldowns though, but once you get some items, they don't really care about cooldowns. Like you can fight without Chrono, you can fight without Boat. Like there's so much stuff for them to use that if they are in a situation where they have literally no spell, then there's bigger problems for them to face if they are still trying to win a fight after that, right? Like they've clearly messed something up in the journey to getting to that position.
Of course, Shadow Shaman, great egg protector. He's got Hex, he's got Shackles, there's a great egg protecting abilities.
Egg protector.
Yeah, another egg protector. Good job. Keeping this draft together, keeping the concept alive. Entity, meanwhile,
really
I don't know.
Reaching here.
I don't know what they're protecting, but they're a pretty stable draft. I mean, Bane's always useful in terms of locking somebody down. It's already good against the Faceless Void, but Rest Farmers, they don't give a damn. I'll pick it anyway. But Bane could potentially protect somebody. Even just keeping someone alive for like that extra second with Nightmare can be a really big deal. Now Morphling's going to come out from Entity as well. So this will be a big carry hero coming out. Watson, see what he can do on this morph.
Turn to ban.
I did want a Pudge, but it would have been an awful Pudge game. But I always want some Pudge.
No, I like Watson Pudge a lot in this correct setting. Yeah, this game, nah, actually been pretty good to be fair. Other than like the Sunray aspect, yeah, no, actually, I could in a world I could have probably seen it here. Like, you don't really die to the Void, you go Shroud. You don't really care about there's a lot of magic damage, right? Like if you can just have an anti-magic hero, and I don't mean like anti-mage, terrible game. Actually, it's pretty good, but still I wouldn't want to see it.
It's just
Anyone
the
who
rest
can
of
buy
our
a shroud is
drafting
good.
phase is just this is an awful game for this hero, but no, it's pretty good.
No. It's Anti-Mage is a lost hero at the moment. It's too many things need to go right. Lanes don't go so well. Yeah,
You just
it's
can't
a very
afford to not play
complicated
the
hero.
game and carry. I feel
Fan.
like there's some heroes which can, but to not do anything is just a little too.
There's
little
also a
too
Void. So it's like, if the game ever got any far down the line, Shaman hexes him, Void. Let's not entertain it.
it's
It's
my
literally
favorite.
just bad for the game. There's a Morphling.
They've got their carry. There's no reason to talk about it.
Yeah, Morphling
But-
is... No. Morphling's, of course, pretty good here. There's control through Chrono, through the Shaman Hex, like we were just mentioning, but it's not a lot. Like, if you're having to use that on a Morphling, then what did you do prior when Leshrak's running at you? Did you run away? Like, how did you take the fight when Leshrak's in your face with a Morphling who's ready to reposition and then also kill you off? So I think Entity is going to be playing a very, in and out style
5
fight. They're
seconds
going to be
remaining.
skirmishing, brew split, Leshrak behind, that early game pressure, Morphling will farm. I think rest farmers, even though they have immense team fight, they do lack a little bit of early damage where, like, what is the early game Chrono damage? Is it like a Tidebringer? Is it the Phoenix spells? Does Shaman really do damage? No, it's
Yeah.
quite often control.
They
Like,
need
their final
something.
pick, if it's Jibei's offlane pick, I need to see big offlane damage. If it's a mid pick, just pick any, like, int spellcaster and your draft will look
5
prett fine.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I feel like a leader would be really
Radiant's
nice for rest
turn to
farmers
pick.
actually if they are willing to go down that route. I'd love to see that. Spirit gonna come down for Entity to finish the draft. Oh, big buffs on this hero. 30 damage to 60 damage on Rolling Boulder. Wowee.
Yeah, you take what you can when you're an Earth Spirit player. There's not many buffs to his name.
I feel like they're always everyone like Ice Rock always has his eye on Earth Spirit. He still remembers the
5
2014
seconds
era
remaining.
when Earth Spirit was just like the hero. Like he was probably the most OP hero for the longest time. He terrorized
Okay, 12
everybody.
seconds left.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Lena.
Yeah, I do want to see a mid pick for sure. Lena can work.
If they pick Lena, I'm going for them. If not, then they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. All right,
Choose your
GG.
hero.
I mean, they just beat Nigma in an open qualifier 2-0.
Did they have Lena?
Please hold.
That old classic caster duo combo of asking someone a question they can't possibly know the answer to. It's my favorite.
No, they did not.
They did
They
not?
had
Oh, surprising.
Puck and Timber.
Oh, Puck's basically Lena, and Timber's basically Lena as well. So,
Hmm.
yeah, Earth Spirit mid as well. That's cool.
Oh.
Katomi's
Yeah,
gonna be on
no
the
one
left
knows.
track. Wow, what a curveball, T Governor.
Yes, quite the curveball. Yeah, so support Leshrak. This does give Entity a better footing in this game. Like, we're talking about the lack of damage for rest farmers. Like, they have all the team fight, they have all the control, but it kind of scales with the items that they have. Like an early game Chrono, an early game Boat, it's nice, but you always need like the extra little bit of something, especially with the Chrono. So for rest farmers, like Atlantic needs to have a very good lane to make sure that he enters the game quite nicely. This type of Ember game, he can pop off quite well. There's a grip, maybe an Earth Spirit if he's going toe for toe, has some rolls and some silences, but I think Atlantic needs to have a good time. But also for Entity, they break from the lanes much easier. And I'm excited to see what no one buys on his Earth Spirit. This is a game where he could go for some Vessel build, he could go for some... I really don't think I need to see Blade Mail this game. It's not as good for mid Earth Spirit, I don't think, but I don't mind Vessel and being super active. And I think Entity have the... Like, if I was Entity in this game, I would be super focused on concise lanes that proceed to just, every move is made with a plan. Like, if they try and make, like, empty moves, rest farmers will capitalize on that. They will trade, even if they go even on kills, they just know they're progressing the game to a state where their big spells are matched with items and it's very hard to deal with. So I think for Entity, there's no one on Earth Spirit. He is, like, the main pillar for them to break open this game. And likewise for Atlantic, he is the main pillar to keep rest farmers surviving some of these early engagements that they are going to be weaker in, to then get them to the mid game so that the rest of the cores can thrive.
But how do you do that? Like what exactly are you expecting like the moves to be, and what timings are they really looking for?
I think for rest farmers, it's about reacting nicely. I don't expect them to be TPing around the map and making a million moves, but when they see this Earth Spirit maybe get an active rune and TP to a side lane, suddenly the Void TPs over, throws a Chrono down with the Kunkka and Phoenix in the same lane. And then vice versa, if maybe they're jumping the Void, the Kunkka, when he has 6, wants to TP in and help. But until then, it's just really being just solid in your lanes for rest farmers and just farming up. And then for Entity, it's the complete opposite, right? It's break the map as quick as possible, utilize this Earth Spirit, get some Brewmaster 6s, keep moving around the map, get some kills, and suddenly Morphling just leaves his farming pattern with a couple items and they can try and play around the cooldowns of rest farmers.
Yeah, I think that's it. What will that timing be? Well, I think it's probably... Manta just looks incredible this game. I feel like you can kind of play the game with Manta.
Pablo.
And then again, there's also a Shaman. It's kind of annoying. Maybe you need a BKB. I might say it. I might say the thing which we're not allowed to say. I think Morphling should build a shard this game. It's Katomi being beaten down. They land the shackles, and that's just him dead. Katomi will fall.
You've just achieved first blood. Thanks.
But yeah, every time I suggest a Morphling should buy a shard, I'm always met with like, they're pro players, dude. They know how to press strength shift. But
no, I think it's fine to buy a shard this game. Like,
I feel like it's a matter of pride for Morphling players though. I couldn't possibly admit that I need a shard.
No, I can see it being like Vlad's Manta, maybe shard Kanda around then, right? Like,
down here. Hanskin's going to get beaten up as well. 1-for-1 trade. Shad really wants to finish off Fishman, but then it's like, do I want to trade creeps for it? No, I do not. Heading back on over to the lane. Fishman, though, he's got plenty of mana and a point in brain sap, so he's not going to be leaving this lane anytime soon. Wants to get his mana back. Oh, he is going to be leaving the lane anytime soon because this isn't his lane. Alrighty. Fantastic. Gates up to the top side, gives his Morphling a high five, says, don't worry, buddy, I'm back. And Morphling wasn't really struggling. He's got Lyle in an excellent place, so getting some denies, getting some right clicks. Shiba and Pablo. I don't know how this combo works. Oh, this combo works by shackling into torrenting, as I knew. And Fishman likely just going to get clicked down here. They've got the right clicks, they've got the damage. And down he will go. Pretty potent kill lane here, it seems.
yeah, they have the double stun, and I think when Morphling hits level 3 with the 2 points in shift, he won't care about this lane at all. Early on, of course, he can be susceptible to getting right click down a bit, and especially if Fishman wants to step up and position like that, then they are 100% going to combo him down, and Fishman probably going to just rethink his positioning just a little bit. Doesn't want to give away any more cheap kills.
Definitely not. Very nice for him to get a point up in Nightmare. If he can disrupt this Shaman's combos, then certainly make Watson's life a little bit easier. It would also make him the target of every single gank in the future, but I think he's willing to take that if it means giving safety to his Morphling.
I just realized as well that I spoke about Vessel being for Earth Spirit. Entity have the choice now between their Earth Spirit and their Brewmaster. Like, who wants to go for the Vessel? Like, both of these heroes can kind of go down the same line of itemization to some degree. Yeah, we're yet to see from either of the quick buys if anyone has opted to go for it first. And if Earth Spirit goes for it, it'll be quicker than the Brewmaster. It'll be out in play. But if the Brewmaster goes for it, then suddenly Earth Spirit's now got a whole nother stuff. And yeah, he just puts into a quick buy. So as expected, Brewmaster will have free choice of a different item rather than kind of going down the usual option. Also, Azantic's sponsor names are pretty upsetting to see, right? Like, he's falling asleep and then he's despair. That's quite the mid laner attitude, I'm sure. But hopefully, if he wins the series, he can change it to like awake and joy.
One step at a time, you know. Maybe we'll have, you know, conscious and
content.
Content, conscious and content. There you go. Yeah, mid lane so far going exactly even as we expect from a Spirit v Spirit matchup. Remember when this was all the rage back in the day? I love the line, it's a skill-based matchup when two spirits play against each other. Good times. There has been, you know, patches and shifts. They seem really intent on making these spirit matchups like exactly even with some of the changes they made, like the one extra damage to be dealt by, or to give the one extra shield. I think Flame Guard gave you one patch just to make sure that Storm couldn't take it off with one Q. That one was extra silly. Yeah, not really getting much of a chance up in the top lane to really get their combo off onto Fishman or onto Watson. Nightmare has been leveled, so it makes things a little bit awkward now when it comes to comboing somebody up. It has to be Fishman, basically. And Fishman's able to keep himself pretty healthy with these brain saps.
Yeah, for now the game. Whoa. Nice. I was like, and as soon as you see a morphing in the air, you're like, is there a Tidebringer to pair with this? But no, there wasn't. For me, I feel like the side lanes shouldn't really be dying unless people really overcommit, right? Like, I think both teams are probably very content with being able to sit back and farm, and so we nearly we draw closer towards that 6-minute mark. I am looking at that first active rune. There isn't a lot of noise happening in the game, so the supports will be able to make their move, contest that 6-minute rune, and either of these mid laners thrive on the ability of a haste or a DD, but no one is the first mid laner to break away from the farm. He is walking towards top, and there isn't an ward right now, so they might not see him.
Let's see if it's enough. Nightmare comes through, stolen, but he predicts it. No one moves forward instead of going directly onto the Nightmare. Very nicely done. They need to finish off Jibbe here, though, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Fishman still hunting, still looking, places down the ward, even to try and finish the job, but he's still got cooldowns to wait for. Watson, Adaptive Strike comes through, they get the kill. Now no one looking for the +1 onto Pablo, and looking like they're going to be able to connect on this one as well. Pablo, can he go for the deny here? No, he cannot. Fishman eats him up with a brain sap. A very successful rotation. Deep dive for the Spirit, but no response coming out for the farmers.
Yeah, no one saw that coming in. Straight back to mid lane. Meanwhile, that happened. Katomi, he did also die, but he quickly TP'd back to mid, and not say back to mid, though. He just TP'd to mid and lapped up the XP that was available due to Earth Spirit's rotation.
Yep.
So overall, net win for its team.
Very even insult there.
Oh, look at that CSing from the... Oh, Boulder Smash just kills those range creeps so nicely.
Fishman could have grabbed the haste rune. Let's move immediately into Exantic, though. It doesn't matter how fast you go if you're just chained, then Brain Sap comes out. Doesn't make a difference, though. They'll take him down.
Exantic did use all his remnants for that.
Is that punishable?
I kind of think that's maybe a little bit... It's not worth, but you take away the active rune from Exantic. He has no remnants.
You now know no one down the bottom side. Hanskin just tries to duke it out, but DM is in, but he's got to be a little bit careful here. But you're just going to be able to take him down. No one grabs the earn charge. I'm going to earn up DM. What a nice guy.
It's like, haha, you can buy it, but you can have charges. Okay.
Bottom tower is staggering.
I think no one's playing exceptionally well, right? Like, the fact that he's making these moves first, of course, it's easier for an Earth Spirit to make the move. He's not having to utilize remnants to make movement. It's just a 12-second roll to move around the map. And DM, he doesn't have a level 6 yet, and Exantic, he's come down to say hello.
Surely dead. He's not even close to 6, so no chance of getting off a stray creep. It will just be a slow but eventual death for him. No one. Just going to kill off Exantic's courier. But Exantic's going to kill no one's courier, so everybody's courier is dead. Someone cool. RSPCA.
So, both heroes losing out, right? So, no one just lost his TP and a clarity, and then Exantic, I believe, lost most likely phase boots from his courier. So, yeah.
Yes,
both mids.
Chainmail.
Not too excited about losing their couriers.
I personally get really excited when I lose my courier. That's why I do it so much. Watson getting a little bit aggressive here onto Jibbe because Fishman and Katomi are trying to back him up, but don't quite connect. If you land with that Nightmare, the Split Earth will surely follow. And then maybe you can get a bit of damage off onto Watson and Katomi. This is known as Leshrak's tree, because you hide behind this tree, you just spam out Diabolic Edict, and your tower dies. Oh, instant unpause.
Have you crashed? I've crashed.
You've crashed as well. Oh, cool. Well, me and the Observer are fine, so...
Oh, I can't reconnect to the game.
Oh, nice. Well,
that's why. Wait, hold on. Exantic's from the UK.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. This is some localized
You're in the
crash.
same house? Is he playing from your basement?
Atlantic! Get off the Wi-Fi! Mom! No, I'm going to try and read. No, that's awkward if I can't reconnect.
Well, Anzantic's back in, so...
I mean, luckily I'm not playing, so it really doesn't mean anything. But
yeah, you can
we'll
always
see if
just
I
watch
can
the
reconnect.
feed.
Please hold.
You're right.
Yeah.
Go when ready. All right.
No. We're not ready. Oh.
So... Yeah, actually, Brew is going for the Radiance. I was wondering what DM was going to default to, because obviously... No Vessel? Like, what do you do on this hero? Maybe a Blink Dagger, but no, he says, I can Radiance it up. Go a little bit greedy. Give my team something to fight around. Get some timings. And Watson has been able to grab his Mortal Mask as well, so... Quite nice for him. Basically, all kill threat gone now. The chance of catching him on low HP is going to be very slim indeed.
Katomi's being so annoying. He's only playing for the towers. They're trying to scout him out. Shibe, he has the X. And you get on top of him, but Atlantic, he's got two options.
Who's he going for?
What's he going to go for?
Going for Katomi. Katomi, no stun available. Chained up, fought down. Will fall. But now, no one. Looking for the response here. Two-man Magnetize coming out. Pablo's going to hold him still with the shackles, but death should be coming. Although no one's actually getting cooked up pretty hard by Atlantic. The 5 damage, it's a lot. And they're going to be able to take them both down. Hanskin with the Icarus Dart getting both of those kills down to no one and Fishman. Watson's going to be the next target, and they want it. Rankmore still available a little bit more, but he doesn't have much left in the tank. And Watson goes down as well. 3 big kills for the Farmers. That is not what no one was intending.
It's exactly what I expected Rest Farmers to be able to do in this game, right? Like they aren't really setting the pace, but they're reacting quite nicely. Atlantic, he started mirroring the Earth Spirit rotations. On top of that, even though Shad didn't need to use Chrono, just the fact that he was thinking about TPing up there, joining his team, just showcased that Rest Farmers are going to play quite a defensive game, wait for Entity to come to them, and then punish them. Like Katomi, he's going for a 1-3-1 less wrap build. His main focus is what tree can I stand next to try and not backdoor, but just backdoor a tier 1 tower. Like he was only thinking about towers for the last couple minutes, and now because he's died, he's like, wait a second, maybe I can't do that. Atlantic, he has a remnant out, so should be fine here.
Yeah, just kind of playing with them, having a bit of fun, seeing if we can bait out any extra spells. It's good Hemisphere players will do. No one, he's the one with the power roof. He is bottled up, ready to go. Dante, he don't care though. He's going in, pressuring. I think he really wants to force his tower here. They've got the catapult wave, so.
Yeah, Pablo wishes he was 6 right now. Only level 4, soon to be 5, but nowhere near the 7 wards. He's been part of 5 kills, but making some stacks. Not really been constantly in the lane, right? And because of that, come on, surely you just farm the hard camp. Don't let. Come on, take it, Pablo, take it. You want the gold. You want the XP. Oh, that's a shame. This Fishman ward that he placed just for the it just expired, but he placed some like random behind the tower ward that will never be dewarded and survive the entire time.
Top lane, a lot of heroes coming on in. No one in Katomi looking to combo up onto Shibe. Still, he's asking for it, and they will come in. Birth comes down, Watson's here with the right clicks, and they will grab the kill. Now, a bit of response coming through as Pablo and Hanskin getting off decent damage, but it's only them. They're going to force out the Supernova, but Pablo might get run down regardless. There comes the Chronosphere on the side. They catch out Watson. Oh, that is big. No one as well. Also in trouble trying to find a location for the Rolling Boulder. That's not going to happen. It's going to be another kill for Shad. Double kill. Big Chrono to start the game off for the Faceless Void.
Big fan of Shad's positioning in this game. Like, just the fact that he's like TPing into the engagements, he's thinking about everything. Like, this is exactly what you need to do. When you have these spells, when you have the defensive capabilities, you need to help each other out. If you try and go 2-3 heroes, then you are going to get out damaged. You are going to get, out fought. But they're bringing in numbers every single time. They're reacting nicely, and sure, Kunkka goes down, but it's at the expense of so many more lives on Entity.
Lane, Fishman. He jumped a little bit. Nightmare does come down, but no one is not sure about this one. And with a sleight of fist, Xantic's able to pick him off. I mean, 12 kills to 7 right now. Like, after that last engagement, I'm starting to really feel it for the rest farmers. Xantic running in around the side. X marks is out. Boat available if they want it, but they don't, especially with DM coming on in here with a double damage rune. Wuro keeping his distance. He's a big boy. Boat's going to come down onto himself here, and Nice Chain's going to come down as well, but the split is there from DM, so he's going to keep himself alive as Jibe does get burnt down eventually. Now look over towards the Ember Spirit as well, but Ember, he's got a remnant down, gets back towards the tower. Was that his last one? No, he's one in the back, he needs it. As Morph going very, very deep. Strength Morph not dead!
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just by the shot, no one's going to judge you. It's a tough game, alright?
Is under attack.
I mean, first of all, it's physically impossible at the moment, and second of all, that was a wild go from Watson.
that was pretty aggressive. Very aggressive.
Like, if Earthspirit was still alive, then that type of move is quite nice because you have the Morph goes in, Earthspirit will then re-roll back into engagement, and you kind of fight your position 1 and 2, just moving in and out, finding the backlines, getting these kills. He goes down like, instantly at the very start, and to still choose to waveform in, that takes so much confidence. And you know, in other games potentially it pays off, it looks great, but Pablo instant on the reaction, gets that lockdown, punishes Watson. Shad punished him in the top tier 2 fight, Pablo punishing him at the mid tier 1 fight. Like, Watson, he's trying to do a little bit more than probably he can actually do right now. And it kind of feels like Entity's not desperate, but you can feel the desire to want to fight, but it just isn't connecting. Rest farmers are always in the right place at the right time. They are not getting outmaneuvered at all on this map.
Fishman's always trying to connect here, but struggling to do so sometimes.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
A little bit awkward. He breaks the smoke and is always just not quite in range for the Nightmare. So. Now connection onto the Earth Spirit here. Oh, big stun from the Centaur Conqueror though. Thank you very much, but X-Punch is there. So he's going to go down regardless. And they'll also murder that Centaur for his betrayal. The rest side.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
In case you're wondering, by the way, rest farmers means apparently it's like more a Swede. It makes more sense in the Swedish language. In English, it kind of translates to like, oh, I'm just going to go to the jungle and farm. I'm going to like chill and farm.
Farm and chill, mate.
Yeah, come around for a farm and chill. So there you go, a little bit of insight.
I mean, it looked very chill so far in this game. I got no major complaints. I think this type of draft they have easily in the wrong hands can fall apart. You know, it looks great on paper, but if you don't execute on it, if you don't react to play the map correctly, you never got to the point of being able to scale. And I think they are sweeping across the map, not allowing this Leshrac to really make a statement in the game. He's been very absent. There's Vayne, Grip, haven't seen it, don't know about it. Brewmaster, sure, he's rushing a Radiance. Like, the thing with this build on Brewmaster, because he can't go Vessel, he really is just absent for so long. And they're going to try and jump Watson.
There indeed, Chronospear comes out, but Strength Morph is there this time, but does it matter? The Hex is out, the lockdown is in, the damage is there, but not enough. Waveform away, and Pablo's going to die on the side instead. Katomi catches him out. A lot of damage coming out of Lightning Pony at the moment.
They just needed one more drop of lockdown, and then he would have gone down, and just not to be.
Tricky.
Or even damage, either or.
Now things are a little bit awkward for the rest of the rest farmers. Although nice change from the side from the Xantic is going to force out the split at the very least, and now DM going to just try and take down this Conquer.
The grip
will be able
to
do that
with
the Brewlings. Yeah, nice grip as well. Allows Watson to get back into the fight and get himself a kill. So he finds something from this. Nice stun onto the Ember Spirit as well. He can't escape from this. He's gone. 3 dead. Huge overextension. Heavily punished. When that chrono play doesn't work out, they needed to get themselves away. Not respect to the side of Entity whatsoever.
That's one of those moments I would love to go back into the replay and see what gave Watson the clue to go for the strength shift. Because Shat, he was on the south side behind a tree. He was hitting that kind of blind chrono. There's no way he's predicting the blind chrono, so something that we didn't see because we see all vision gave him that inkling like, wait a second, I need to be defensive. And because he gets that shift, he survives long enough. They don't throw enough spells into the mix to kill off that Morphling, and then he fully turns it around. after what was an incredible 60 minutes of the game for Rest Farmers, they overplay their hand that one time, and that gives Entity so much more confidence into this game. And I think this gives you a glimpse of like what can happen if Rest Farmers don't connect on their spells. Entity will just chase you down. They will run this Bane around to get a Nightmare, to get a grip. The Brew will split with that Radiance. He's buying bots, he's buying a Shard. So I think for Rest Farmers, if they use their spells, they need to get the kills. They don't really have that ability to take multiple fights in their lineup. It is all about that moment, that big fight.
Such a difficult draft to play into. If you do mess up that initiation, you know, if the chrono's not there, if the boat is off target, then all of a sudden things are looking very awkward though. Doesn't look like Leshrat might be jumped here. No one, not able to do an awful lot to get Katsumi out of here, so he's just going to go down. No one just throwing some stones behind him. He's got the rolling boulder though, so should be all right. Yeah, the damage coming out is ridiculous. You've got Leshrat, you've got Brewmaster with Radiance, Spirit with the Magnetize, so you will just slowly tick away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What is Rest Farmers thinking about now? They're positioning top. They could go Roshan with the Shaman ult, but it is on cooldown for 70 seconds, and it doesn't feel like that's the type of thing you want to do in this game. You want to spend, what, a minute plus in the top left corner of the map whilst Brew with the Radiance continues his scaling. Watson already completed the Manta earlier, and after a couple very crazy deaths, Fishman, yes, he's going to be dying here. He was by himself.
He got the ward. That's a worth.
He did get the ward. Yeah, it's massive. It feels like Entity, they are, after what could have been an incredibly spooky game, that one mid engagement, they are, so much more energy in their positioning. They're running across the map again. They're not grouped up as 5. Like, you can see how, just that one fight.
Right.
Watson, though, we've seen this
rinse
again.
and repeat.
Run it back.
Run it back. Here in the front lines, just constantly edging on strength, making sure he's ready. They have found no one on the side though. Pablo's there with the shackles. Boat comes out, coming on down, crashes on to no one, and they do bring him out. Now, double root, nice ulti. X-Mark's actually not that nice, and now the Ember Spirit's going to be able to just get himself away. Rest Farmers, nice strike and retreat, but is it a retreat? Smoke comes out, they're looking to go back in. Shad, he's not smoked up, but he is with the team. Chronosphere potential very, very high right now. He's going to go towards Katomi. By the healing from the mech. Will be dropping regardless. Fire is there, and they find Fishman as well on the side. 2 supports taken out. Rest farm
pretty cool.
Nowhere.
And Shad, he's going for a pretty cool build, right? He's gone for the Shroud himself. Like, he's not opting for a BKB. There's BKB piercing stun in the form of Bane, so rather than going for the I want magic resistance whilst I have it active, he just wants that passive magic resistance. Don't die to the adaptive strike. Don't die to the Earth Spirit initiation. And we've not seen this at all in the last couple of days. And in this game, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, he doesn't need a BKB. There will be moments where he'll need it down the line. Of course, if Brewmaster was to cyclone him during the chrono, that could be a cause of concern. But outside of that one interaction, I don't see a reason for him to have to rush it.
Yeah,
but I do want to now have him in the middle of the fights though. Like, the way he's itemized, he has to be the hey, look at me, which gives everyone else kind of entry to the fight.
Definitely. I'm holding my judgment on this Eternal Shroud. It's very, very interesting. So I want to see it in action, and I'll be a results-based Randy in this one.
Well, that's fair enough. I can see the logic, but I want to see that application. I want to see him really connect in the fight and live on that sliver of HP, but hit that time walk, and it be because of the Shroud. Or maybe he just falls flat and has no damage now in the next fight. We'll find out. Fishman is so aggressive. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's unhinged. Watson can steal the Ember Form and fire a couple of spells into the sidelines. Did a lot of work with that Ember Form in the last engagement, so just wants that back again, but definitely nothing you can do to save Fishman here. Fishman just always...
Was he trying to go for the rune, or...? But this type of play from Fishman is... two things. He's either taking the active rune, or he's trying to just soak up 3 or 4 heroes to then go, hey, you can go push that lane now. It's safe. They've shown themselves mid. It's a 20-second window for another creep wave to be farmed. Yeah, he goes down, but it is providing information. And luckily for him, Entity is utilizing that and actually taking Tormentor, pushing out top wave. It's not as if he's dying for no reason. Or maybe he is, but it looks on the minimap like there was at least some logic behind it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And Watson able to take that Tormentor, and the good thing about less track support is that you can, of course, get that shard for free early on, and it's a very, very strong shard indeed with the max points in Split Earth. Constantly reappearing on the spot gives you great zone control, especially in these kinds of fights, which may not end up being super mobile. We shall see, but the pings are out onto Shad. He's going to be able to get the free Split Earth off here. Shad doesn't see it coming. No, he does not. The stun from no one connects just in time. They've chained it beautifully. Is it going to be enough? The split comes out as well. Entity. That was an artful gank from them. And they will put an end to Shad. On the backlines, Xantic, he's found Fishman once again. Sunrays coming across as well, but Watson, he's on the Phoenix, so whilst Fishman will die, Hanskin's going to go down quickly afterwards as well. Hanskin's pulled. And now Xantic jumping forward. Got to be careful though, as no one comes flying across. Finds Pablo instead. They'll kill supports. 3 dead on the side of Rest Farmers. Only 1 gone for the side of Entity. And it's, of course, Fishman.
Alright, if anyone in chat, he was perfectly stunned and chained, right? So technically, the BKB would have saved him from that one, right?
What do you mean, chat? This was me. I said I was going to be a results-based guy, and my results saying...
Nah.
Maybe you would say
no. No, to be fair, I'm on the fence with it, for sure. It's like, conceptually, if they have messy fights that last a long time, it makes sense. If they're playing for the burst in the moment, then you want BKB on it. And right now, as soon as he bought it, they seem to go back to farming rather than smoking up, hey, let's go Taurus Storm egg their face. And he jumps in,
he tries
gets
to go
silenced.
for the Chrono, silenced by no one. He was so ready for that. Super duper ready. Jumping forward now, Chrono Spit onto 1. Onto the Brewmaster. He will go down. I don't know how happy they'll be about it though. Tommy to fall as well. Watson, hold on. Watson needs to get himself away. Beautiful waveform. Just as the X comes off. Now the Manta to get off the chains, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference here. Fishman with a grip from the high ground. Just trying to do something to keep his Morphine alive, but there's going to be nothing there. And suddenly, Rest Farmers, 4 heroes dead. They don't care about no Aegis. These guys are lunatics.
I mean, they're together as 5, right? Like, the last couple of minutes or so, they've just kind of been just farming up, splitting them up a bit more, looking for moves but not finding them, and they finally, due to Entity going to Roshan, grouping up and clumping up, it allows Rest Farmers to go for that easy play to react once again. Rest Farmers, when they're reacting, they look exceptional. When they're trying to create their own initiative to find their own moves, they are struggling just a little bit. 90 seconds now for Chrono. Shad needs to be careful.
Fishman always on the front line. Front line Fishman, as they call them. Pablo gets stunned up on the sidelines and killed off by the Brewlings, and finally Fishman will fall as well. The egg is down. It's doing work to try and keep these Brewlings alive, but with only one of them left, I'm not sure it's going to survive much longer. The shard comes through, keeps DM nice and healthy as it comes back into Panda form, and looking to try and get a bit of damage off of Hanskin, allow for the rest of his team to come in and help out with this one. Dan holding them back with that time dilation.
All the dilation.
Annoying. Yep, giving me an epileptic fit at the same time as well, but Jibe getting beaten on down. The right clicks are there. 4 stuff would save him. Jibe dies. 3 down dead on the Rest Farmers. Atlantic, what can he do? 1 remnant remaining. Doesn't take him very far, and now they get on top of him as well. Another hero down. This game, it is so aggressive from both of these teams.
Yeah, and Rest Farmers overplaying their hand. Your Chrono's on cooldown, you're trying to hit a tier 1 tower, but your spells aren't in play. And then for Entity, Brewmaster, he just runs into the middle of the fight, but because he has that shard, it's a beautiful graph.
Back down we go.
You got to give credit though to DM. Like, the reason why this graph is going back their way, he has that ultimate, he runs in, he baits Rest Farmers to go, hey, I only have an Earth Panda left, you want to kill it? But then he has the shard, so he cancels the ultimate, goes back to his main form, and then no one just comes in with just a multi-hero silence. The Morphing takes over the void to hit a multi-hero time dilation, and it's just impossible to fight. Rest Farmers didn't have the spells up. They got completely picked apart and outplayed. And yeah, they need to respect that they are a cooldown heavy lineup. If they have the spells, go for the fights. If you don't have the spells, just chill for a bit. Go farm.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
27
And I think
minutes.
I'm kind of now seeing this Shroud as I feel like BKB is just so much simpler. Like the Shroud's kind of 5-head, but like is it too many?
It's 5 heads too
Or is it
many.
like 6-head or 7-head or whatever? Like,
Yeah. There's definitely a universe where it could have worked. You know, we could have been praising it. It goes for Sanjin Yashin now as well. So, you know, it's a full build. It's not
Very
just like
tanky,
this one throwaway item. It's all adding together to make a Faceless Void, which is kind of hard to fight. But yeah, it does mean that the possibility of just locking him down and taking him out is real. Gets harder though with the Sanjin Yasha, so we'll see if Shad's ideas do stand up. And the issue I'm having is like, is there enough damage inside these Chronospheres? Like, he was just able to kill the Brewmaster with the help of the Conqueror in the last Chronosphere. But now I'm starting to get worried. Need to pick up some damage items, and soon. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does do enough. He's also gone for the Dilation slow per cooldown talent as well at 15, which I would guess is unusual. I haven't really watched much Void that
very
closely.
utility for sure.
Yeah.
It helps against a lot of spam-hungry heroes, like Leshrac spam spells, you're gonna get slowed. Morphling also uses quite a lot of spells, get slowed. Like, it makes sense if you're using it at the correct time before this dispel's in play, but
Radiant's top tower is
it
under
really
attack.
feels like Shad is trying to be like the center of the fight for his team, and
Last long.
it yet to really perfectly pay off. Octarine now completing Brewmaster. You've got a BKB on the Earth Spirit.
Radiant
Oh, I forgot to mention
Two
as
high
well.
teams are in play, yeah.
Morphling
What's
did
up?
buy a shard, by the way. I know everybody cared a lot about that. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Chrono not going to stop him morphing. The Shaman not going to stop him morphing. He's always morphing. He's always attribute shifting.
Yeah, very good. It would be very silly not to go for it this game with how much lockdown there is in play.
I just feel like NC have kind of been... I definitely feel like they've been the responsive team in this game. You know, every fight which has kind of gone their way has been them still just responding to the side of rest farmers. In terms of going out on the map and making their own place, there's been pretty hesitant in that field.
Yeah, for Entity, they just respect the team fight so much.
Pablo gets a catch
jump
in the middle
lane.
lane. They found no one. He's not going to get a chance to get out of his BKB. He's just going to get brought down. Pablo grabs the kill. Snakes used, but absolutely worthwhile to bring down no one there. Now they can knock on this tier 2 tower. Fortification is out.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is
I think a really big pickup will be this Leshrac Greaves. He's already got the pipe, but if he can get Greaves and pipe in play, he's currently farming up the top side of the map and no ignoring the rest of the team for now.
Dire's middle tower is under
And we'll simplify things. And yeah, Phoenix, we see here on screen, he does have the gem. So vision control is going away at rest farm as well. And vision is so key when you have this many forms of initiation. That one ward, that one surprise factor will just completely offset a fight. At any minute, Pablo on the Shaman can just get that Blink Hex. He has the Ogre Seal token as well with the Aether Lens. So much range, so much mobility and reach.
Yeah,
You always need to be careful.
Really scary. He has been a standout for me on Rest Enjoys. You know, always starting the fights, always finding the right shackles, you know, morphling, no one. Admittedly, it's a great Shaman game. Like this pick was pretty fantastic, but he's making it work.
It's the type of game where if he can initiate with shackles and then there's a chrono on top, he can then just hex the person inside that chrono, provide that damage amplification, right? It gives 35 damage amp. It's also maybe a reason why the Void is going for a slightly half and half build maybe, because in the back of his mind he knows as long as I jump the Shaman target, my damage will be there. So I can go slightly tankier to make sure I don't get picked off. And Entity, they are smoked up right now. They're sweeping through the bottom side of the map, and Shad, he's farming mid. Do they have the damage though? He is very, very tanky. And with the status resistance from that Sanj and Yasha, Grip isn't going to last as long. So even less time.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Will that pay off, you know? There are a lot of item choices in this game where I'm just like, is it
Sure,
going
we
to work out?
Relatively short Roshan respawn, right? Like 1 minute. Could have been up to 3. And Entity already surrounding the pit, placing down their vision. Do they actually have any others? Or just putting sentries? Okay, they have 1 ob sentry.
Double sentry.
And now
that
they
pulls
wait.
Up. Let's go. A game of patience. Their lanes are looking pretty.
This is going to be such a game-deciding fight, though. Top's getting pushed in, mid's getting pushed in. Of course, Rest Farmers are aware that Roshan is on the cards. For Rest Farmers, they might think it could be up now. It could have already respawned at this point, so they're playing with a little bit more haste. They're grouping up, they're smoked. They're going to be barreling right into the Brewmaster. But if they get around him, this could be their fight.
DM sitting on the cliff. They will, of course, know to check it. Ward comes out immediately. Brewmaster trying to take care of it, but the Bane is gone. Buyback from him as, once again, Brew just trying to deal with this Ward the whole time, and I don't think he's going to be able to do so. Split's going to come out instead, and now he's got to look to start this fight as the Void comes in, immediately stunned up. He's having issues here with the split up over the top, and he's stuck on the snakes as well. Chronosphere finally comes down. They get it off onto the Morph. Morph goes to the Strength Morph with all the damage coming on through. They might just have enough to get through him. Steals the Void from Time Walk away, trying to get himself back. Watson, waveform out. He might be okay. X-Marks drags him straight on back again. Tidal Wave as well, pushing him in. Where is his team? Where is the help? It's just not coming. Hex from Pablo to finish the job. They'll take him down. Toby falls as well. DM also dropping. 4 dead on the side of Entity. That is how you do it.
Yeah, incredible fighting once again from Rest Farmers, and I think for Entity, Fishman, he lacked critical information. He was hugging a spot which you can, I believe, see from the high ground, or at least he's in such a position that it just takes one misstep and he's instantly caught off guard. You don't want the start of your fight to be the Bane getting jumped. Jump the Brew, jump the Morph, allow someone else to soak up a big spell. You can't have your Bane die, buy back, TP to outpost and run in. It's like he's got Grip, he's got Nightmare, such key spells to just join the team fight, and yeah, died straight away. And at that point, it's not really a fight. Entity, they aren't together. Leshrac was shoved away from the fight because of the Void, and both supports are just fully out of it. 3 cores can't beat the entirety of Rest Farmers, and
Bane found again.
He's dead. Yeah, Fishman's had an absolute nightmare of a fight.
But no, this is a pretty bad performance, unfortunately, for Fishman. He's just getting caught out a lot. And sometimes it's been like you can see the reasons for it, and sometimes I just can't see how he gets caught out here. I guess this was a Wisdom Rune attempt, but...
Can we toggle Radiant Vision real quick? And then look at the outpost where the ward's placed. Can we do that, please, dear observer? Thank you. Can we now go look at Radiant? Is this Radiant Vision, yeah?
No,
look at that ward. The ward you're looking at, it's all good. It's all good. You're in the right place. Have you turned off Dire Vision? I can't. No, can you turn off Dire Vision now, just to see Radiant? Do we have that technology? Now we'll look down. Okay, Radiant only. Now look south. Look further down. Down. That's where Fishman was standing. So no wonder he gets instantly killed. All right, thank you. My TED Talk's over.
You should have drawn on the map to show where it's standing. We can do that. It's fine.
Can we draw on the map? Oh, my bad. I didn't know I could draw on the map.
Interesting.
But sorry, thank you for that demonstration, but that spot ain't safe. Okay? Don't stand there. There's levels to the map, and Fishman just weren't on the right level.
He was not. Hex now out from Handscan, by the way. Got a Hex. He's got Roshan's banner. He's ready to go. And Roshan's banner been planted down in the bottom lane. A very aggressive one as Fishman's just gone again. It's a tough old time. Oh no! The Tidal Wave just dragged the Brewmaster out the moment he comes back in. Hex is out onto him as well. They've got him locked down. They'll kill him off. 84 seconds. He's going to have to buy back if he wants to stand a chance of helping his team defend this one. Now they move on towards Kotori as well. There are no breaks for the Rest Farmers right now. They're moving from target to target. Antic on a mega kill streak right now. Entity, what are you going to do? Well, I mean, push the high ground is apparently the option. Watson coming up, trying to deal with these high grounds. I like this attempt to going up with his illusion and kind of just pretending he's a Manta. Always a nice try.
They're wrecking Dyer's bottom
They're just losing their base though, of course. Leshrak's dead for 40, Bane's still dead for 5, Brew's got buyback. They might look to try and take a fight at this at the mid racks. Shad incredibly tanky. He has the Aegis. He's not going to care too much. They've jumped the Bane again.
They have indeed, and he might just be dead. 2 the overall damage coming out from them right now. Chrono Spear down onto Watson, onto DM, onto Aster as well. All 3 caught inside of it. No one is gone. Buyback available. It's going to need it right now because the Morphling's in trouble once more. They're trying to get him out. They're not going to be successful. Buyback from the Morph. Now they need to fight, and now Rest Enjoyers, they need to decide, are you getting out or are they staying in? The answer seems to be trying to get away, but the Conquer is in a little deep, as is Shad right now. In fact, Shad starting to fight onto the Morphling. Damage here though, be a little bit careful. Silenced up, stunned up. Nice one from the Leshrak, as no one comes flying past the fight into the backlines to block Pablo with the help of DM. Now getting back over to his team onto the high ground, but DM kind of been left a little bit behind here. Watson jumping in inside that void form, getting off these time dilations. So keep helping them fight. Shadow on the front lines, he's got the Aegis, should be fine here if he comes back to life. But look at the damage coming out from Chad, from Pablo, from Jimmy. All the backlines just peppering at Entity. They lose Katomi, this time for good. Morphling, he's got a waveform available. He's going to need to use it to get himself out of this one, but with the X upon it, he has to time it perfectly, and being hexed up, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do so. Waveform away, he's going to make it out. Fishman not so lucky as he runs in and dies. DM, he's going to get killed off by the boat flying on through. Shad just taking down everybody right now. The tanky Faceless Void is getting it done along with Atlantic. Hex up onto the Earth Spirit, and GG is called. Game 1. It goes to the Rest Farmers. They gather inside they gather inside this thing.
You cannot out-team fight this lineup as it gets to the late game. Like, they have so much to use. They have so many resources to just punch Entity down. And for Entity, there were moments of brilliance, right? After Watson recovered from his couple deaths, like he entered some beautiful fights. No one was popping off of his rotations, but there was just nothing there, right? Like I think their wider shot calling just felt a little bit off. I think Fishman, just died a lot. I think honestly, this Bane hero I hate. I've seen it so many times now. We saw it in SEA. We've seen it here. I'm just upset at like.
It's all right, buddy.
I'm just upset at seeing this Bane. Okay, I just really don't want to see this Bane anymore. It just feels useless. And I've seen multiple pro players play it, so it's not just one pro to be a blame here. Like, I think any other hero that has a bit more punch, a bit more fight, or if you are going to pick the Bane, complement it with a lot of other heroes that have a lot of forward thinking and fight. Like the fact that you've got, the Brew who goes Radiance and he's kind of off the map for quite some time. You've got the Morph who's somewhat off map, and then an Elfspray who wants to make moves, but he can't play with a Bane. And yeah, it's just really disjointed stuff. And on the flip side, Rest Farmers, team fight galore, making early moves, Atlantic taking over the early game, Pablo taking over the late game with his insane Shaman plays, everyone else just consistently being, very skilled and taking every fight so well. And yeah, it's very night and day between these two teams.
Jibe, Pablo, and Hansken, the 3 Swedes just kind of playing it together on the 3, 4, and 5, having a great time, running around the map. And then Zantic kind of just doing his thing on the Ember Spirit. To be fair, he was also playing with the 3 of them very, very nicely. And then Shad, very much kind of playing a more independent Faceless Void, going for a few solo chronos here and there, but turning up when his team needed him and joining the 5-man for the late half of the game. And yeah, absolutely delivering. I mean, his build led to him only having 1 death, and that 1 death was like a perfectly timed chain lockdown, which once he got the Sand, was just never going to happen again. So yeah, good read on the game from Shad, has to be said, and great performance from Rest Farmers. Unexpected victory here in the first game, has to be said. We're not expecting Entity to get knocked out first round here, but Rest Farmers might be doing it, and these are goddamn good players. So putting up a very, very good fight, forcing Entity to fight back. Can they do it? We're going to find out in game number 2, coming up just after this short break. Hello and welcome back. It is time for game number 2. It is Entity versus Rest Farmers here in the lower bracket of the Western EU qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 23. And right now, we are looking at currently Entity being 1 game down against the Rest Farmers. That is right, a big upset here because most of you probably don't even know who Rest Farmers are. Relatively new stat coming through, but they're already making a big name for themselves here, causing a kerfuffle, causing a shake-up, and putting Entity on the ropes. 1 game now from elimination. Can Rest Farmers finish the job and take them out of the DreamLeague Season 23 qualifiers? That is what we're here to find out. See you, Governor. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Again, it's been a long day for us. Also for Rest Farmers, we cast 7 o'clock this morning, 8 o'clock this morning. Best of 5 from SEA. Now this is our 2nd series of the day, so we've put a bit of a shift. I think Rest Farmers, of course, just come off the back of a very important open qualifier series to then come to this series. They also played another series earlier as well that they lost to get to this low bracket position. So I think all of us have been, maybe in the Dota world for about 12 hours maybe today. And of course, for players, it's going to be a little bit harder. You need to compete. You need to do the cool stuff. We just need to say words. But yeah, to still pull out a game like that, it's very impressive after quite a long day from them.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, I don't know. Kind of felt like they were in a rush, to be honest. They were taking so many fights, sometimes too many fights, fighting when they had got their faces void up. And they are the Rest Farmers, so one would imagine, they just want to get to bed. They just want to clean this one up, get the easy 2-0, and go and have a nice long sleep.
It's the Xantic way. Come on,
it is.
You know
Xantic
him.
Way.
He likes to play in such an aggressive manner. He likes to rally the team to make moves and do stuff. Not often do you see these teams, at least with Xantic on, want to sit back and turtle the entire time. Like, they are always at the forefront of aggression. And we'll see if they can do that again in this next game. But 1 game away. This is the low bracket. As a reminder, if Entity are to lose this 2nd game, they will be eliminated, even though they just won some... Well, I don't know what quality of tournament, actually. I can't remember what teams are in it, but they won a tournament recently. But already potentially facing elimination in a qualifier to a much more prestigious event that is DreamLeague.
Indeed. And a much higher prize pool as well, of course. So Rest Farmers going to start things off with their Tiny, the little rocky guy with a tree. Always very, very useful. Getting in deep, landing those stuns, going for the toss backs. There's so much aggressive potential with this hero. And yes, you can play in mid, but it is so good on support right now. Definitely one of the most favored POS 4s, especially in pub games. In pubs, it is the most popular pub POS 4. So 2nd most popular in pro play.
Yeah, no, incredibly good in the game right now, especially as our offlaners are still in that independent category. Like Centaur can be independent, Mars can be independent, Brewmaster can be independent. Like, there's so many options for 4 positions to then look and go, okay, well, at minute 5, 6, you're free to do what you want. I can then go and contest a rune without having to care about you. I think as soon as you go down this line of like Death Prophet off lanes, Viper off lanes, even like anything like that, your 4 is forced to have to stay, right? You're dragging people to the offlane rather than leaving it. And Tiny, with the same logic, will hopefully enjoy it. And okay.
Not again. How do you want to play Bane again after that last game? That was so miserable. Just getting caught out left, right, and center, unable to get off the single Fiend script for more than a nanosecond. Just brutal.
It was despair. It was some real despair stuff. But for Entity, at least, like, if you ignore that previous game, when you think about player hero specialties and combos, Fishman Bane is probably the most known, like, in the Western scene, right? Like, it is iconic in recent time. If you go like over history, of course, like Puppy and other players will crop up, but at least in the formation of DPC the last 3 to 4 years, he's held the mantle for Bane, right? He's not dropping them; they're not really winning, but he is holding the mantle on the hero.
He certainly is. I'm not dropping the mantle like Amar does, but holding it. So now we got the Phoenix.
Thank you for repeating my joke, Nomadits. Thank you for explaining to the audience. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now we have Phoenix and Kunkka coming out for Rest Farmers. So same combo as before. You've got that nice protection for the egg. We already talked about this in the last draft. It was very, very good. We liked it a lot. So now I'm going to get to see it again. And you got the Tiny as extra defense for it as well. So
it will be a very different game though, right? Like, Tiny and a Shaman. If Tiny is going to be your... They're going to unflex the Tiny once they see entities next 2 picks. I kind of miss the idea of the Shaman. I think the Shaman did so much work for rest farmers.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Like having this Hex, having this Shackle. Ooh, okay. Are we going to see a Leshrac? I don't think we are. But...
I hope not.
No. I think... Oh...
I'm ready.
You could argue there could be an egg hitter.
Yeah.
But then I think we're not in the age of going for egg hitters really. Like Mirana,
5 seconds remaining.
position 4 Mirana, like it's good with Brewmaster, it's good with Bane, but it still has the damage issues that I was worried about with Entity.
They could
like
hoodwink
playing
as
into
well.
this. Sure, not the best egg hitter though. Like, do you really want to be the guy scurrying up and hitting it?
Yeah.
It's more an attack speed. But for Entity, when you have a Brew and a Morphling, unless the Brew is playing on Vessel and Aggression, with heroes that are behind him, he is just a farming hero. Morphling doesn't really pressure offlaners, he is a farming hero. So because of that, I kind of feel like this Morphling pick gives rest farmers the confidence, okay, cool, let's put Kunkka in the offlane again. Let's not overcomplicate our draft. Let's give Exantic a little bit more knowledge. Tiny can go position 4, Phoenix is 5, and then you pick up a big statement mid for Exantic, a big statement carry for Shad, and then you get to play out your game. Like here, for example, you can still go for some... Well, actually, let's see what they go first. They go Muerta. So the Katomi 4-position Muerta, some AoE silence. At least it's something to disrupt. Maybe the Phoenix dive in, gets clipped by a silence, can't egg. It's annoying, but
if there's
still
absolutely no one else around, then it's a great egg hitter. Probably the best egg hitter you could ask for. But unfortunately, there's usually other heroes around the eggs, so not one that's extremely reliable.
Need to refresh myself on what Shad's been playing recently, at least. Oh, they've already picked a hero, and they go Weaver.
Cool.
Yeah.
Basically
saying... Weaver carry here.
Yeah, this Bane ain't gonna do nothing to me. Not scared of it at all. Muerta obviously can catch Weaver off guard. You know, having 2 abilities to kind of mess with the Weaver is pretty big. Will it come into fruition? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the thing about it is, it's a weird matchup, right? Because most of the time when you hit her calling, the silence, you're in Sakuchi anyway, because that's when you're moving around. You're not really moving around so much when you're outside of Sakuchi. So sometimes you can get caught out by a good placement, but most of the time, if it's just down in the fight, not specifically for the Weaver, then yeah, sometimes it doesn't really make much of a difference to the Weaver's actual team fight, but obviously it is a good tool for catching out the Weaver. So it's all right. It's not a good tool. It's all right tool. Inconsistent, I would call it. But the good Muertas do know where to place the calling to be able to land the silence on the cast.
Rest farmers have some choices to make now. They've got one more ban. They are banning Puck, which feels like an indicator of course, the carry Weaver. There's no shenanigans where it's like mid, tiny, offlane Kunkka, some support Weaver, and there's like some overthinking everything type of draft. I really think it is just... I do think it's still looking for an offlaner, which is still 100% viable. Could just be the Kunkka mid. Not having last pick for rest farmers, putting Kunkka mid is probably more stable. Like unless you're going for some leaner or some additional, I can play into most matchups type mid laner. But once again, it could complicate things.
5 seconds remaining.
Some additional G-based specialties. Doom and Enigma, they're up there. I'm trying to think what else he actually plays. What's his big boy heroes? He did try moving to 5 recently, and then he jumped back to offlane when this team kind of picked him back up again. So he was dabbling a little bit.
Yeah, he's been around, experienced some things, grown.
Could they go Darks here? Punch the Morphling? Sure, it's not good control for Brewmaster, but the tempo with a Tiny gives Tiny position 4 more purpose in the game.
Yeah, I can see that. I think it would be not unexpected because you've made us expect it now, but I would still be a little surprised if they did go down that route. I feel like there's something more obvious.
They could go Visage as well.
Yo, sign me up.
Like, give it full fight. Like, Tiny Visage lane. You just go bully the offlane, you take tower. Weaver then Sakuchiing around, you got birds chasing you. Sure, the Ags on Visage will be slightly worse because you have double invis on your team, but I just want to see an offlane pairing that utilizes the Tiny to give it more access to the lane.
Does Kunkka not do that in a way, though? Give you a bit of ganking potential? They're going to go Lash.
Ooh, okay.
This will be their mid.
So, I mean, yes, there is a world where Lesh Jive could play it, but I would expect Kunkka to be offlane now, and yeah, Lesh to be mid. I was kind of excited for some real statement offlane pick because there's not as if he have any
you were getting
flexibility,
into
right?
it, weren't you? Yeah.
No, I was vibing it, but no, well, didn't happen.
And
What does
now-
Entity pick last? They don't have any real early tower damage. They don't do Roshan. That hold on.
Lena, yeah.
Choose your hero.
Well, I wanted it
4
last game. I'll
ranged
get it
heroes
this
and a
game.
Brewmaster.
It is an egg hitter, though. It does give you that
It is.
extra. So you've probably got this egg on lock. You've got damage to block the Weaver if you do catch him out. You've got a lane versus the Leshrac. I think it's a good pick.
No, I'm not opposed to it at all. It just feels like one of those picks that is going to be a little bit more. If they lose position on their map, it is going to feel devastating. Like Earth Spirit, they had the guy who was setting a little bit of pace. Sure, they eventually fell off, but he was creating opportunities. Alina needs people to do things for her so she can boots a travel in and assist. A Morphling doesn't want to make moves on the map. The Mortar can do well in lane, but again, the moves are a little bit awkward. So it's like, if DM has a bad lane, which is expected because it is a carry Weaver, which is a known counter to Brewmaster, I'm a little bit worried. Like, who actually wants to walk up front whilst Brew's recovering? Like Fishman, yeah, he loves walking up front and dying, but this is probably not the game to do it because they. So that's my only like concern with the Sentinel. I'm like, sure, in the future when they all have items, Lena's going to be good. BKB egg, Morph can Manta and waveform around, and all everything's wonderful. But the journey there, if lanes don't go well, it could be pretty devastating. Some Lesh running in your face, some Weaver scooching around, backed up by the artillery of some Sunray with the jump of a Tiny. Yeah, I think if your Entity, if your lanes go poorly, expect this game to get real hard.
Yeah, it's all on DM. DM needs to be able to turn up. He needs to be able to be that frontliner for them. Like, I don't know if I want to see Blinkle just straight up, like, just maybe Vlad's Vessel style of build. I'm not too sure. I don't know the more build of Vlad's, but either way, you need this DM hit player to be getting it done on the front lines because he's the only one who's going to do it, as you say. So free up no one, free up Watson, and maybe you have yourself a game. It's tricky though. On the side of Rest Farmers, like the game looks a bit more simple. Still somewhat suffering from the same thing, but not quite because Leshrac is that frontline hero in himself once he gets the Bloodstone. But again, it's not like the freest Leshrac game. I think for sure, like this is one where you want to get that BKB. You can't let yourself just get tornadoed by the Brewmaster every fight. You can't let yourself be just nightmared off and forgotten about. You can't let them forget about you. Just like us casters. Don't forget about us, please.
No, that's all right. Mob moves on quickly.
True. So, yeah, I think both teams kind of like struggle from the same thing, but the big difference maker is the Tiny. And Pablo had such impact last game that I'm fully expecting him to be kind of kicking off on this Tiny. Such a Pablo hero.
Yeah, and a pretty good game for it as well, right? His main objective will be to force out BKBs. This is have a game where he can just go like blink yours for stuff, go full utility. If the Bane's gripping, just quick blink. Okay, you're Avalanche, you're not gripping anymore. If Lina steps up, you're now tossed back to my team. Or, yeah, I think Tiny, that is why he is so strong. The variation in his playstyle is always pretty key. Sometimes you just play for defense, sometimes you're always killing supports. The repositioning aspect, it really is just the 4 position that does a little bit of everything. It fell out of favor, of course, during the Hearts, the Blade Mails, the ultra tanky phase, even like the Wraith Pact era. Tiny won't be good, but as soon as those concepts fade away or get removed, then yeah, Tiny's back in action.
I loved Wraith Pact. I'll say it. I mean, I didn't, but looking back here with rose-tinted glasses, I loved it. Do you remember that little guy just flying around? He was such a bro.
You know what I miss? March of the Machines. I was a 5 player.
Oh, God. Take me back.
Imagine March of the Machines nowadays, though. People would not be afraid of that spell. There'd be like 4 blade mails. You'd be dancing inside of it.
I mean, it was just such a good pushing spell as well. It was really silly. All your lanes just always shoved in. It's like, okay, cool.
It's the fact that it's like 2 or 3 and they'd overlap in like the cross section, so it's just getting hit by like pop, 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 pop. Oh, it was such a... Oh, God.
No one ever knew that, like, it was limited. Like the machines would die when they hit something, so you could just hide behind creeps and be absolutely fine. But no one knew. That was my little tech
There's
which
so
I used
many
to
though,
use.
Nomad. There were so many machines. Again, if you're brand new to Dota and you've only been playing like the last couple of years, please just Google Tinker March of the Machines, watch some old videos, and you'll know exactly what we're talking about and why it just isn't in the game anymore. It is just, it was just not that fun of a spell. But it would be funny to come back for like a day. Imagine that,
they
like an
got rid
April
of-
Fool's update.
Yeah, a much shorter length spell was Shrink Ray. They didn't keep that one on very long, but that one was fun. You're a little baby Roshan. So cute.
That's now in the form of a tier 5 neutral item. Just, what's it called again? It's the Unwavering Condition. The go real small.
Wait, does it make you little?
Yeah, it does, yeah. It shrinks you. So you go down to like 1800 HP, and you're like, kind of, you know the same percent increase for a Giant's Ring? Imagine that, but shrunk.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very cool. If you get tiny without any points in grow with that, you're a P. You're
No one will
nearly
see.
invisible.
Courier just went belly up.
So middle lane, no one having a pretty good time so far. Xantic landing the few stuns on him, but you know, it's Alina. She'll be all right. Of course, we're expecting big things to happen when these power runes start coming down. Both these heroes very, very bottle reliant, so you need to see these supports securing these power runes for them. Maybe even water runes. Maybe we'll even see some minute 4 rotations. Who knows? It's crazy up in here. Anything could happen. I mean, this is kind of your kill lane down at bottom. Once again, Jebe and Tiny lining up together. You do get someone with the Avatar's combo, lay it down at a torrent and a Tidebringer around on top of it, then they may well be dropping. Fishman at the very least. Watson, maybe not. Ooh, torrenting for the creep and not getting it. Feels a little bad.
What's interesting for me is we just don't see level 2 timings really get utilized. Or not utilized, but the pros are just so respectful of those moments that we're not seeing, at least game after game, consistent like level 2, boom, first blood. Or bounty room contest, boom, first blood. We really are, you know, slow entry to games. Wait for level 3, wait for level 4. If they overstep, sure, you punish them, but yeah, it's testament to the players and their resilience on
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of
not being
blood.
too crazy with their positioning early on. 4-minute rune comes up. Xantic losing out his bottom rune.
Yep, Fishman coming across. Ooh, he's going to be able to get the Nightmare off as well, actually. Pablo's going to have to come in and keep no one off of Xantic, but it's not going to make a difference. Fishman chased him down regardless. And Fishman already having been better again last time, opening up with First Blood. Well, at least he gets a bottle refill. Oh, Hanskin goes back into the silence. Could be in some trouble here. Yep, certainly will. And Kazumi is able to get the last hit as well. Not giving it to the Wild Wing Ripper.
Okay. Couple good kills there for Entity. Supports, of course, making it happen. Fishman with the rotation. I don't think either team, as long as the cores of farming aren't too concerned, like their deaths, it's like, oh, they're annoying, but it's not like, oh, no, our Weaver just died. Okay, he can't go back to lane. It's not like one of those deaths. The Xantic, he does go down, but yeah. Straight back to farming. Will be interesting to see if Entity can get a couple more kills here. Because I feel as soon as the lanes do break down, they are going to be stuck in a bit more of a farming pattern compared to rest farmers. So they need to get exactly whatever they can in this window, where people are locked into playing all 3 lanes.
Yeah, Katami getting
Top
off
lane,
the
they go into
silence,
Katami.
but Shad, he's on top of him. Sakuchi's through it. Doesn't care about the silences. And Hanskin and Shad will be able to claim themselves a kill. Hanskin gets some top award in the process as well. So it's very nice for him. Even more gold coming his way. Accelerating his way towards boots. Yeah, Xantic starting to suffer a little bit in this middle lane. The death really kind of taking its toll. And now no one getting a bottle refill. It's all about the power runes now. All about the power runes. Fishman, Pablo actually choosing to make a stack before coming directly for the power rune, so Fishman may be able to just... Yep, there you go. Grabs the arcane.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
gonna see if he got close enough for a toss stab, but he was respecting it.
Laguna coming on down there onto Zantic.
Get
Very
out of
rude
my
from no one.
lane.
Yeah. That's like, all right, buddy. Relax a little bit.
Fishman's still chasing Pablo at the same time. Like,
Yeah,
so
he's got an arcane
obnoxious. He
rune.
hits the name.
He's got an arcane rune. He wants to keep it going. Fear comes down onto Pablo. Pablo able to make his way through into the tree lines. Zantic trying to finish off Kokomi here. Will be able to do so, but getting solo himself and will likely fall to no one. Doesn't get off the stun in
He doesn't
time.
have
Turns
Pablo.
around
What?
with the LSA. 2 kills for no
Double
one.
kill.
They need to finish off this kill right now. Kunka's coming across. Oh, TP cancelled though.
Dire's bottom tower
But
is
how?
about to flower.
Why?
Oh,
What's
was it
happening?
Fishman? No, Fishman just Nightmare Handskin, right?
Yeah. He was also cooldown for 11 seconds, and that was like 4 seconds since it happened.
Middle
Maybe he just
tower is
assumed
under
that
attack.
Lilina was TPing. I mean, she did have a TP this entire
Yeah.
time, so...
He probably went for the free kill rather than the ambitious nighttime don't have vision type kill. I could see in the moment where that happens, but for rest farmers, they gotta just focus up just a little bit there, right? Like Pablo has no mana, he's running into the Lina. Now they're jumping onto Morphling Bot, just applying a little bit of pressure. Well, of course, he is level 6, has a wand and a healing Lotus. Should be fine, unless he somehow shifts the wrong way.
He's catching him with the nice little cycling in there. There's the wand, Lotus. They're going to be used as well, but now he's out of strength. But it doesn't matter. Run out of chase.
Kill the curry.
Run out of
Yes.
Yeah, got his courier. Oh, that was his Morbid
that was a
Mask as
Morbid
well.
Mask. Yeah.
God damn it.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I wish we had play cams for moments like this. I just want to see the despair.
And then he dies to the neutral.
God damn it. Yeah, the
God, that would
crit.
have been beautiful.
I was ready for the crit from the Alpha, just one shots
Yeah.
in.
So far, much better start from Entity. Like they've got some pressure being applied by Lina. You've got just some deep dives, and this is kind of what I expect when I see like a Fishman Bane. I'm like used to seeing super obnoxious, like offering up the high fives, running around the map, securing runes, nightmaring up people, supports coming in, or an additional support coming in to also get kills on the heroes he finds, and that's what they're doing this time around. Last game, they didn't really have the tools to do it, but they have plenty of damage. If the Muerta and the Lina sync up with Fishman, heroes are going to be falling, and so far so good. But you have to ask yourself the question: at what point will rest farmers be confident enough to start making some plays of their own? And with the way that Pablo has been playing, it's not like he's going to be having a blink dagger anytime soon. He's got 1 assist, 1 death. Not really had a lane to sit in and make any economy of his own.
Zantic though, big stacks for him to farm in the jungle. This is certainly going to help out his game because he has been struggling a little bit, but stacks helping him catch back up. More stacks, amplified damage. Helps you so much on Leshrac if you can find this rune. We have basically amplified damage and arcane rune for Leshrac and regen rune. All of them are literally just like farm runes for this hero. It helps him so much to grab them, so able to get the 8-minute rune and make good use of it. Pablo also pretty happy as he gets to get a little bit of XP at mid whilst Zantic's off farming stacks. And it will be looking like the Kaya build at the moment for Zantic. Not quite committing just yet, but I feel like it's very likely because you just want to go Kaya BKB here. Fishman is going to get brought down, tossed back into the fray. Killed off pretty damn quickly by the Tiny. Pablo's trying to back himself out, but they're playing around with the sleeps right now, trying to make sure that Lina can't get set up with the LSA. Successful in doing that. Hanskin does have an egg to work with. If Jibe had connected with that X marks the spot, then maybe we see an engagement there. But
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, if that torrent connects later with the X, 100% net committing, but doesn't hit the spell. Fishman instantly back to mid lane. Oh, do they get the bottle refill? They do get the bottle refill. And he's made so many moves. He's relatively starved on XP, right? He just hits level 5 at the 11-minute mark. You compare that to Phoenix, who's already a quarter way to level 7. They're smoked up. Phoenix, Tiny, and Leshrac. Plenty of damage if they find a hero. Haste rune on the Leshrac as well.
damn.
And they're holding their couriers. They're not bringing them out whilst they're smoked.
They see no one. They have to get this kill. LSA comes
Well, they
down,
see someone,
doesn't
yeah.
land. Lightning bolt coming on through as well. And they'll finish the job. Haste rune. It's just one of those guaranteed kills on the Leshrac, it feels like sometimes.
What's this?
Yeah, with this build of Edict, like if you go for Lightning, then it's like quite a lot of damage on cooldown, but when you do the Edict, it's just constant non-stop damage. Relatively low cooldown, of course, but still, the Edict is too much to handle if you're not near any other creep to soak up that damage. Remaster is TPing to the bot lane. He wants to use a split with. We've not really seen a split yet, and they're trying to disengage.
Here either. Yeah, the avalanche coming through, gonna slow them down and just make it a little bit awkward. You don't get that snap initiation, you don't get that big kill to start things off. If that doesn't happen, that Entity just they're gonna struggle. You can't let this Phoenix get in position. You can't let this Conquer get the boat off. The moment these things become a possibility, your fight becomes super awkward. So you need that snap initiation, it feels like, to be able to start these fights. That's why they picked the Lina, because that's exactly what they needed.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower. It's seeking.
Watson gonna come into contact with Shad up on the top side there. And Shad, he's just gonna time walk himself back. Very weird engagement. The Weaver just basically Sakuchi'd right into the Morphling's face and just started trying to trade with him, and Morphling was just like, alright. Brought him down to nearly dead, forcing out the time lapse. He's one of the players of all time. Limits tested, I guess. No one also taking some time to go and farm that jungle.
Yeah, he's going for the Gleipnir build. He's telling us that he's going to go pure right click, and this is the correct build. When you only have one form of frontline, the Lina can become a frontline hero with a BKB, with a Satanic, the Gleipnir, all that right click potential, and they're jumping onto Fishman in the mid lane. They eventually woke up to Leshrac, but
not going to get away. Jibber coming in from behind just to make extra sure he is lying in dirt. And now the tower gets opened up here as well. Got to wait for the Edict cooldown, but maybe just a right click alone will be enough.
This is the problem of Entity's lineup. As soon as the lanes break, unless Brewmaster's in every single fight, they just cannot defend their towers. And Katomi, he shows himself for a brief second and he's gone down. And DM, he's here too late. He's got the split up, but they weren't really in position to defend it, and the first tower falls.
Yeah, DM's actually just going for the Radiance build as well, so we're just not going to see him really being a big impact for quite a while. And I do worry with this build as well. He's very killable. Radiance don't help you for nothing against a Leshrac. This guy's going to burst you down regardless, and with Tiny plus Leshrac plus Kunkka, there's a reasonable chance that DM doesn't get a chance to get off his split, so keep an eye on that.
And Weaver, he does plenty of damage, right? If you get that shard, getting the Sakuchi like marks onto these Brewlings and start throwing out the additional Sakuchi procs, or sorry, the Germinate procs, it's gonna do a lot.
Yeah, so even
put
if
him tier 1 to
half
half falls,
he might even still be in trouble, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of problems.
The smoke up top, and it feels like free farmers.
They kind of are.
Farmers, there you go. I mean, they are free farming, that's for sure. They're posturing. They were posturing top, but then they run back to bottom. Shad, he's about 700 gold away from a Gleipnir, and at that point, I expect him to rally his team and to turn up the pace just a little bit. Leshrac, he rushed the Kaya Sanj, and yeah, they got very active items to take a fight into this mid game. Pablo scouting out with the Cobalt, hoping to find Katomi here, and surprise, he's there.
Yeah, just looking to throw out some dead shots.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
A little scary, Pablo. No blink though, so needs to connect with the Avalanche if he wants to grab this kill, but wrapping around on Katomi.
What a wrap around, yeah.
It's a big one. Is it too big?
Jumping on mid. They found Lina.
That's a huge target, but the team is not here to follow up. In fact, they're still looking. Oh, they found Shad. What the? Where did this guy come from? Well, it is going to get interrupted, so Fishman kind of just going to get stuck in the boat right now. Now both the supports just taking a ton of damage in return. Fishman dealing damage to them, but Azantic has gone down to the front lines though. Watson turns up to the fight, and there's great catch here onto Shad. There's the Gleipnir reveal, catching out the Weaver, and they look towards the Conqueror as well. Hans getting him, he is doing work in the back lines with that egg, but Jibe, meanwhile, he is just losing his life to no one and Watson. DM now looking for the next target. That is going to be Pablo. Pablo tosses away the Brew, but there's too many heroes here to take him down. And finally, Entity find their way into this game. They find the fight they needed.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty good start. You know, they cancelled the grip onto the Bane. They found this toss into Torrent combination, but there just wasn't any damage. The Leshrac was to the top side of the fight, whilst everyone else was on the bottom. They split up the fight a little bit too much in Entity. They capitalized on that quite nicely. They disengage, sure, they do go down to Hanston's egg, but it doesn't really matter. The Gleipnir into LSA just caught the Weaver off guard, and they're just not tanky enough to deal with the burst of the Morphling and Lina. They can easily kill heroes, but if they don't kill him in the moment, then that turnaround, that waveform reposition or that Gleipnir control, it is pretty devastating for a Weaver pre-BKB. And yeah, Shad, he didn't have a Gleipnir himself, so he had no... If he had a Gleipnir there, he's containing that fight. He's creating a better opportunity, and yeah, just wasn't ready. Jibei boating himself for a little bit of protection. No dead shot available to cancel that TP through the twin gate.
Yeah, gets himself out. Might even be able to help out here with Shad and Hansgen. What does Shad go for? He's looking at Lincoln Sphere at the moment. Doesn't want to get caught out by the Bane, I suppose.
It's another one of those awkward games where it's like, there's a Bane, so is BKB really that good? But I kind of think that this is probably a much better BKB game, because there's going to be some AoE mischance from the Radiance Burn. You've got the Lina's entire toolkit, the ground silence from the Muerta. So I think this probably is a better BKB game than the previous one, and he can rely on his team to cancel Grip. But we'll see if he goes for it. He could also just have really good positioning and then find a way to showcase how BKB wasn't that important. And Pablo just wants his Blink Dagger so badly.
A little bit of a fight taking place here. Katomi just going to pop the Pierce the Veil, try and get himself out, but fortunately the Gleipnir is here to cancel out the attempt at TPing out. And Shad gets himself a kill. It's a nice way to start getting yourself into the game on Shad. You need to keep up with this Morphling. You can't let Watson get carried away with this one.
It's looking pretty spooky right now. For Entity, if Rest Farmers are to go aggressive, they've just got Aghanim on Kunkka, the Blink on the Tiny, you've got a Yules on the Phoenix, Yules on the Leshrac. Like, they have plenty of items to go take fights, and Fishman,
yeah, he gone.
It's kind of expected at this point. I kind of see him always in these random positions.
His body is a ward. That's what I've learned. So Manta and Watson going for, of course, the Kanda next, as Zanti's able to just run down the Muerta. Just back-to-back deaths from Muerta, this time in the middle lane. Katomi not having a good time of it. This killing Draft looks back on track. We had a bit of a lull from Rest Farmers. They kind of lost that big fight down on the bottom side, you know, took their time to kind of recuperate, hit some items, get the Kyron Sanj up on the Leshrac, but not playing it too greedy, not being like, all right, I need my Kyron Sanj, I need my Bloodstone, guys, let's not do anything for a bit. None of that happening. Straight back to business. Shad playing separately to his team though. Shad definitely feels like he wants some sort of defensive item before he really starts turning up to these fights, at least on the front lines.
Weaver's not here. Rest Farmers, they got to disengage here. They get caught off. There's no way for them to have a full 5-on-5 fight here, other than TPing and then, you know, trying to cut out just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the catch from Entity doesn't really exist whilst the Bane is not here and the Brewmaster isn't ultied. You know, we're just looking at Gleipnir Lina, who doesn't really want to be super far on the front line. So in they go. Weaver TP's across, so he will be able to get here eventually, but going to be a little bit late to this fight as they jump in. Avalanche toss back onto Fishman. They'll claim their Fishman kill. As no one tries to connect onto the Leshrac here. Lesh has got his Yules though. Katomi trying to fight up in the front line, but of course Stancy's just going to try and return the card. Doesn't matter though. No one, Blade comes up, turns towards the egg, going to take them both out, and now Pablo's gone as well. Finally, Katomi does get finished off by Shad. Shad on the run. Punker thrown up into the air. Torrent Storm is down, but it's not going to help him out much. And Jib is going to get finished off as well. Fishman with the buy back to get off the grip. And another 5-on-5 team fight. I mean, twice now these 5-on-5s have just gone completely one way. What is happening? That Rest Farmers feel so good on pickoff, but so terrible on team.
I just think their fight is a little bit more disjointed, right? The previous game they were cushioned by Chrono and all these big spells to complement it. But this time around, positioning is going to be key in their ability to win a team fight. And your Phoenix egg is in the middle of the lane. Your boat hasn't been used. The Torrent Storm isn't protecting the egg. The Leshrak's already dying. Like, it just really isn't that much of a fight. And for Entity, in the open fight, it's much easier for them. Right? They can play from high range with the Lina. Bane's controlling some people because there aren't as many stuns for him to care about. It is going to be a better Bane game this time around, because for him to stop channeling, it's either a Torrent Storm, Avatos, and then Leshrak probably isn't going to be focusing the Bane, right? Because he's already going to be gripped most likely. So for Entity, they like these fights where it gets messy, they can get in and out. And yeah, for Rest Farmers, just not really executing and overplaying their hand a couple times. And against Watson Morphling and an 0-1 Lina, if you do that too many times, they're going to become so hard to find, so hard to kill.
Yeah, definitely some comfort picks as well here for Entity. Like, they know their timings very, very well. And we saw the big problem with this Lina into the Phoenix combination, right? Like, she goes that Laguna Blade to blow up one target. Like, she doesn't even have to focus the egg immediately. You get supercharged, and then you just turn around and you can just blast that egg down in like half a second. It's really problematic. Like, the 10 charges of Fiery Soul, which you get from using Laguna Blade, is just always going to superpower no one into an egg cracking machine. What's your favorite kind of egg tea?
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Scrambled.
Scrambled. Simple choice for a simple man. I appreciate you. Keeping it real.
You.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Watson has been seen. Not exactly the most appealing target with an Aegis, though. Shad?
Not really.
Dire's
him
middle
once and runs
tower
away.
is under pressure.
Okay, Shad, how's his Lincoln's coming out?
Ouch. Ouch. Alright, he's half health. Well, I guess Lincoln will help for that. We'll get adaptive strikes in the middle of a fight and just lose all your HP. Which definitely feels okay, but I don't know, I'm still a little worried about this Lincoln's. Like, does it give you enough?
Dire's courier has been killed.
I don't think so.
In we go. Avatos out onto the Lina. They find Noah, but no one's got the BKB off, and immediately just Laguna blades Pablo and takes him on down. Heals coming out onto Jibe, but Jibe gets stunned up by the Lina. He needs those heals, and he's going to get them. Fishman comes in from the sidelines, sleep onto one, grip onto the other. In comes Watson to finish the job, blowing up Jibe on the front lines. Fishman does get tossed back into Handskin and Pablo, but meanwhile, Shad's just getting blasted by Watson. Time lapse already used. Only one death on the side of Entity. Then taking down 3, looking for number 4. Pablo running to the tree line here, trying to get himself out. Atlantic long gone, but there comes the flight in it. There comes the damage. Pablo gone as well. It is 5 heroes dead on the side of Rest Farmers.
I like the pause. You're like, yeah.
It's because their name sounds wrong. It doesn't work properly. So in my brain, it's always like, wait, you're saying it wrong. And I'm like, no, I got it right. I've got it right every time.
Yeah, it's a pretty underwhelming name, but again, give yourself a relatively, bad team name and then vie for that sponsorship. I can see it. It's like, please sponsor us. Our name's really bad.
Good point. If you have a terrible name, it's really obvious you don't have a sponsor, so people are going to be like, ooh, these guys are available.
You don't want to be like Team Tickles. Nah, they don't sound like they're sponsored.
Yeah.
No, I think for Rest Farmers, they really are just lost in the fight now. Like, how does this Weave actually output any damage? He doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have like any way to stand his ground. Like, this Lincoln's gives him like full soap. He's now looking at Disperser. He has 2200 HP against a Kanda shotgun, an LSA. I feel like Shad, he had some unique take on his itemization in the previous game, and this time around he's kind of following once again a unique line, I guess.
I just want to see damage. I just want to see the ability to just threaten this Lina. Force her to be afraid, not just pop BKB and become an invincible god. And now LSA comes down. Do they have the damage to chain up onto the Weaver? They certainly have the silence and grip just to make sure. Weaver is gone. Katomi Very nice positioning, recoiling there, and just making it impossible for the Weaver to escape. Again, Lincoln's just not up to the task there.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
I'll be real, this is a pretty difficult game to think about how West Farmers get back into it. Like, they've not really shown us any hope in a team fight in the last, 10 minutes of the game? Pablo's getting picked up.
Pickoffs is fine, but team fights are absolutely not. Pablo going to be on the run here, but that Radiance burn just slowly ticking him away. DM giving him some taps in the back, throwing a Sunray for good measure. Pablo will eventually fall. Watson going to the high ground now, looking for hand scanner as well, stealing that Phoenix form just to stay on top of him. And it's another kill going to Watson. It's all falling apart right now. Heading for a game 3, it feels like. 14k gold advantage is so much to overcome, and yeah, there's just no threat. That's the problem. Like, Weaver's not one of these carries which you're like, oh, when he hits this timing, he's going to be in the game. He's going to be scary. I'm just not seeing it.
Middle tower is under attack.
No, not at all.
Middle tower
Also, Fishman, like, he's recovering the Bane, the image of Bane in the patch. I had lost so much hope in that after that previous game. Watching SEA as well pick up some Bane, I had lost so much confidence. But this game, it feels, of course, better. There's less cancels. The way they're playing, to just follow up. So I gone from Bane to okay, Bane. I've upgraded my opinion very slightly.
That's a big win for Fishman. All he cares about is Caster's approval.
The Bane Fishman caster approval.
What he needed us for. Listens back to every cast. AI that just singles out the player's name's been mentioned.
Yeah. Fish Law, man. That's a good one. Oh, Shad's dead again.
Jesus, that was quick. And now, I mean, his team didn't even have a chance to answer this. Adzante getting in on the front lines here, trying to use that Bloodstone to get up with their damage. To be fair, it's working. It's working. Watson, he's going down. Oh, it's a big pick. It's a big pick. Huge Bloodstone reveal from Adzantic. Watson just not ready for it. Caught in it all. No Lina to back them up this time. And they're going to get Katomi as well. DM. They're looking for the Panda. Oh,
Lina's TPing.
Lina wants handskin. Lina wants handskin so bad. No, Lina wants Adzantic so bad. Torrent, though, going to buy him a little bit of time at Jibe with no boat. They don't really have the resources to actually fight into this, so it is just going to be a case of Adzantic going down. Yule's up. Nothing to help out here, though. LSA does miss, but whatever. No one's got the right-click damage. No one's got the clicks. No one gets the kill. Even in a fight that looks as good as this, fall aside of farm resters.
Well, they have 2 carries.
Exactly. The auxiliary carry gets activated.
There's so much needed to kill off this Lina. This Morphling. And then no one just TPs on top of the Brew, like, alright, my time to shine. Of course, another advantage of having Lina and Brewmaster, you can TP to the Brew split. So you don't need to care about bots 2 to be in every fight. You just get the bots 1. When Brew split, he can just micro 1 Panda out. Lina safely gets into the fight anywhere on the map.
Dire's middle tower is under
attack. At what point do you think Shad considers BKB? Again, I know grit is a key thing here that will stop him from wanting to go it. But BKB Gleipnir, is it Diffusal BKB? He's currently got Disperser and Orchid queued up. He has no care for this item. Or the argument is maybe does he want his team to position better? His team's falling apart so much that someone needs to step up and become a hero that can at least tank a spell. And Leshrac, he has Bloodstone, but he's going Shroud. Maybe with the Shroud he's a little bit tankier. I don't want to know what the win rate is. The win probability in this game is. It's probably pretty rough.
It feels pretty rough. It really does.
Yeah.
Even when they're able to just blow the Morphling at pretty low cost, they still can't put a fight together. It's not a situation you want to be in. Ooh, Shad. Yeah, he sees him. Immediately, Hansgen going for the TP out. Oh, nice snipe from Katomi, though. Managing to find him. And they found Pablo as well, the +1. You don't really want to be giving these away for free, but Tiny gets gunned down. We are taking 0 prisoners.
And the ping in Roshan. This is going to be Aegis and Roshan banner. Send the illusions down lane, run over to Roshan, get yourself that Aegis. I'm expecting Rax to fall soon. This has to be the Aegis of breaking the base.
did he give it to? Morphling? Or maybe no one. Morphling takes it. Just more survivable, so easier to just plonk him on the front lines. Also, he's got that shield rune going with the old full strength shift into pick up shield rune, so he's now got a 3k damage shield. Very cool, very balanced. Xantic's almost dead. Go for the TP out. He's gonna make it. They don't see him. Sentry was down actually, but not quite in time. Still, it's gonna be the Bloodstone on cooldown at least for a little bit for Xantic. Luckily, it's a pretty short cooldown these days, so can get back to business pretty shortly. I wonder if, like, Blade Mail on this Conquer could have solved some of their issues or something. I'm just trying to retroactively think back on, like, what could have stopped this Lina just gunning down everybody in these fights, and the Morphling as well.
I think earlier aggression to punish the farming patterns would have been better for rest farmers. But other than that, unfortunately, it's a thing that will scale away from the dire side. They don't have perfect backline jumpers outside of Tiny. Kunkka can't really atomize for it. If he press Blade Mail, Lina just won't click him. It's
yeah, true.
It's not the best, and
the big counterplay.
I mean, rest farmers, they're positioning, they're playing as if this lead is not 18,000 gold. They're hitting the mid tier too.
Look, net worth lead is only a mental thing. That's the thing about Dota, which no one understands.
That's true. You just need one.
Do you believe you're ahead in net worth? Then you are. Stun out onto DM. Lina's still behind, just firing out damage. Split's used. Weaver, he's not continuing the push by himself. He's actually getting back, which is honestly kind of surprising to me. I almost feel like I just wanted to see this Weaver fully commit. Clear out onto the Lesh. They're doing a decent job of defending as well, so DM going to be forced to cancel it out as Morphling comes riding on in. Waves on in, waves on out. He's surfing up in here. Don't forget, Aegis on the Morph, so he's happy to kind of play around, force him to waste some spells. Swerve comes through as well. Strength Morph is going, so he's fine for the time being. Kunkka, oh, he actually pops a BKB due to the LSA. Has to be careful.
Entity, they're poking, but not overcommitting. They respect the fact that there's still some life in rest farmers, and they really want the engagement to be a little bit more drawn away from base. They don't want rest farmers to have the security of the tier 3 aura, the kind of defensive position that you gain, and they just still in for 2 minutes. And they might just reset here and poke again to force them back, but rest farmers seem to be doing quite a wraparound. They're not smoked up, so it's relatively awkward just running out here.
Yeah, the naked wraparound with the high ground advantage, but with no spit on the brew. I mean, it's not a bad try, and they are going to be able to bring down DM. Morphling though, committing hard, looking for the backlines, popping the BKB and going in to bring down Hamskin, bring down Pablo, looking for squishy support. Nice heals from Alesh, going to buy a bit of time, but now that Bloodstone needs to do some healing with the BKBs coming out from the two of them. I'm not sure it's going to do enough, but Xantic trying to heal through it all, but he can't. Weaver's here. But that's about all you can say for him. Not really doing any meaningful damage, getting killed off as well. Another dead on the side of rest farmers, and this may be the final fight. Hanskin trying to get himself away, but it's going to be a 5-man team wipe. Make it 6 as Hanskin actually drops for the second time there, having brought back into it. But now they're going to go for the middle and then on to the tier 4s. No buybacks available at this point.
Yeah, GG's cool. Quite a turbulent game there for rest farmers. It just felt like they never really got their draft in line. They had similar concepts to the previous game, but with a lot less team fight. And this time around, it was all about execution. The draft wasn't going to be cushioning them throughout these kind of bigger engagements. And yeah, this Weaver pick, sure, against Brewmaster in the lane, it farmed well. Did it shut down the Brewmaster? Not really. Did it really ever do anything in the game? Not really. So yeah, I think this draft was a lot weaker than the previous one, and for Entity, they kept the core concepts from the previous game, keeping the Brew, the Morph, the Bane, and yeah, this time around showcased how strong they are once they get to these open fights with a couple items. Sure, it's punishable early on, but you get to 20, 25 minutes, and it is so hard to team fight them when they get to pick and choose their fights perfectly.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a very, very tricky game. And yeah, I mean, I feel like Pablo did his best when it came to making those pickoffs happen, but ultimately he just didn't really have anyone to combo him with. I feel like this Tiny and Conquer thing actually ended up being a little bit awkward, where instead of like running around with a Conquer plus like a damaging support, like maybe a Hoodwink or, you know, something to just blast into them, you're just running around with the Tiny where they're like, oh yeah, I caught them. And Conquer's like, yeah, I caught them too. And you're kind of just like, okay, well, where's your damage coming from? You know, it's only coming from Leshrac. Zantic unfortunately couldn't really step up and be, you know, everything his team needed him to be, because the team just needed him to be way too much, to be perfectly honest. And yeah, definitely disappointed in the Shad Weaver, unfortunately. It's kind of just didn't fit into the draft particularly well. It didn't really do enough damage. And it came out of the lanes okay. That's the strange thing about it. Like, the Weaver was fine out of the laning phase. He had a great time up on the top side, but then just couldn't really translate it into anything. I don't know if he maybe needed to play like more actively, you know, move around with those catching heroes and maybe just kind of stack some damage and hope to just start snowballing. But these are all things which are easy to say in retrospect. Ultimately, the Weaver just got beat down and there's just too much damage on the board. They just got too far ahead. It was one bad team fight and then it all fell apart.
It's rough. And we're going to a game 3, and my coordinate is down, so I'm a little bit worried that this could have some complications. If mine's down, someone else is probably going to be down. You know, we just had a letter patch, so
he is in your basement.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll see what happens in game 3. It's a little bit spooky because I think both teams have kind of demolished the other in game 1 and then bounced back in game 2. So it's not like we've had like an even series. It's just been super one-sided games both times, it felt like. And for game 3, I really hope it's not just a draft type series where whoever's got the better draft just wins the game. I would like to see that kind of competitive close edge, the contest for Roshans, the real, you know, battle to really, you know, earn your kind of lower bracket kind of journey to get to the next stage. And but yeah, we'll see. We'll see in game 3. Off you go, Nomad. What do we do now normally?
We throw it to a break. We'll see you in a bit. See you.
Is the sun rose yet? Are you looking out the window? You hearing birds chirping?
Game 3 ready to go. Rest Farmers versus Entity. 2 teams enter this gauntlet, this final game 1. 1 team will leave. Who will it be? Well, that's what we are here to find out. It is time for the final matchup. Game 3 in a best of 3 series in the lower bracket. Elimination on the line. Exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Of course, we've had a couple of coordinator issues, so might be a little late getting to the draft, but it does look like we've got all players in the lobby, so we should be ready to go very shortly indeed. But tell me one thing you want both of these teams to do in this third and final game, which you think will give them the edge. Starting with you do Rest Farmers, I'll do Entity.
That's all right. I'm choking, man. Sorry, I didn't realize that we went live. I was talking to our producer, who's still awake at like 5 in the morning. Could you please ask me the question again, please? Sorry.
Give me one thing which you want Rest Farmers to do better in this final game for them to take the win, and I'll think about what I want Entity to do.
Rest Farmers is Atlantic to have a hero that has early kind of pressure points to apply, like an Ember that can't get locked down and can constantly chip down your opponent. And I want Shad to then have a carry that will become like that frontlining style aggressor. I think going for some Weaver, it's too volatile for their play style. Like, they're such an aggressive team that they are going to make a mistake at some point. They're not flawless. If they were, they'd be qualifying to winning every qualifier they play in, right? So yeah, I think just recalibrate yourself just a little bit, because you just beat Entity and then you change up the script so much in game 2 that it felt like you got carried away with the win and you didn't really know why you won the game. You just kind of was like, oh yeah, we're just better. Smile. Like, they didn't feel like they was just carrying the same logic the entire time.
Yeah, a lot of momentum coming off that series win against Nigma as well, I believe. So, yeah, definitely flying into that game with a ton of like happiness and love and fulfillment and skill. You just feel good, feel cool, and when you feel cool, you play cool. And see, I would like to see no one on a scaling mid laner again. I actually thought that. Yeah, Spirit was a bit of an experimentation for them, which didn't really have wings. It didn't really take flight. It didn't soar through the air like a graceful pigeon on a London evening. It kind of just fell to the floor. The Lina, though, it was soaring. It was soaring beautifully. Added tear in my eye. It was great. So give me something along those lines. Give me the Leshrac. Give me the Lina. Give me something which can hit stuff from the middle lane. That's what I'll be happy with. And yeah, scaling damage, and I think they'll be pretty happy. That way, if one core dies, you've got another one to take its place. I think no one... I mean, he just feels... He can play these aggressive heroes, but obviously he can. He's played everything throughout the years. The veteran of the Dota scene. Always a pleasure to watch.
5 seconds remaining.
Of course...
like the bans from Rest Farmers, at least, right? Like, you just played against Brewmaster Bane. Like, you exploited some of their weaknesses in game 1. They destroyed your game 2, so... don't really play on that volatility for game 3. Get rid of it. Force them into like a slightly different drafting pattern. And this time around, Rest Farmers, they do have second pick, which will mean they'll have ultimate last pick in the draft. Potentially, Shad will get that priority, because often Atlantic doesn't mind having its hero picked early. So a lot of the issues that we kind of outlined from game 2, just because of the pick order, should give them just a little bit more of an ease into this third game.
I heard it. Ease that third game. That's what Tegan was saying.
Easy clap third game. Yeah, exactly. Shall we? Are we allowed to spoil the other games happening right now, or do we need to contain
of course we are.
ourselves?
Of course we are. If you're not simultaneously watching every Dream League game in every qualifier in every region going on right now, then you're not really a Dota fan. You're a fake fan. You should feel bad.
Oof. Well, spoiler: if you do want to check the other series,
10
3,
seconds.
2, 1. Secret, of course, won game. I say, of course, they did
5
win
seconds
game 1
Of course.
against. Oh god, no, that sounded terrible. I didn't mean, of course. They did win game 1 against Navi Junior, and they
The
currently run
Dire
8,000
get a
gold up in
ban.
game 2 against Navi Junior in the other low bracket game. So potentially, what was quite a hyped up team from some other pro players on Twitter is going to be eliminated in the first day of this qualifier.
Who's going to be the first one to at crit after that?
10
To be fair, it's one of those takes where it's like, if you're wrong, it's fine. They're up and coming players, and if you're right,
5 seconds
oh damn,
remaining.
what a goated prediction, right? It's quite a win-win predict.
And even if they go
Here's
deep,
hyping up
you
new
still get
players.
to like claim the win as well.
Yeah, it's like a bolder prediction is like Secret's going to qualify, right? Like if you're wrong,
Yep.
they'll laugh at you because you predicted them, and if you're right, it's like
But that's the thing. If you
Diamond in the
predict
rough.
Secret, even if they go deep and don't qualify, then people are still in your DMs. People are still adding you. You know,
Yeah.
that's the difference. That's the difference. You go for the underdogs,
5
and if they
seconds
go deep, people are going like, "Oh, you know what? This was unexpected. Well done." But yeah, I mean,
all that aside, though, I do look forward to the
Radiant's
day that
turn to
like
pick.
Secret returns to some form, right? Like when you think about some lands and you see like the lineups, it's great seeing all these new orgs, new rosters and stuff. But there are some like just things in Dota as like someone who's been around the scene for again not as long as others, but still long enough that you kind of have this like expectation to see certain things, right? And like for me, like Puppy and Secret was that thing for so long, and not having them there, it's like, I'm missing that one random interview where Puppy gives that kind of dry answer, like on LAN, or there's that one like thing that they do where they're dry, you know, like, you just miss it a little bit. And of course, there's so many new personalities and people and pros who are cropping up,
5
so it's not a
seconds
problem. But
remaining.
it's just nice for some nostalgia value at some point. But they'll probably get there in the end. It will take some time.
get your nostalgia out of here, old man. It's a new wave
I'm
now.
sorry.
We got the cool Zoomers. We got Saberlight. We got Katomi, Watson. The new wave coming in. Was it Watson who wore the Cars Crocs on LAN? I think it was. I can't remember exactly who it was. I think it was Watson. We'll just say it was. Very cool. One of the best looks of the year, I'd say.
Turn to pick.
What we got coming in, it's going to be a Disruptor. Disruptor, mate. That's going to be comboed up with the
I'll
Tiny.
glimpse you.
Yeah, glimpse you. How'd you like that? All right. Well, you got your backline support, you got your frontline support. I'll never hate that as a way to open a draft.
seconds.
Never hate it at all. Simple Dota 2 is what NC are
5
preparing themselves
seconds
for.
remaining.
Rest farmers, meanwhile, they get their hands on the Dragon Knight. That's right. He made it through the draft. His nerfs have been slightly significant, more significant than others. There's 2 heroes which really got poked at, Pango and DK, in my opinion at least. So we'll see him being taken for a spin. Gets comboed up with a Mirana though. So you've already got that Dragon Tail arrow combo, which can lead you some early game kills, can help you kind of find stuff around the map, makes that Blink Dagger and the DK all the more valuable.
Radiant's turn to pick. Admiral
And
Conker.
it'll be Kunkka coming out for Entity as the third pick. So a third game, third Kunkka. We're going to see it again. I'll be honest, this hero, I just haven't been feeling the value of it. It's done stuff, but not enough for me. And I know Kunkka, it's just always a value pick, because it always gives that pickup potential. You can also kind of start to snowball. And when you're
5
ahead,
seconds
Kunkka feels like one of the
remaining.
worst heroes to play against. When you're behind, sorry, Kunkka feels one of the worst heroes to play against. That X mark can be super annoying. You think you're about to kill someone. Oh, boat comes through. All of a sudden, they're super tanky. Oh, well, that fight we thought we were going to win, we're no longer winning. So, yeah, it is.
I think Kunkka really thrives when in his containment there's just good things happening, right? Like during the X mark, the time that they're stuck in position, running away, but then getting dragged back, like some core is capitalizing on that. Or if you're hitting a torrent storm and the fight's messy, there's some support who's utilizing the noise to position himself better to then hit a clutch spell, while the carry has blinked in and destroyed whoever's been caught by that pesky torrent or something. Like, I feel like it is very much a hero that lives and dies by those that surround him. Early on, of course, he can be very strong independently, but yeah, it really is quite a enabling core hero for sure, especially when you see it off lane, because by the time that you get to your Ags, a mid Kunka probably already got there like minutes earlier and he's progressing to his next item, maybe an Ograx deep to the BKB after. Outside of that, the rest farmers, they are looking for another map playing draft, but this time plenty of stuns. Like when I see a Sven for Shad, I'm at ease. Like, I know the game will be competitive. Like when I see the Weaver and the other stuff, it's like, oof. And you pair Grimstroke as well. Like this is such a, like, you know what this draft is doing. Like there is not a single pro player when they look at this game, they're like, what's this Radiant draft meant to be achieving? You know what it's going to do. Get some farm. You're going to ink swell a DK or ink swell a Sven. They're going to blink and they're going to hit a stun. Then the arrow is going to follow up. You're going to execute these heroes. And when I said blink, guess what counters blinks? A Venomancer. So are we going to be seeing the DM offlane Venomancer as a potential anti-blink and aggressive?
It's a throwback. It is a throwback. But the thing is, Sven's, they don't mind building that Ags anymore. So I kind of see Sven doing that. DK, he doesn't have so much of an answer, but at the same time, I'm not super worried about DK regardless. You know, he can always get in, and your Blink Dagger is kind of used just once as DK. You know, you use it to get in, use it to start the fight, get an initiation stun off. So I'm not enamored by this Venomancer pick, but it does look like it's going to be offlane, which is kind of cool. Or they could tiny mid, I suppose.
This entity lineup will either be absolutely goated, like, damn, what a Venom pick, or he's died like 4 or 5 times. He's buying some utility items, and it's like, oh, why do we have a Venomancer? Like, it really is a hero that is so hit or miss, and it's probably why it's not picked up so much. Even in the 5 position, it got quite a lot of notoriety for being an obnoxious 5, but it never really transitioned from pro pubs to pro play.
I've been waiting for it though. The hero, it's got some interesting properties where if you do go for this Ags build, it's also universal. That your clicks can start to hurt. Maybe throw in something else, and you can do more than just kind of be that kind of spellcaster. Of course, 9 times out of 10, you just go for like Ags Sheath or something like this. But you can click people down as well. It's not the weakest hero when it comes to consolidating farm on it. So we'll see. Do you think there's any chance the Tiny is mid though?
Dire's ban now.
I don't think it's very good mid this game because it forces a Tiny. Like you want to pick a mid Tiny when you know that throughout the entire game there's a purpose for it. Like there's some certain int hero that you need to jump, or there's a support you need to kill to make the fight accessible. In this game, as soon as you get Sven and DK tanky enough, Mirana probably is going to play far back and invis anyway. Jumping a Grim, sure, congrats. It's just not like a perfectly fight-winning strategy. So I think this, because of that logic, and I think Tiny probably will be demoted to the support. Also, with Venomancer being the offlaner, you want a melee 4 for a Tiny there. If Sven steps up to try and kill, you can now toss the Sven towards the Veno with the Gale, and now they're stuck out of position getting clipped down. If you are maybe dying on the Veno, you can then also toss him away. Like, I think this Tiny 4 brings a lot of good to the Veno lane. And yeah, mid lane, it will just fall off.
Okay.
But what is the Watson carry here?
Yeah, I guess it's also a really bad tree throw game as well, because you've got a lot of mobility on one of the supports and a lot of high armor and also Warcry as well. So no value to be gained from that.
Watson carries.
Dire's turn to pick.
Okay, they banned out 2 Atlantic mid heroes that can really dictate some game. Yeah, I think for Atlantic, with last pick, it is going to be the hero that needs to just, again, early game timings. You asked me what I want to see from them. I want to see frontline aggressive carry. Tick, Sven. I want to see Atlantic with a big playmaker. They're getting somewhat banned out. Housecar's not a playmaker, but he shuts down his opponent's mid so much that he kind of becomes like a forceful playmaker. And okay, Naga Siren. So opting for the team fight approach, control the team fights, have the soul, the reset.
Okay, so I just want to get in the Atlantic thing real quick, because yeah, you've got the Naga Siren, which now makes it actually kind of tempting to go for the Leshrac, which I think was probably off the cards before. Now it kind of seems like it might be a thing. But of course, you've got the Puck still in the pool somehow this late on. They've left him a lot of good options here. Of course, they could even go for the leaner if they want a bit more backline damage and repeat what no one did in the last game. Scales a little bit as well, but maybe you're not looking for that when you've got the DK and the Sven already. Might be a bit overkill. I think those are your 3 options you're looking at. But then again, this is Atlantic. Possibility for the Pangolier is pretty high.
Ooh.
I would go.
Is he
Tango.
playing? Okay, no. My crazy suggestion, it won't happen. Give me the mid Pugna. Some early siege, building damage. You can kill the Naga illusions. It's an Exantic specialty. I want to go crazy. Oh, too crazy. They go Darkseer. Mid DK. Fair enough. In this entire...
DK.
Oh, yeah. In this entire plan, we just assumed it was offlane DK, but they finally go for the Darkseer. I wanted that in game 2. All right, so in game 2, I wanted them to last pick Darkseer. They didn't do it. And in game 3, I wanted them to pick... So, okay. So Rest Farmers... They're doing the things I want. Please win this game, so I feel validated. Thank you. I joke. I don't have any bias to who wins this game. I think draft-wise, though, I do prefer Rest Farmers lineup. Like when you look at just what they have available, there's so much teamfight. There's so much damage. It's exactly what they had in game 1. And for Entity, their moves, like Naga Siren plays the map, Venomancer can stall out the game. There just isn't a lot of damage as they sweep through the map. Like Venomancer, as much as you take over areas, you need to take tower and then put up your Plague Wards and slowly do it. And if they ever get into a lead, it'll be so hard for Rest Farmers to play because you can have illusions pushing everything out, Plague Wards everywhere. If you step up to high ground, it's going to be devastation with the first 3 heroes of Entity's lineup. But I do think that this Rest Farmers lineup is not so punishable. They are going to get a lot of kills in this game.
I'm seeing the points for Entity, slowly build up. The longer this is a draft which doesn't it needs to mature. It needs time to grow on you. It's like a fine wine. You can't just go straight in and expect to love it. You gotta let it sit on the palate for a bit. All that to say is that this Venomancer pick could work, but
I think that lane is very crucial though. No,
yeah,
like, that lane it's a Sven Marana lane. Right? Like, there's no Dispel there. There's no way to actually give Sven purpose. So that lane, I would assume very quickly, will just disappear for them. Especially because of the Naga Siren, you don't really need to help them out too much in lane. So, like, minute 5, this could just be a tri-lane, right? Disruptor goes for the Twin Gate. You now have Veno, Tiny, and Disruptor just playing into a Sven. You force him back to jungle. You take his tier 1 tower. Like, if Entity play with the ability of Naga not needing assistance, then... that can hurt Rest Farmers a lot. Because as much as their draft looks very good, it is a draft that relies very heavily on probably about 10,000 net worth on all cores. That's when it's, they're popping off. Until then, Veno can shine.
Starting the fight on Fishman. Arrow to follow up as well. They've got stuns, they've got damage, but a beautiful Gale coming through, catching everyone. And that's going to allow Fishman to escape. The 5-man Venomous Gale comes through, keeps Fishman alive. All right, you know what? DM Venomancers, doubters, where you at? Proved you were wrong at minus 40 seconds into the game. Good luck.
Are you talking to yourself? Are you a doubter or are you a believer? That's
why. Yes, I am talking to myself. Nah. I remember casting this guy on like Arcan Esports Club and weird strange teams like this, and I was always he was always playing weird stuff. I think he was actually initially a mid player who was kind of forced to play offlane, but then no, he was mid actually. He was offlane who was forced to play mid. He kept playing this weird stuff like Venomancer and a Darkseer at mid. He was kind of owning on it. It was quite fun to watch. But stun comes out onto the Tiny. DM wants to do it, but they're split up this time. They split themselves apart. Make sure DM can't stop it happening. Katomi will be first blood in the end. The Sven Marana combo starting this game off with a bang.
Yeah. And also for Rest Farmers, putting that Grimstroke into position 4, I'm a big fan of that. Enabling him to potentially think about Aghanims down the line, taking over that Naga and copy. It might force WhatsApp to think about his itemization just a little bit. And in this bot lane, it's all going to be fight the entire time. Tree, Blood Grenade, Gale, just punch Shad in the face and get him out of this lane. Deny?
He's very low, yeah, I might need it here. Handskin's like, I can't do it. You're my friend, but he just hits him.
Oh, come on.
Not that. Anything but that.
Well, just unnecessary.
Yeah, I won't kill you. I'll just keep you on 1 HP. How's that sound?
Come on, Shad, eat a tango, mate.
He doesn't know what to do. He's like,
wait, where's he going?
He's jungling already.
What? Oh. Wait, is he denying himself?
Eventually.
He's just denying himself.
If you deny to creep, though, it gives you the full respawn. So he's now 26 seconds.
Yeah, this lane's over, boys.
Dude, this lane's super over. It's giga over. Top lane, Pablo's going to go down as well. BT dubs,
So the thing going for Entity is their lanes, you know, they're decent. You know, they're decent. And I expected this Disruptor to make moves. He doesn't even need to make moves at this rate. This bot lane, Sven, he's still dead. He's respawned. Oh. Okay, that would have been too crazy. Imagine if Fishman, the TP bot lane, glimpsed his head back to the base. Or like popped his head through Twin Gate and just hit the glimpse. Yeah. Oh.
Dropped it on him. Oh, Handskin, huge dodge on the Gale. Leaps out the way like a Matrix up in here. I'm surprised that DM wants to Gale anyone except Shad, to be fair. I thought he loved him, but apparently not. Alright, Sven gets his 5th last hit of the game. And then neutral beat. Yeah, it looks like things aren't going to be super awful for Shad in the bottom lane after all. He's going to be able to stabilize a little bit. It's not quite Jova, but it's a little tough. He'll be able to get the levels at least to go and use Great Cleave in the jungle and not try and jungle with level 1 Stormhammer. Which
this is the lane where he's already thinking about rushing Mask of Madness and putting all the points in Cleave. Like, he doesn't care about... He might go 1 point Warcry if he has hope for the lane, but yeah. I just don't think there's any hope.
Look at him. Rapidly disappearing.
Alright, attempt 2, Handskin.
Alright, Handskin.
Can you get the deny?
That is ours.
Look, it's a high pressure situation, all right. You know, he doesn't want to shoot his friend in the face. We've all been there.
Yes. All right, let me see how many viewers are watching. I want to know the. All right, 3,300. All right, good, nice.
Only 3,300 people are seeing Hanskin's unfortunate attempts at denying his teammate.
There's going to be another attempt. So 3rd time the charm for Hanskin. Here it is, boys.
Oh, toss back as well. Shad so far out of position. Gale.
Come on, Hanskin. Come on.
Oh, it is actually. Come on. All right, here we go, Hanskin. Here we go. Hey! Hanskin never misses.
Oh, if you just tuned in, then yeah, this is it.
It just seems like we're being awful people if you just tuned in. Right? All really excited, actually. Yeah, we're really excited.
No, to be fair. 1 second, let's see if Hanskin survives. This lane is so difficult for Radiant to play. We're just trying to find enjoyment from it because it is so one-sided. Not because of the players and their skill, because you have a Venom Monster Tiny into a Sven. Like, yeah, it is not good. Sven is already thinking about jungle right now. He's level 2. He's got 11 CS. Naga only has 16. But Naga has levels. Sven doesn't have any of the sort.
Sorry, 3 times. My mistake, Shad.
Okay. This will be the comeback game for sure for Shad. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there's ever a hero you want to have it happen on, though, I think it's definitely like the Sven. He's got such a strong comeback mechanic with this Great Cleave. It's kind of on Entity to keep him shut down. You know, Sven's not a hero you can just kill in lane and then be like, hooray, we dealt with the problem.
Yeah. Like, the good thing for Entity will be they don't actually have... There's not like a good rotator on the rest farmers. But there's not like a Pango mid where when DM steps up to hit the tower, eventually he's going to die to some Rolling Thunder, right? It's a DK. He wants to sit static mid. Same thing for Darkseer. He wants to play behind the tower top. He wants to farm up, get his auras, and create his own opportunities in his in top lane. So that will enable this Venomancer to do as he wishes. And Fishman, what's happening there, boss?
He came through the portal. I thought he saw the Sven farming. Placed down a ward. Going over to say hi to Hanskin, but Hanskin's just running away, and now I think he's going to go back home. He had a grand day out. Nope, he doesn't have a grand day out. He's going to go and try and find Jungle Sven with Katomi.
Yep. Here we go. Legends now, boys. The junglers are going to meet each other.
Yeah, true. Shad going to get beaten up, tossed up. Fishman here as well, ready with the glimpse. This poor man, poor guy. There has been a rotation on the middle lane, though, as they were able to bring down no one, so that's pretty cool. Shad sees that in the bottom left of the screen and goes, oh, good. Cool. That's all right. But he will die.
Yeah. That's a good move from Hanskin, right? Like, you have this DK mid lane. He doesn't have any points in stun, so the Kunkka dying, it was just a rogue arrow, no setup, and This will be how Rest Farmers get back into this game. They need to create some opportunities from mid, maybe top, draw supports back away from that Sven, allow him just to farm this bottom kind of neutral lane. That is the jungle creep section. If not, you're going to have some issues. This Sven will just get run out again. Catapult wave, 5-minute one is now hitting the tier 1 tower bottom. There is no protection available. They are not going to be giving any care to this tower. They will be conceding as much map as they can to then give Sven some room at some point. He is level 3 in the jungle.
It's been a bit of a shutdown. DM absolutely delivering on this Venomancer as expected. We were anticipating this for the laning phase, which we can get done afterwards, which is the big question.
Shiba's dead top.
Certainly is, yeah. No one makes a counter rotation, gets ganked a few times mid, just like, yeah, screw this. There's no dragon form up right now, so my tower's pretty safe. I can make a rotation to the top side. Good move. Hanskin, meanwhile, he's a little bit jumped right now.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Tony slowly but surely, with the help of DM, trying to bring him down. Oh, jukes out the tree wonderfully.
Killing spree.
He's making him work for it, but I'll bring him down in the end.
Oh, DK's come bot lane. Still no stun though, so has to just kind of walk down his opponent. Oh, nice Plague Ward block.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower. It's seeking, just like your
And for level 6, throws down Noxious Plague onto Dantic as well. Dantic, realizing that there is no more chance of him catching this Venomancer, TPs himself away. Does leave Shibe a little bit alone, but Shibe with the Surge. Yeah, definitely a pretty good answer to Venom actually when it comes to stopping yourself being kited too much. And stopping your teammates being kited too much as well. That'll be a big one for Shibe. He can also get himself the Greaves later on as well, which would be a nice purge. I imagine Azantic still goes for Manta on DK as well, which means you've got a purge in that as well, so something to deal with the Venomancer's nonsense.
Yeah, I'm thinking where he goes with his build. Like, he's currently queuing up Blink Dagger, and I think it's probably the right answer. Just because if they make a farming move on DK, Sven's farming, then Darkseid doesn't have anyone to play on, then you really are asking for this Venomancer to continue walking through your side of the map. So Zantic will sacrifice his own farm just a little bit, get that active item, sync up with the Grim and the Marana, and just try and get some smoke pickoffs. He's going to be 1,000 gold away from it, and in the meantime, Entity, they're just farming up absolutely everywhere. Tiny in the mid lane, you got Naga top, Venobot. Yeah, just thoroughly enjoying the space that they have on this map right now.
Yeah, Katami very happy to be able to get himself some levels in the mid lane as well. Getting a little bit low from chasing the Sven around all game, but yeah, able to stabilize himself and get a bit more. Oh, Shad in the jungle, still very, very poor, but has himself a Morbid Mask, so as long as he's uninterrupted, he will be able to sustain himself now. Just needs a bit of damage to help out, and well, he might get on the way. Hanskin does get seen by Katomi here. He's really able to connect with the Avalanche, and then the toss back into DM. DM, Gale available. Right clicks are there. I think the poison might already be enough. Tree throw comes through. No, Marana should be okay here in the end. And Pablo looking for a bit of revenge onto the Venomancer. Pablo has got that Noxious Plague upon him though. He's going to spread it to his teammates, and as the Sven comes through looking to kill off DM, a bit of revenge to the laning phase. Just not going to happen. Fishman holding them together. Xantic running out of health. No one takes him down. Now they look towards Shad as well. Shad poisoned up, taken down. Tip comes out from DM as well. Are you kidding?
Thanks for playing Dota 2.
Oh, feel bad, man. 3 down on the side. Off the rest.
No, I'll hold my hand up. During the draft of this game, I kind of forgot to really think about how bad this lane was going to be. And then as soon as I saw that first Gale connect, it just clicked, and I was like, oh, this is awful. But yeah, that's 3,000 net worth Sven, 5,000 gold on all 3 cores of Entity. The supports are smoked up, still hunting around the map. 3,000 gold lead now. Yeah. Atlantic shows himself mid, it's gonna be rough.
And in comes the ultimate from Fishman as well, trying to finish off the kill onto the DK. And they will be able to bring him down. Turns around for one final breathe fire. Not gonna be enough though. Pablo on the run, dusted up, trying to get away from this Kunkka. Thankfully Kunkka with very slow attack speed to get off that Phantom, so
middle tower can't handle this deluge.
will get himself away from Pablo, but Yeah, Entity now just going to move around the map, and you're going to start to ask the question, at what point can they turn up and fight this Entity draft if they're all together? I think we're looking very far into the future. It's all about what this Dark Seer can pull off. And...
Yeah, that's my... If you want Radiant to win this game, you're looking at Jibe right now. At some point, there will be an overextension of Entity. There will be that moment where the Naga and the Kunkka, they overlap that one wrong time. You get that Naga clone, and you can potentially get yourself into the fight. But it is about stemming the bleeding right now. Try and give your Sven a little bit of freedom. Because not only will the Vac will be great if you get the Naga clone, but if you layer it with a Stormhammer, some Ags jump in, like, there's always comeback potential with this Radiant lineup. But minimum 20 minutes of farm is required. And for Entity, can they continue forcing the pressure this much? At some point, will they think about their own game just a little bit? Will they think about Roshan? Will they do things that...
Wrapping around onto Watson here.
Dire's middle
And
tower
trying to
is
see if they
under
can make
attack.
any catches happen onto anybody showing on this top side. And obviously Jibe is that target they're looking for. We talked about how vital his game is. They've shut down Exantic, they've shut down Shad. Now they're looking to do the same to Jibe as well. Fishman sees him, doesn't commit though. They just want the stacks. they just want the gold.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Take that money. Jibe's just waiting for that gold sign to come out. Doesn't hear it. Loads of his iron shells have been defeated, and we'll just have to move on.
Now this is a fleet. Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes.
A dominating performance.
Bottom.
Own
Oh,
it.
mid lane. They're on the Atlantic once again.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
No one gets the kill. Atlantic feeling pretty bad about that. 6k gold advantage now for Edsy at just the 13-minute mark. Goodness me, Tiga. This is looking pretty rough.
Radiant's top tower is on the ropes.
Yeah, especially after game one, it gives so much hope this would be an incredibly competitive series, but Entity, they adapted so well. Game 2, now in game 3 especially. Naga Siren, cruise control her way to a Manta. 0-0-2, no pressure at all has been applied to the top side of the map. Everything's been about recovery for the rest farmers. I think for Jibe and their lads, so they've been in this position so many times, right? They take a game, they inspire chat. All right, this is our series, and then it does slowly fade away. But maybe they can turn around. They are smoked up underneath a ward though, so not going to be the biggest surprise of a gank.
Yeah, already running themselves out on Entity. DM says no. We stay. We hold our ground. We are not runners, we are killers, but DM's going to be the one stunned up by the Dragon Tail to start this one off, with the ball coming down as well. Arrow's going to fly past him though. He'll be okay, a little slow and Hanskin there, and the damage coming down as Jibe, and Exantic is Sophia. Mech's going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but Exantic, he cannot back away. The poison's too heavy. And there comes a glimpse to drag him back in as well. Kunkka will be able to try and help out a little bit here, but Exantic is gone. Soulbind comes together, two-man stun out from the Sven. Just not doing enough though, despite the God's strength, cannot get on his targets. Katomi going for the toss back, throws him back into DM. DM says, hello, remember me, your best friend from before. X-Marks comes out, dragging back the Sven, thrown up into the air. The tips are out once again, but Sven might be able to bring down no one. Might be able to bring down no one. Oh, he can't even get a single kill. Oh, it's a soul-crushing game for Shad here. Katomi will fall, but it's such a small silver lining. It may as well be a piece of thread.
Top tower.
Right, let's play the prediction game. What do you think the win probability is right now? I'm going to go 8 to 89%. What's yours? Quickly now, before Hanskin dies.
I'm not looking.
92.
I can see on the side of my screen. I'm going
I guess.
78. 78.
Okay, don't worry. I literally just said it as well because I panicked. It's 92%. Well,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I was kind
I
of close.
thought maybe it was still early and they were like, oh yeah, they're good. But no, it's a 9k gold advantage in 15 minutes. They are not good. They are very, very not good. Super not good.
I was also
Some could even say
of course,
bad.
it's Grandmaster. What I say.
Who's Grandmaster? DM's Veno.
Yeah.
He's toxic.
Oh. I don't know. I'm just making sounds for fun. I was just testing you guys. I'm trying to keep you awake. This game has kind of hit a little bit of a when will Entity try and make the game-winning play? But secretly, I'm kind of watching this game with the anticipation of like I'm ready to bring that hype. When that's it's like at some point, what if Rest Farmers hit the spell combination. What if they come back in this game, keep themselves alive in the lower bracket? This will be the game that we talk about for about 2 days.
They hold on, right? And then Xantic hits 25. Okay, gets the AoE Dragon Tail. You get the wall down. You get the vacuum. AoE Dragon Tail. Inkswell on top. Everybody locked down for about a week. Then that gives Spenley a chance to come in, Stormhammer on top of everybody. Kills them all. Shad gets redemption. He rips off his shirt and screams. He comes to DM's house. Says that's how we do. And then.
So what happens whilst they're dead? Like right now?
Yeah, they just keep getting levels. As long as you're getting levels, that's okay.
Nothing touches
Even the last Spite ultimate as well. What do you think was more one-sided, actually? We casted some one-sided Western European games today. Do you think the Secret game 1 of their series was more one-sided than this game? Because this one feels
this one is
way worse.
Super bad.
Yeah.
This is the worst.
No, this one feels...
Wow, in terms of like...
Oh, they're jumping in?
Irredeemable lead. Oh, kill! Tiny goes down. Song too late, Watson. Too late.
Oh, he tried to go for the Inkswell. That would have been so cool if Pablo had it, but he doesn't have Aether Lens. If he had Aether Lens, he's cancelling Naga TP there, but again,
we're losing our marbles.
Not the game that anyone will have items.
All right, go. Groups together. You got to kill. Follow it up. There's wards down, but who cares? You can do it. There you go. Get rid of the wards.
No, okay. Jokes aside, though, they shouldn't get carried away. Like, just because they get a kill, it really needs to be a respect their opponent type situation. Jimmy looking for the pipe. It's for Rest Farmers, it is going to be this Fen. Like, when does he actually have an item to fight? And Xantic, he's under a little bit of pressure mid. The Plague Orbs give the vision, then there's an X or a glimpse. So if you overstay your welcome, you are going to get contained. DM just living rent-free on the Radiant side. Soon he'll have squatters' rights for his time here. Oh, Jibbe.
Indeed, getting tossed back into the wave, into no one, into DM. Ready to just peck away at him, and he will go down. No one claims the kill.
You'll always be my child.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a Naga game as well, so Entity are kind of just pretty chilling at the moment. Not really feeling any pressure to rock up to the high ground. Maybe when Naga has a heart, turn that orchid into a bloodthorn, just to make it a bit prettier.
Dire's middle tower is drowning. They're trying to bring down
You see the Dragon Knight. Watson basically able to solo kill the DK. Avalanche going to help out with that one. Advantage full.
Middle tower is under pressure.
And it's time to run away again. Oh, no one gets thrown onto Hansken. What the hell? I got a pirate on my head. And he's going to be dropped as well. Tree finds and Katomi grabs that one. We'll get a bit stylish on Entity now. Kind of flexing the win a bit. Sven, I mean, he might get a BKB some point soon. Uh-oh. Never mind. I take it back. Oh, hold, turn around, Naga, she's dead. All right, Jimmy goes down. Sorry, Jimmy gets a kill onto Naga Siren before they're able to bring down Shad in time. So this just means Watson's gonna go farm for another half hour. Ulti out from Fishman onto the two heroes caught inside the Static Storm. Arrow comes flying through as well. He's going to die too. I mean, you have to respect the damage that comes out of this team, but with the Torrent Storm coming on through, might be enough to keep him alive. Atlantic tries to actually jump in on this one to try and find the kill. Gets surged up, and he's going to use that to run away. Jebe, what a hero. Surging up his teammate rather than himself, and a creep lands on his head and breaks his neck. Goodbye, Jebe.
I think the scariest thing you said there was the fact that Naga might just go and default farm again for another 20. And that's the punishment for her getting picked off. It's like, you know what? I could play out this game for as long as I want.
You want to kill me, huh? You want to fight back? Well, guess I better wait until I'm 6 slotted instead of 2.5 slotted.
Yeah, again, props to Rest Farmers for at least finding something in this game, right? But for DM, we just saw it here. He's got the double bracer, Sanj Kaya build, going for the Aghanims. He doesn't care if he gets picked off in the future. He's just going to get into the middle of the fight, throw down all his poisons.
Oh, he's died this one easily. Huge. Pablo's kind of got the mental win here regardless, I'm calling it. And in the backlines, Fishman has been caught. Shad's going to be able to get that kill. Okay, Hanskin gets that kill.
Oh, Katomi blinked in. Are they going to find anyone?
They'll find the Sven.
What's
And the
happening?
Tonka. Jump on him. He's not getting out of this. No one is actually going to drop.
We might have a game on our hands. Like, Entity, sure, you've had a great lead, but we spoke about the potential, you know, of course, the strengths of this lineup, but you feed away a Naga streak, or not a Naga streak, but just the mere gold she's worth, and then you give away 700 gold. We're talking like Pipe and Greaves now complete on Dark, so we're talking BKB on the Sven. Right. Again, nothing crazy here, but there's at least points to play on now for Rest Farmers. They had nothing, and now suddenly Entity, for their own aggression, they've given themselves some life. It will be one of the funniest wins if Rest Farmers win this, by the way. Like conceptually, after how miserable this game was, like the Sven was jungling at level 2. If they were to actually win this game, it would be one of the greats.
They're going down
Saying
is
that
not
Dark's
part of the
maybe
game
dying.
plan right now, but he is actually going to take a fall here, I reckon, because that Orchid is upon him. Poison is there, damage is in, and Jibate will die. Sven still able to get his BKB though. Watson looking for it. Song is out. He's got the vision down, but he doesn't have the movement speed to catch Shad. Not under Warcry, so that's not off for Pablo. Pablo kind of happy to just take the fall. Uses that to team my Katomi, and yeah, they're going to be able to combo up the kill. Fishman will die in response though, so 3 consecutive kills happening across the map. 2 for Entity, 1 for Rest Farmers.
One thing we haven't covered for Entity yet is, as much as they are a lane demolishing, map choking lineup, do they actually ever hit the high ground? Do they end the game with their heroes? Again, I'm not trying to create this logic of, oh, Rest Farmers are easily in this game, but they are concerns that I'm at least thinking about now, where it's like the net worth lead, it was 15k, brought down to 10, back up to 12. Rest Farmers did die a little bit, but I think high ground only falls if Rest Farmers leave their base and fully die, which they're kind of doing right now.
Azante gets thrown in. Oh, the Gale actually misses though. When you got the Ag, that's actually a pretty big deal. So Azante gets a chance to get himself back. Not just play going to spread around, but the team's going to be able to surge themselves away, or at least the Dragon Knight's going to be able to get surged away.
Radiant's top tower is on the
They
run.
hold here, just the kill onto the Tiny, but it does feel somehow like the Rest Farmers are starting to neutralize these fights. Maybe not neutralize the game, but neutralize some fights.
Can we refresh ourselves on the win probability? I kind of want to know what Valve thinks of the game right now. They have a little bit of hope.
Small. 9% chance.
Yeah. Okay.
Structures are
It was 96% though. Like, you take every percent right now. Every single percent. Naga Siren. Shooting off course. You have the man to the Orchid. She has the heart. Incredibly tanky. Hanskin showed himself for a brief second.
Yeah, gotta get glimpse back.
Oh, Zante
No
blinked in as well. He's trying to save his
on him.
Mirana. But why?
Unfortunate. Yeah, he's gonna get dropped.
That's very unfortunate. Just let Hanskin die. This is not the game to have save your buddy syndrome. You're so far behind that every kill is so precious. And Pablo, he's trying to be cheeky. He's doing the jukes. He's doing the jibing. But
No, wait a minute. I always love that when they walk past the Duke spot and then turn back again when they get the vision. It always just looks so silly. Oh, hang on a minute. That tree didn't look quite right. Have a second look at that one. So, unfortunately, 2 pretty big kills on the map. It's going to mean that this last tower from the side of Rest Farmers likely to fall. Top tier 2 going to be that target. Shad trying to get out of the map once again.
ooh, Shad's also opting maybe for the Satanic first rather than the Aghanims. This feels like the game where obviously Dispose would be quite nice to shrug off some of the stuff that Entity have, that kite potential. Aghanims though is going to be fundamental for the vacuum combination. We'll see how Entity do want to break the base. We have raised the concerns of what they do to really progress to tier 3s. Going fishing with help, and they found the Sven.
The big target. He has got that BKB available. He's holding on to it for as long as possible. The song comes down, which is honestly kind of helping the spend. It means the boat's going to miss, but now, there's the combo coming on down very nicely indeed. Shad does get off that BKB. Can't really find a target to start smashing into, though. Going to deal with the Naga illusions first. Now look towards no one, but no one's going to BKB of his own. You just can't do it. Now the control's there. BKB's run out. Shad doesn't have a target. Snared up for the time being, and will get finished off. Now, there comes the tidal wave across of Zantic onto the Conquer, doing some good damage to him though with his illusions. It might actually just be able to take down the Conquer now. They need the vision, they're going to find it, no one is going to die. Jibe might be falling into the grave though, very low on the front lines. Pablo also going to fall, get tossed into the mix by Katomi. Jibe still trying to fight up into Nagasara, and Watson is dropping low. Zanik trying to stand his ground, it's really hard. And Watson's going to get away by the looks of it. Yeah, that Phantom's Embrace ain't going to do much. 3 lying dead on the side of Rest Farmers. Pablo and Handskin, only the supports left. They are very poisoned right now. Can't follow up.
And for Shad, he didn't buy BKB in game 2 and he didn't press it in game 3. Like, if he pressed it here, then it'd have killed that Venom monster. It probably is a completely different fight. The Naga Siren nearly died. Like, Jibe was doing so much work with the Vampire Fangs, with the Pipe, with the Greaves, sustaining so much in that fight, but they just lacked their carry. A beautiful torrent as well, layered with the song to prevent him from instant pressing it as well. Entity, I don't want to say lucky there. They played that so beautifully. But also, Chad, gotta press the BKB.
I'm really surprised he doesn't, especially with how much he hates the Venomancer. But maybe not getting in his head. Maybe he's like, I'm gonna BKB. Like, no, I'm not. Like, this isn't ideal. This is my emotions speaking. But who knows what was really happening there? It looked good for a moment.
It's like Atlantic linked into the Static Storm as well. Like, the whole start of that fight, the position 1 and 2 completely blundered the initiations, right? You don't push a BKB, you die. Atlantic jumps into the Static Storm, doesn't get stunned. But then the support duo, the Darkseer, they do so much lifting to keep them in the fight going long enough to give themselves hope. And for Rest Farmers, if their spells are to connect, then maybe it's going to be a different story. I really wish Pablo didn't have to buy back, because that Aghanim really is going to be quite a game changer, and he is going to be going down once again.
Yep. At least he doesn't have to buy back this time.
They're unstoppable.
Or Jibbit said as well.
Yeah, that's a big
that's high ground.
That's a big +1 kill, 50 seconds, no Darkseer, Aegis on the Naga Siren.
And there's no tier 2s protecting them, so once they get up into this base, they protect this top wave. They have free access to top and mid if they want. The DK defend, they're out on the map. They are not caring about their base at all. Of course, they cannot defend it. Darkseer is 90% of their team fight at this point.
Yikes, the chauffeur has taken Entity's keys. They've entered the building. They're having a great time, life in front of the party right now. 14 seconds till Jibe, 30 seconds till the Grimstroke. Everybody else just out on the map farming. There is literally nobody in the Radiant base other than Die Heroes right now. And up to the top side, Zantic has actually been caught here. He's got no BKB as a problem. He's only got this man to work with. It's going to be enough to keep him alive. Go for the TP and Tidebreed doesn't cancel it, but the toss certainly will. Have a toss there. And Zantic will eventually go down. Hey, Amskin's still farming. Uh-oh, there's a Sven. Going for the TP out. He was successful in doing so. The X is going to drag him straight back in. Oh, man. DM, stop tipping the guy. Jesus. Well done. You picked Venomancer into a Sven. Good job.
It's like a Huskar last pick and then just tipping everyone. It's like, oh, chill, mate. You have to see 9 heroes to pick your own, alright? Calm down. Yeah.
It's not about to say that, but like, come on, dude.
Really just kicking the horses down. To be fair, though, Entity, they haven't really been winning recently, so this is the type of games that you want to of course, they won that online tournament, but they've been missing something. You know, like with carry player like Watson, the specialty of no one mid lane, like something was missing within the roster, but at least right now it is relatively clicking in Atlantic.
Thrown out of position once again. Fishman more than happy to throw down that Static Storm onto him. Again, no BKB on Atlantic, but he's surviving for the time being. A lot of damage coming out of the backline. Inkswell doing a ton of work as well. When the Sven comes back, they might have the damage actually start finishing off some Entity heroes, but until then, Azantic and Jibe will just be dropped. And now Insuo comes out onto the Mirana. It's going to buy her a little bit of time against the Naga Siren. Watson actually calling it quits now and trying to get herself out of this fight. Her and Illusion really messing her up at the moment. DK with the buyback, Jibe with the buyback. 5 men strong on the side of Rest Farmers. Stun out onto the Tiny. Tiny was X though. Wheels is there.
Sven will have BKB now.
Yeah, Sven, BKB available, throws it out, goes for the Naga. They want to take away our first life, but Watson on the run, and never going to be able to bring it down. So instead, look towards DM instead. DM might be falling here. He needs a little bit more though. Dragged back by the Glints, run back forward by the
just getting kited.
Or maybe, I don't know. There's way too much control without the BKB on though. Shad's not going to be able to finish anybody off here. Naga's back. Naga stunned. Yara catches her. The second death could be possible, but no, once again, the avalanche, the fourth. Getting him out of danger. Down goes Jibe, killed by an army of illusions. Shad, though, he wants to keep on trying. He wants to turn this into something, but even now his god strength has run out. Static Storm back again, holding them steady. DK and Sven trapped inside of it. That's actually forced out of it by the side of Web, then dragged back in by the X-Mark. Shad still just running around, desperately looking for someone to hit with his big old sword, but he just can't connect on anyone. And even now, Tidal Wave pushes him back. He starts taking some chunks out of no one, but all this time, DM is respawned, and he's coming back, and he's just going to poison up Shad, and I don't think there's anything Shad can do now. Oh, some clicks. DM, no, don't drop the items, come on, dude. Dagon to finish the job. And GG's
been called, yeah.
Last hero is gone. And Zantic apparently dying to a neutral creep now, but
what a game 3. Just so one-sided. And again, props to Rest Farmers. They had moments of getting back into this game, like very, very, like, I mean, like 1% plays, but they just weren't able to get it together, right? Like the Sven didn't get the BKB off, a couple jumps from Zantic weren't clutch enough. Pablo then, because of that, had to buy back, never got his Aghanims. I did feel like there was hope for them. If they could have maybe just not left that base in the top lane, forcing the Dark to buy back, not having these smaller situations, if they just really like AFK'd until they had these like set of items, there could have been a very brief chance. But alas, under the pressure, of course, this is really hard to see from our perspective, and we see a lot more. You can kind of feel it out a little bit different in the game. All you see is just Venomancer running at you, Naga running at you. It's just, yeah, it's a completely different game at that point. But yeah, Entity, they are going to be surviving the lower bracket, at least for this round. They will be moving forward tomorrow, but quite a shaky game from them. Of course, the quality of Western Europe, it runs deep, but they're going to have to clean up just a little bit if they are going to try and make the miracle run through here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was tight from Entity. The 2 games we saw from them, they did look like significantly better team. You know, they were just kind of playing it right. They were doing the right things, and they did put Rest Farmers kind of down a little bit. Even despite that game 1, you know, like game 1, Rest Farmers looked like they had Entity's number. They looked like they were just kind of enjoying it, outplaying, you know, doing it all. But yeah, Entity, they pull it together, and they do prove themselves to be the better team in this series, and they will be going on in these qualifiers. Sad to say goodbye to Rest Farmers. I was looking forward to see if they can pull off some upsets. You know, a few teams in the Western EU qualifiers. It's always one where you're looking for someone to come through and take some names off take some games of some big names. You know, would have been kind of cool, but I feel like every qualifiers is the same story for Western EU, where the newcomers just generally don't stand much of a chance against the established teams in this region. Like it's really, really difficult.
Yeah, it's just too competitive. And unfortunately for Rest Farmers, I think this is the type of team that will struggle the most in these scenarios, because they don't have the backing of an organization to be able to, don't worry, we got the next qualifiers, right? Like these guys, they will be living by if they qualify, they get their paycheck. If they don't, then they're back to pubs. They're back to just, you know, waiting and hoping. And of course, that will be the kind of the pain of our current system for Dota, and you know, hopefully they keep their heads up and continue improving without any major support, you know. And yeah, good luck.
Good luck
in the next qualifier.
Goodbye and good luck, Rest Farmers. Congratulations, NC. You make it one step further. Can they make the lower bracket run? We'll find out, but of course, we're all done with the qualifiers today, so at least from the Western EU region. But I believe there's some stuff in America going on right now you can check out. And that, or if not, we'll see you tomorrow for more Western EU action. But from me and T, it's goodbye for now, and thanks for watching.